Section 1 of The Natural History, Vol.3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 1. Book 11. The Various Kinds of Insects. Chapter 1. The extreme smallness of insects. We shall now proceed to a description of the insects, a subject replete with endless difficulties, for in fact there are some authors who have maintained that they do not respire and that they are destitute of blood. The insects are numerous and form many species, and their mode of life is like that of the terrestrial animals and the birds. Some of them are furnished with wings, bees for instance. Others are divided into those kinds which have wings and those which are without them, such as ants, while others again are destitute of both wings and feet. All these animals have been very properly called insects, from the incisures or divisions which separate the body, sometimes at the neck and sometimes at the corselet, and so divided into members or segments, only united to each other by a slender tube. In some insects, however, this division is not complete, as it is surrounded by wrinkled folds, and thus the flexible vertebrae of the creature, whether situated at the abdomen or whether only at the upper part of the body, are protected by layers overlapping each other. Indeed, in no one of her works has nature more fully displayed her exhaustless ingenuity. In large animals, on the other hand, or at all events in the very largest among them, she found her task easy and her materials ready and pliable. But in these minute creatures, so nearly akin as they are to nonentity, how surpassing the intelligence, how vast the resources, and how ineffable the perfection which she has displayed! Where is it that she has united so many senses as in the gnat, not to speak of creatures that might be mentioned of still smaller size? Where, I say, has she found room to place in it the organs of sight? Where has she centred the sense of taste? Where has she inserted the power of smell? And where, too, has she implanted that sharp, shrill voice of the creature, so utterly disproportioned to the smallness of its body? With what astonishing subtlety has she united the wings to the trunk, elongated the joints of the legs, framed that long, craving concavity for a belly, and then inflamed the animal with an insatiate thirst for blood, that of men more especially? What ingenuity has she displayed in providing it with a sting, so well adapted for piercing the skin! And then, too, just as though she had had the most extensive field for the exercise of her skill, although the weapon is so minute that it can hardly be seen, she has formed it with a twofold mechanism, providing it with a point for the purpose of piercing, and at the same moment making it hollow to adapt it for suction. What teeth, too, has she inserted in the teredo, to adapt it for piercing oak even with a sound which fully attests their destructive power, while at the same time she has made wood its principal nutriment. We give all our admiration to the shoulders of the elephant as it supports the turret, to the stalwart neck of the bull, and the might with which it hurls aloft whatever comes in its way, to the onslaught of the tiger, or to the mane of the lion, while at the same time nature is nowhere to be seen to greater perfection than in the very smallest of her works. For this reason, then, I must beg of my readers, notwithstanding the contempt they feel for many of these objects, not to feel a similar disdain for the information I am about to give relative thereto, seeing that, in the study of nature, there are none of her works that are unworthy of our consideration. Chapter 2. Whether insects respire, and whether they have blood. Many authors deny that insects respire, and make the assertion upon the ground that in their viscera there is no respiratory organ to be found. On this ground they assert that insects have the same kind of life as plants and trees, there being a very great difference between respiring and merely having life. On similar grounds also they assert that insects have no blood, a thing which cannot exist, they say, in any animal that is destitute of heart and liver, just as, according to them, those creatures cannot breathe which have no lungs. Upon these points, however, a vast number of questions will naturally arise, for the same writers do not hesitate to deny that these creatures are destitute also of voice, and this notwithstanding the humming of bees, the chirping of grasshoppers, and the sounds emitted by numerous other insects, which will be considered in their respective places. For my part, whenever I have considered the subject, I have ever felt persuaded that there is nothing impossible to nature, nor do I see why creatures should be less able to live, and yet not inhale, than to respire without being possessed of viscera, a doctrine which I have already maintained when speaking of the marine animals, and that, notwithstanding the density and the vast depth of the water which would appear to impede all breathing. But what person could very easily believe that there can be any creatures that fly to and fro and live in the very midst of the element of respiration, while at the same time they themselves are devoid of that respiration, that they can be possessed of the requisite instincts for nourishment, generation, working, and making provision even for time to come, in the enjoyment too, although certainly they are not possessed of the organs which act, as it were, as the receptacles of those senses, of the powers of hearing, smelling, and tasting, as well as those other precious gifts of nature, address, courage, and skilfulness. That these creatures have no blood, I am ready to admit, just as all the terrestrial animals are not possessed of it. But then they have something similar, by way of equivalent, just as in the sea the sepia has a black liquid in place of blood, and the various kinds of purples, those juices which we use for the purpose of dyeing, so too is every insect possessed of its own vital humour, which, whatever it is blood to it. While I leave it to others to form what opinion they please on this subject, it is my purpose to set forth the operations of nature in the clearest possible light, and not to enter upon the discussion of points that are replete with doubt. Chapter 3. The bodies of insects. Insects, so far as I find myself able to ascertain, seem to have neither sinews, bones, spines, cartilages, fat, nor flesh, nor yet so much as a frail shell, like some of the marine animals, nor even anything that can with any propriety be termed skin. But they have a body which is of a kind of intermediate nature between all these, of an arid substance, softer than muscle, and in other respects of a nature that may, in strictness, be rather pronounced yielding than hard. Such then is all that they are, and nothing more. In the inside of their bodies there is nothing, except in some few, which have an intestine arranged in folds. Hence it is that even when cut asunder they are remarkable for their tenacity of life, and the palpitations which are to be seen in each of their parts. For every portion of them is possessed of its own vital principle, which is centred in no limb in particular, but in every part of the body, least of all, however, in the head, which alone is subject to no movements unless torn off together with the corselet. No kind of animal has more feet than the insects have, and those among them which have the most live the longest when cut asunder, as we see in the case of the Scolopendra. They have eyes, and the senses as well of touch and taste. Some of them have also the sense of smelling, and some few that of hearing. Chapter 4. Bees. But among them all, the first rank and our special admiration ought in justice to be accorded to bees, which alone of all the insects have been created for the benefit of man. They extract honey and collect it, a juicy substance remarkable for its extreme sweetness, lightness, and wholesomeness. They form their combs and collect wax, an article that is useful for 1,000 purposes of life. They are patient of fatigue, toil at their labours, form themselves into political communities, hold councils together in private, elect chiefs in common, and a thing that is the most remarkable of all, have their own code of morals. In addition to this, being as they are, neither tame nor wild, so all-powerful is nature, that, from a creature so minute as to be nothing more hardly than the shadow of an animal, she has created a marvel beyond all comparison. What muscular power, what exertion of strength are we to put in comparison with such vast energy and such industry as theirs? What display of human genius, in a word, shall we compare with the reasoning powers manifested by them? In this they have, at all events, the advantage of us. They know of nothing but what is for the common benefit of all. Away, then, with all questions whether they respire or no, and let us be ready to agree on the question of their blood. And yet, how little of it can possibly exist in bodies so minute as theirs? And now let us form some idea of the instinct they display. Chapter 5. The order displayed in the works of bees. Bees keep within the hive during the winter, For whence are they to derive the strength requisite to withstand frosts and snows and the northern blasts? The same in fact is done by all insects, but not to so late a period; as those which conceal themselves in the walls of our houses are much sooner sensible of the returning warmth. With reference to bees, either seasons and climates have considerably changed, or else former writers have been greatly mistaken. They retire for the winter at the setting of the Vergiliae, and remain shut up till after the rising of that constellation, and not till only the beginning of spring, as some authors have stated; nor indeed does any one in Italy ever think of then opening the hives. They do not come forth to ply their labours until the bean blossoms, and then not a day do they lose in inactivity, while the weather is favourable for their pursuits. First of all they set about constructing their combs and forming the wax, or, in other words, making their dwellings and cells. After this they produce their young, and then make honey and wax from flowers, and extract bee glue from the tears of those trees which distil glutinous substances, the juices, gums, and resins, namely, of the willow, the elm, and the reed. With these substances, as well as others of a more bitter nature, they first line the whole inside of the hive, as a sort of protection against the greedy propensities of other small insects, as they are well aware that they are about to form that which will prove an object of attraction to them. Having done this, they employ similar substances in narrowing the entrance to the hive, if otherwise too wide. Chapter 6. The meaning of the term commosis, pisocerus, and propolis. The persons who understand this subject call the substance which forms the first foundation of their combs commosis, the next pisocerus, and the third propolis, which last is placed between the other layers and the wax, and is remarkable for its utility in medicine. The commosis forms the first crust or layer, and has a bitter taste, and upon it is laid the pisocerus, a kind of thin wax, which acts as a sort of varnish. The propolis is produced from the sweet gum of the vine or the poplar, and is of a denser consistency, the juices of flowers being added to it. Still, however, it cannot be properly termed wax, but rather the foundation of the honeycombs. By means of it all inlets are stopped up, which might otherwise serve for the admission of cold or other injurious influences. It has also a strong odour, so much so indeed that many people use it instead of galbanum. Chapter 7. The meaning of erythaceae, Sandaraca, or Corinthos. In addition to this, the bees form collections of erythaceae, or bee bread, which some persons call Sandaraca, and others Corinthos. This is to serve as the food of the bees while they are at work, and is often found stowed away in the cavities of the cells, being of a bitter flavour also. It is produced from the spring dews and the gummy juices of trees, being less abundant while the south-west wind is blowing, and blackened by the prevalence of a south wind. On the other hand again, it is of a reddish colour, and becomes improved by the north-east wind. It is found in the greatest abundance upon the nut trees in Greece. Menecrates says that it is a flower which gives indications of the nature of the coming harvest, but no one says so, with the exception of him. Chapter 8. What flowers are used by the bees in their work. Bees form wax from the blossoms of all trees and plants, with the sole exception of the rumex and the echinopodes, both being kinds of herbs. It is by mistake, however, that spartum is excepted; for many varieties of honey that come from Spain and have been made in the plantations of it, have a strong taste of that plant. I am of opinion also that it is without any sufficient reason that the olive has been excepted, seeing that it is a well-known fact that where olives are in the greatest abundance, the swarms of bees are the most numerous. Bees are not injurious to fruit of any kind. They will never settle on a dead flower, much less a dead carcass. They pursue their labours within 60 paces of their hives, and when the flowers in their vicinity are exhausted, they send out scouts from time to time to discover places for forage at a greater distance. When overtaken by night in their expeditions, they watch till the morning, lying on their backs, in order to protect their wings from the action of the dew. Chapter 9. Persons who have made bees their study. It is not surprising that there have been persons who have made bees their exclusive study. Aristomachus of Soli, for instance, who for a period of 58 years did nothing else. Philiscus of Thasus, also surnamed Agrius, who passed his life in desert spots, tending swarms of bees. Both of these have written works on this subject. End of Section 1. Section 2 of The Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 2. Book 11, Chapter 10. The Mode in which Bees Work. The manner in which bees carry on their work is as follows. In the daytime, a guard is stationed at the entrance of the hive, like the sentries in a camp. At night they take their rest until the morning, when one of them awakes the rest with a humming noise, repeated twice or thrice, just as though it were sounding a trumpet. They then take their flight in a body, if the day is likely to turn out fine, for they have the gift of foreknowing wind and rain, and in such case will keep close within their dwellings. On the other hand, when the weather is fine, and this too they have the power of foreknowing, the swarm issues forth, and at once applies itself to its work, some loading their legs from the flowers, while others fill their mouths with water, and charge to the downy surface of their bodies with drops of liquid. Those among them that are young go forth to their labours, and collect the materials already mentioned, while those that are more aged stay within the hives and work. The bees, whose business it is to carry the flowers, with their 4 feet load their thighs, which nature has made rough for the purpose, and with their trunks load their 4 feet. Bending beneath their load, they then return to the hive, where there are 3 or 4 bees ready to receive them and aid in discharging their burdens. For, within the hive as well, they have their allotted duties to perform. Some are engaged in building, others in smoothing the combs, while others again are occupied in passing on the materials, and others in preparing food from the provision which has been brought. That there may be no unequal division, either in their labour, their food, or the distribution of their time, they do not even feed separately. Commencing at the vaulted roof of the hive, they begin the construction of their cells, and, just as we do in the manufacture of a web, they construct their cells from top to bottom, taking care to leave 2 passages around each compartment, for the entrance of some and the exit of others. The combs, which are fastened to the hive in the upper part, and in a slight degree also at the sides, adhere to each other, and are thus suspended altogether. They do not touch the floor of the hive, and are either angular or round, according to its shape. Sometimes, in fact, they are both angular and round at once, when 2 swarms are living in unison, but have dissimilar modes of operation. They prop up the combs that are likely to fall by means of arched pillars, at intervals springing from the floor, so as to leave them a passage for the purpose of effecting repairs. The first 3 ranks of their cells are generally left empty when constructed, that there may be nothing exposed to view which may invite theft, and it is the last ones more especially that are filled with honey. Hence it is that the combs are always taken out at the back of the hive. The bees that are employed in carrying look out for a favourable breeze, and if a gale should happen to spring up, they poise themselves in the air with little stones, by way of ballast. Some writers, indeed, say that they place them upon their shoulders. When the wind is contrary, they fly close to the ground, taking care, however, to keep clear of the brambles. It is wonderful what strict watch is kept upon their work. All instances of idleness are carefully remarked, the offenders are chastised, and, on a repetition of the fault, punished with death. Their sense of cleanliness, too, is quite extraordinary. Everything is removed that might be in the way, and no filth is allowed to remain in the midst of their work. The ordure even of those that are at work within, that they may not have to retire to any distance, is all collected in one spot, and on stormy days, when they are obliged to cease their ordinary labours, they employ themselves in carrying it out. When it grows towards evening, the buzzing in the hive becomes gradually less and less, until at last one of their number is to be seen flying about the hive with the same loud humming noise with which they were aroused in the morning, thereby giving the signal, as it were, to retire to rest. In this too they imitate the usage of the camp. The moment the signal is heard, all is silent. They first construct the dwellings of the commonalty, and then those of the king bee. If they have reason to expect an abundant season, they add abodes also for the drones. These are cells of a smaller size, though the drones themselves are larger than the bees. Chapter 11. Drones. The drones have no sting, and would seem to be a kind of imperfect bee, formed the very last of all, the expiring effort, as it were, of worn out and exhausted old age, a late and tardy offspring, and doomed in a measure to be the slaves of the genuine bees. Hence it is that the bees exercise over them a rigorous authority, compel them to take the foremost rank in their labours, and, if they show any sluggishness, punish them without mercy. And not only in their labours do the drones give them their assistance, but in the propagation of their species as well, the very multitude of them contributing greatly to the warmth of the hive. At all events, it is a well-known fact that the greater the multitude of the drones, the more numerous is sure to be the progeny of the swarm. When the honey is beginning to come to maturity, the bees drive away the drones, and setting upon each other in great numbers, put them all to death. It is only in the spring that the drones are ever to be seen. If you deprive a drone of its wings, and then replace it in the hive, it will pull off the wings of the other drones. Chapter 12. The qualities of honey. In the lower part of the hive they construct for their future sovereign a palatial abode, spacious and grand, separated from the rest, and surmounted by a sort of dome. If this prominence should happen to be flattened, all hopes of progeny are lost. All the cells are hexagonal, each foot having formed its own side. No part of this work, however, is done at any stated time, as the bees seize every opportunity for the performance of their task when the days are fine. In 1 or 2 days, at most, they fill their cells with honey. This substance is engendered from the air, mostly at the rising of the constellations, and more especially when Sirius is shining. Never, however, before the rising of the Vergiliae, and then just before daybreak. Hence it is that at early dawn the leaves of the trees are found covered with a kind of honey-like dew, and those who go into the open air at an early hour in the morning find their clothes covered and their hair matted with a sort of unctuous liquid. Whether it is that this liquid is the sweat of the heavens, or whether a saliva emanating from the stars, or a juice exuding from the air while purifying itself, would that it had been, when it comes to us, pure, limpid, and genuine, as it was when first it took its downward descent. But as it is, falling from so vast a height, attracting corruption in its passage, and tainted by the exhalations of the earth as it meets them, sucked too, as it is, from off the trees and the herbage of the fields, and accumulated in the stomachs of the bees, for they cast it up again through the mouth, deteriorated besides by the juices of flowers, and then steeped within the hives and subjected to such repeated changes. Still, in spite of all this, it affords us by its flavour a most exquisite pleasure, the result, no doubt, of its ethereal nature and origin. Chapter 13. Where the best honey is produced. The honey is always best in those countries where it is to be found deposited in the calyx of the most exquisite flowers, such for instance as the districts of Hymettus and Hybla, in Attica and Sicily respectively, and after them the island of Calydna. At first honey is thin like water, after which it effervesces for some days, and purifies itself like must. On the 20th day it begins to thicken, and soon after becomes covered with a thin membrane, which gradually increases through the scum which is thrown up by the heat. The honey of the very finest flavour, and the least tainted by the leaves of trees, is that gathered from the foliage of the oak and the linden, and from reeds. Chapter 14. The kinds of honey peculiar to various places. The peculiar excellence of honey depends, as already stated, on the country in which it is produced. The modes too of estimating its quality are numerous. In some countries we find the honeycomb remarkable for the goodness of the wax, as in Sicily for instance, and the country of the Peligni. In other places the honey itself is found in greater abundance, as in Crete, Cyprus, and Africa. And in others again the comb is remarkable for its size. The northern climates, for instance, for in Germany a comb has been known to be as much as 8 feet in length, and quite black on the concave surface. But whatever the country in which it may happen to have been produced, there are 3 different kinds of honey. Spring honey is that made in a comb which has been constructed of flowers, from which circumstance it has received the name of anthenum. There are some persons who say that this should not be touched, because the more abundant the nutriment, the stronger will be the coming swarm; while others, again, leave less of this honey than of any other for the bees, on the ground that there is sure to be a vast abundance at the rising of the greater constellations, as well as at the summer solstice, when the thyme and the vine begin to blossom, for then they are sure to find abundant materials for their cells. In taking the combs the greatest care is always requisite, for when they are stinted for food the bees become desperate, and either pine to death, or else wing their flight to other places. But, on the other hand, overabundance will entail idleness, and then they will feed upon the honey, and not the bee bread. Hence it is that the most careful breeders take care to leave the bees a 15th part of this gathering. There is a certain day for beginning the honey gathering, fixed as it were by a law of nature, if men would only understand or observe it, being the 30th day after the bees have swarmed and come forth. This gathering mostly takes place before the end of May. The second kind of honey is summer honey, which, from the circumstance of its being produced at the most favourable season, has received the Greek name of horaion. It is generally made during the next 30 days after the solstice, while Sirius is shining in all its brilliancy. Nature has revealed in this substance most remarkable properties to mortals, were it not that the fraudulent propensities of man are apt to falsify and corrupt everything. For, after the rising of each constellation, and those of the highest rank more particularly, or after the appearance of the rainbow, if a shower does not ensue, but the dew becomes warmed by the sun's rays, a medicament, and not real honey, is produced, a gift sent from heaven for the cure of diseases of the eyes, ulcers, and maladies of the internal viscera. If this is taken at the rising of Sirius, and the rising of Venus, Jupiter, or Mercury should happen to fall on the same day, as often is the case, the sweetness of this substance, and the virtue which it possesses of restoring man to life, are not inferior to those attributed to the nectar of the gods. Chapter 15. How honey is tested. Erechtheum, Tetralix, or Cicerum. The crop of honey is most abundant if gathered at full moon, and it is richest when the weather is fine. In all honey, that which flows of itself, like must or oil, has received from us the name of acatum. The summer honey is the most esteemed of all, from the fact of its being made when the weather is driest. It is looked upon as the most serviceable when made from thyme. It is then of a golden colour, and of a most delicious flavour. The honey that we see formed in the calyx of flowers is of a rich and unctuous nature. That which is made from rosemary is thick, while that which is candied is little esteemed. Thyme honey does not coagulate, and on being touched will draw out into thin viscous threads, a thing which is the principal proof of its heaviness. When honey shows no tenacity, and the drops immediately part from one another, it is looked upon as a sign of its worthlessness. The other proofs of its goodness are the fine aroma of its smell, its being of a sweetness that closely borders on the sour, and being glutinous and pellucid. Cassius Dionysius is of opinion that in the summer gathering the 10th part of the honey ought to be left for the bees if the hives should happen to be well filled, and even if not, still in the same proportion, while, on the other hand, if there is but little in them, he recommends that it should not be touched at all. The people of Attica have fixed the period for commencing this gathering at the first ripening of the wild fig, others have made it the day that is sacred to Vulcan. The third kind of honey, which is the least esteemed of all, is the wild honey, known by the name of Erechtheum. It is collected by the bees after the first showers of autumn, when the heather alone is blooming in the woods, from which circumstance it derives its sandy appearance. It is mostly produced at the rising of Arcturus, beginning at the day before the Ides of September. Some persons delay the gathering of the summer honey until the rising of Arcturus, because from then till the autumnal equinox there are 14 days left, and it is from the equinox till the setting of the Vergiliae, a period of 48 days, that the heather is in the greatest abundance. The Athenians call this plant by the name of Tetralix, and the Euboeans Cicerum, and they look upon it as affording great pleasure to the bees to browse upon, probably because there are no other flowers for them to resort to. This gathering terminates at the end of the vintage and the setting of the Vergiliae, mostly about the Ides of November. Experience teaches us that we ought to leave for the bees 2/3 of this crop, and always that part of the combs as well which contains the bee bread. From the winter solstice to the rising of Arcturus, the bees are buried in sleep for 60 days, and live without any nourishment. Between the rising of Arcturus and the vernal equinox they awake in the warmer climates, but even then they still keep within the hives, and have recourse to the provisions kept in reserve for this period. In Italy, however, they do this immediately after the rising of the Vergiliae, up to which period they are asleep. Some persons, when they take the honey, weigh the hive and all, and remove just as much as they leave. A due sense of equity should always be stringently observed in dealing with them, and it is generally stated that if imposed upon in this division, the swarm will die of grief. It is particularly recommended also that the person who takes the honey should be well washed and clean. Bees have a particular aversion, too, to a thief and a menstruous woman. When the honey is taken, it is the best plan to drive away the bees by means of smoke, lest they should become irritated, or else devour the honey themselves. By often applying smoke, too, they are aroused from their idleness to work, but if they have not duly incubated in the comb, it is apt to become of a livid colour. On the other hand, if they are smoked too often, they will become tainted. The honey, too, a substance which turns sour at the very slightest contact with dew, will very quickly receive injury from the taint thus contracted. Hence it is that among the various kinds of honey which are preserved, there is one which is known by the name of acapnon. Chapter 16. The reproduction of bees. How bees generate their young has been a subject of great and subtle research among the learned, seeing that no one has ever witnessed any sexual intercourse among these insects. Many persons have expressed an opinion that they must be produced from flowers, aptly and artistically arranged by nature, while others again suppose that they are produced from an intercourse with the one which is to be found in every swarm, and is usually called the king. This one, they say, is the only male in the hive, and is endowed with such extraordinary proportions that it may not become exhausted in the performance of its duties. Hence it is that no offspring can be produced without it, all the other bees being females, and attending it in its capacity of a male, and not as their leader. This opinion, however, which is otherwise not improbable, is sufficiently refuted by the generation of the drones. For on what grounds could it possibly happen that the same intercourse should produce an offspring part of which is perfect, and part in an imperfect state? The first surmise which I have mentioned would appear, indeed, to be much nearer the truth, were it not the case that here another difficulty meets us, the circumstance that sometimes, at the extremities of the combs, there are produced bees of a larger size, which put the others to flight. This noxious bee bears the name of astrus. And how is it possible that it should ever be produced, if it is the fact that the bees themselves form their progeny? A fact, however, that is well ascertained is, that bees sit like the domestic fowl, that which is hatched by them at first having the appearance of a white maggot, and lying across and adhering so tenaciously to the wax as to seem to be part of it. The king, however, from the earliest moment is of the colour of honey, just as though he were made of the choicest flowers, nor has he at any time the form of a grub, but from the very first is provided with wings. The rest of the bees, as soon as they begin to assume a shape, have the name of nymphae, while the drones are called sirens or siphons. If a person takes off the head of either kind before the wings are formed, the rest of the body is considered a most choice morsel by the parents. In process of time the parent bees instil nutriment into them, and sit upon them, making on this occasion a loud humming noise, for the purpose, it is generally supposed, of generating that warmth which is so requisite for hatching the young. At length the membrane in which each of them is enveloped, as though it lay in an egg, bursts asunder, and the whole swarm comes to light. This circumstance was witnessed at the suburban retreat of a man of consular dignity near Rome, whose hives were made of transparent lanthorn horn. The young were found to be developed in the space of 45 days. In some combs there is found what is known by the name of nail wax. It is bitter and hard, and is only met with when the bees have failed to hatch their young, either from disease or a natural sterility. It is the abortion, in fact, of the bees. The young ones, the moment they are hatched, commence working with their parents, as though in a course of training, and the newly born king is accompanied by a multitude of his own age. That the supply may not run short, each swarm rears several kings, but afterwards, when this progeny begins to arrive at a mature age, with one accord they put to death the inferior ones, lest they should create discord in the swarm. There are two sorts of king bees. Those of a reddish colour are better than the black and mottled ones. The kings have always a peculiar form of their own, and are double the size of any of the rest. Their wings are shorter than those of the others, their legs are straight, their walk more upright, and they have a white spot on the forehead, which bears some resemblance to a diadem. They differ, too, very much from the rest of the community in their bright and shining appearance. Chapter 17. The mode of government of the bees. Let a man employ himself, forsooth, in the inquiry whether there has been only one Hercules, how many fathers Liber there have been, and all the other questions which are buried deep in the mould of antiquity. Here behold a tiny object, one to be met with at most of our country retreats, and numbers of which are always at hand, and yet, after all, it is not agreed among authors whether or not the king is the only one among them that is provided with no sting, and is possessed of no other arms than those afforded him by his majestic office, or whether nature has granted him a sting and has only denied him the power of making use of it, it being a well-known fact that the ruling bee never does use a sting. The obedience which his subjects manifest in his presence is quite surprising. When he goes forth, the whole swarm attends him, throngs about him, surrounds him, protects him, and will not allow him to be seen. At other times, when the swarm is at work within, the king is seen to visit the works, and appears to be giving his encouragement, being himself the only one that is exempt from work. Around him are certain other bees which act as bodyguards and lictors, the careful guardians of his authority. The king never quits the hive except when the swarm is about to depart, a thing which may be known a long time beforehand, as for some days a peculiar buzzing noise is to be heard within, which denotes that the bees are waiting for a favourable day, and making all due preparations for their departure. On such an occasion, if care is taken to deprive the king of one of his wings, the swarm will not fly away. When they are on the wing, every one is anxious to be near him, and takes a pleasure in being seen in the performance of its duty. When he is weary, they support him on their shoulders, and when he is quite tired, they carry him outright. If one of them falls in the rear from weariness, or happens to go astray, it is able to follow the others by the aid of its acuteness of smell. Wherever the king bee happens to settle, that becomes the encampment of all. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 3 by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 3. Chapter 18. Happy omens sometimes afforded by a swarm of bees. And then too it is that they afford presages of both the private and public interest, clustering as they do like a bunch of grapes upon houses or temples, presages, in fact, that are often accounted for by great events. Bees settled upon the lips of Plato when still an infant even, announcing thereby the sweetness of that persuasive eloquence for which he was so noted. Bees settled too in the camp of the chieftain Drusus when he gained the brilliant victory at Arbalo, a proof indeed that the conjectures of soothsayers are not by any means infallible, seeing that they are of opinion that this is always of evil augury. When their leader is withheld from them, the swarm can always be detained, and when lost it will disperse and take its departure to find other kings. Without a king, in fact, they cannot exist, and it is with the greatest reluctance that they put them to death when there are several. They prefer, too, to destroy the cells of the young ones, if they find reason to despair of providing food. In such case they then expel the drones, and yet with regard to the last I find some doubts are entertained, and that there are some authors who are of the opinion that they form a peculiar species, like that bee, the very largest among them all, which is known by the name of the thief, because it furtively devours the honey. It is distinguished by its black colour and the largeness of its body. It is a well-known fact, however, that the bees are in the habit of killing the drones. These last have no king of their own, but how it is that they are produced without a sting is a matter still undetermined. In a wet spring the young swarms are more numerous, in a dry one the honey is most abundant. If food happens to fail the inhabitants of any particular hive, the swarm makes a concerted attack upon a neighbouring one with the view of plundering it. The swarm that is thus attacked at once ranges itself in battle array, and if the beekeeper should happen to be present, that side which perceives itself favoured by him will refrain from attacking him. They often fight too for other reasons as well, and the two generals are to be seen drawing up their ranks in battle array against their opponents. The dispute generally arises in culling from the flowers, when each, the moment that it is in danger, summons its companions to its aid. The battle, however, is immediately put to an end by throwing dust among them, or raising a smoke, and if milk or honey mixed with water is placed before them, they speedily become reconciled. Chapter 19. The various kinds of bees. There are field bees also, and wild bees, ungainly in appearance and much more irascible than the others, but remarkable for their laboriousness and the excellence of their work. Of domestic bees there are two sorts. The best are those with short bodies speckled all over, and of a compact round shape. Those that are long and resemble the wasp in appearance are an inferior kind, and of these last the very worst of all are those which have the body covered with hair. In Pontus there is a kind of white bee which makes honey twice a month. On the banks of the river Thermodon there are two kinds found, one of which makes honey in the trees, the other underground. They form a triple row of combs, and produce honey in the greatest abundance. Nature has provided bees with a sting, which is inserted in the abdomen of the insect. There are some who think that at the first blow which they inflict with this weapon they will instantly die, while others, again, are of opinion that such is not the case, unless the animal drives it so deep as to cause a portion of the intestines to follow, and they assert also that after they have thus lost their sting they become drones, and make no honey, being thus castrated, so to say, and equally incapable of inflicting injury and of making themselves useful by their labours. We have instances stated of horses being killed by bees. They have a great aversion to bad smells, and fly away from them, a dislike which extends to artificial perfumes even. Hence it is that they will attack persons who smell of unguents. They themselves also are exposed to the attacks of wasps and hornets, which belong to the same class, but are of a degenerate nature. These wage continual warfare against them, as does a species of gnat which is known by the name of mullio. Swallows too, and various other birds prey upon them. Frogs lie in wait for them when in quest of water, which in fact is their principal occupation at the time they are rearing their young. And it is not only the frog that frequents ponds and streams that is thus injurious to them, but the bramble frog as well, which will come to the hives even in search of them, and crawling up to the entrance, breathe through the apertures, upon hearing which a bee flies to the spot and is snapped up in an instant. It is generally stated that frogs are proof against the sting of the bee. Sheep too are peculiarly dangerous to them, as they have the greatest difficulty in extricating themselves from the fleece. The smell of crabs, if they happen to be cooked in their vicinity, is fatal to them. Chapter 20. The diseases of bees. Bees are also by nature liable to certain diseases of their own. The sign that they are diseased is a kind of torpid, moping sadness. On such occasions they are to be seen bringing out those that are sick before the hives and placing them in the warm sun, while others again are providing them with food. Those that are dead they carry away from the hive and attend the bodies, paying their last duties, as it were, in funeral procession. If the king should happen to be carried off by the pestilence, the swarm remains plunged in grief and listless inactivity. It collects no more food, and ceases to issue forth from its abode. The only thing that it does is to gather around the body and to emit a melancholy humming noise. Upon such occasions the usual plan is to disperse the swarm and take away the body, for otherwise they would continue listlessly gazing upon it, and so prolong their grief. Indeed, if due care is not taken to come to their aid, they will die of hunger. It is from their cheerfulness, in fact, and their bright and sleek appearance that we usually form an estimate as to their health. There are certain maladies also which affect their productions. When they do not fill their combs, the disease under which they are labouring is known by the name of claros, and if they fail to rear their young, they are suffering from the effects of that known as blapsigonia. Chapter 21. Things that are noxious to bees. Echo, or the noise made by the reverberation of the air, is also injurious to bees, as it dismays them by its redoubled sounds. Fogs also are noxious to them. Spiders too are especially hostile to bees. When they have gone so far as to build their webs within the hive, the death of the whole swarm is the result. The common and ignoble moth, too, that is to be seen fluttering about a burning candle is deadly to them, and that in more ways than one. It devours the wax and leaves its ordure behind it, from which the maggot known to us as the teredo is produced, besides which, wherever it goes, it drops the down from off its wings, and thereby thickens the threads of the cobwebs. The teredo is also engendered in the wood of the hive, and then it proves especially destructive to the wax. Bees are the victims also of their own greediness, for when they glut themselves overmuch with the juices of the flowers, in the spring season more particularly, they are troubled with flux and looseness. Olive oil is fatal to not only bees, but all other insects as well, and more especially if they are placed in the sun after the head has been immersed in it. Sometimes, too, they themselves are the cause of their own destruction, as for instance when they see preparations being made for taking their honey, and immediately fall to devouring it with the greatest avidity. In other respects they are remarkable for their abstemiousness, and they will expel those that are inclined to be prodigal and voracious, no less than those that are sluggish and idle. Their own honey even may be productive of injury to them, for if they are smeared with it on the forepart of the body, it is fatal to them. Such are the enemies, so numerous are the accidents, and how small a portion of them have I here enumerated, to which a creature that proves so bountiful to us is exposed. In the appropriate place we will treat of the proper remedies. For the present, the nature of them is our subject. Chapter 22. How to keep bees to the hive. The clapping of the hands and the tinkling of brass afford bees great delight, and it is by these means that they are brought together, a strong proof in fact that they are possessed of the sense of hearing. When their work is completed, their offspring brought forth, and all their duties fulfilled, they still have certain formal exercises to perform, ranging abroad throughout the country and soaring aloft in the air, wheeling round and round as they fly, and then when the hour for taking their food has come, returning home. The extreme period of their life, supposing that they escape accident and the attacks of their enemies, is only 7 years. A hive, it is said, never lasts more than 10. There are some persons who think that when dead, if they are preserved in the house throughout the winter, and then exposed to the warmth of the spring sun, and kept all day in the ashes of fig-tree wood, they will come to life again. Chapter 23. Methods of renewing the swarm. These persons say also that if the swarm is entirely lost, it may be replaced by the aid of the belly of an ox newly killed, covered over with dung. Virgil also says that this may be done with the body of a young bull, in the same way that the carcass of the horse produces wasps and hornets, and that of the ass beetles, nature herself effecting these changes of one substance into another. But in all these last, sexual intercourse is to be perceived as well, that the characteristics of the offspring are pretty much the same as those of the bee. Chapter 24. Wasps and hornets, animals which appropriate what belongs to others. Wasps build their nests of mud in lofty places, and make wax therein. Hornets, on the other hand, build in holes or underground. With these two kinds the cells are also hexagonal, but in other respects, though made of the bark of trees, they strongly resemble the substance of a spider's web. Their young also are found at irregular intervals and are of unshapely appearance. While one is able to fly, another is still a mere pupa, and a third only in the maggot state. It is in the autumn too, and not in the spring, that all their young are produced, and they grow during the full moon more particularly. The wasp which is known as the ichneumon, a smaller kind than the others, kills one kind of spider in particular known as the phalangium, after which it carries the body to its nest, covers it over with a sort of gluey substance, and then sits and hatches from it its young. In addition to this, they are all of them carnivorous, while on the other hand bees will touch no animal substance whatever. Wasps more particularly pursue the larger flies, and after catching them, cut off the head and carry away the remaining portion of the body. Wild hornets live in the holes of trees, and in winter, like other insects, keep themselves concealed. Their life does not exceed 2 years in length. It is not unfrequently that their sting is productive of an attack of fever, and there are authors who say that thrice 9 stings will suffice to kill a man. Of the other hornets, which seem not to be so noxious, there are 2 kinds, the working ones, which are smaller in size and die in the winter, and the parent hornets, which live 2 years. These last indeed are quite harmless. In spring they build their nests, which have generally 4 entrances, and here it is that the working hornets are produced. After these have been hatched, they form other nests of larger size, in which to bring forth the parents of the future generation. From this time the working hornets begin to follow their vocation, and apply themselves to supplying the others with food. The parent hornets are of larger size than the others, and it is very doubtful whether they have a sting, as it is never to be seen protruded. These races too have their drones. Some persons are of opinion that all these insects lose their stings in the winter. Neither hornets nor wasps have a king, nor do they ever congregate in swarms, but their numbers are recruited by fresh offspring from time to time. Chapter 25. The Bombyx of Assyria. A fourth class of this kind of insect is the bombyx, which is a native of Assyria, and is of larger size than any of those which have been previously mentioned. They construct their nests of a kind of mud which has the appearance of salt, and then fasten them to a stone, where they become so hard that it is scarcely possible to penetrate them with a dart even. In these nests they make wax in larger quantities than bees, and the grub which they then produce is larger. Chapter 26. The larvae of the silkworm. Who first invented silk cloths? There is another class also of these insects produced in quite a different manner. These last spring from a grub of larger size, with two horns of very peculiar appearance. The larva then becomes a caterpillar, after which it assumes the state in which it is known as Bombylis, then that called Nechidalis, and after that, in 6 months, it becomes a silkworm. These insects weave webs similar to those of the spider, the material of which is used for making the more costly and luxurious garments of females, known as Bombycina. Pamphile, a woman of Kos, the daughter of Plataea, was the first person who discovered the art of unravelling these webs and spinning a tissue therefrom. Indeed, she ought not to be deprived of the glory of having discovered the art of making vestments which, while they cover a woman, at the same moment reveal her naked charms. Chapter 27. The Silkworm of Kos, and how the Koan vestments are made. The silkworm too is said to be a native of the Isle of Kos, where the vapours of the earth give new life to the flowers of the cypress, the terebinth, the ash, and the oak, which have been beaten down by the showers. At first they assume the appearance of small butterflies with naked bodies, but soon after, being unable to endure the cold, they throw out bristly hairs and assume quite a thick coat against the winter, by rubbing off the down that covers the leaves by the aid of the roughness of their feet. This they compress into balls by carding it with their claws, and then draw it out and hang it between the branches of the trees, making it fine by combing it out, as it were. Last of all, they take and roll it round their bodies, thus forming a nest in which they are enveloped. It is in this state that they are taken, after which they are placed in earthen vessels in a warm place and fed upon bran. A peculiar sort of down soon shoots forth upon the body, on being clothed with which they are sent to work upon another task. The cocoons which they have begun to form are rendered soft and pliable by the aid of water, and are then drawn out into threads by means of a spindle made of a reed. Nor in fact have the men even felt ashamed to make use of garments formed of this material, in consequence of their extreme lightness in summer, for so greatly have manners degenerated in our day, that so far from wearing a cuirass, a garment even is found to be too heavy. The produce of the Assyrian silkworm, however, we have till now left to the women only. Chapter 28. Spiders, the kinds that make webs, the materials used by them in so doing. It is by no means an absurdity to append to the silkworm an account of the spider, a creature which is worthy of our especial admiration. There are numerous kinds of spiders, however, which it will not be necessary here to mention, from the fact of their being so well known. Those that bear the name of phalangium are of small size, with the body spotted and running to a point. Their bite is venomous, and they leap as they move from place to place. Another kind again is black, and the forelegs are remarkable for their length. They have all of them 3 joints in the legs. The smaller kind of wolf spider does not make a web, but the larger ones make their holes in the earth and spread their nets at the narrow entrance thereof. A third kind again is remarkable for the skill which it displays in its operations. These spin a large web, and the abdomen suffices to supply the material for so extensive a work, whether it is that at stated periods the excrements are largely secreted in the abdomen, as Democritus thinks, or that the creature has in itself a certain faculty of secreting a peculiar sort of woolly substance. How steadily does it work with its claws, how beautifully rounded and how equal are the threads as it forms its web, while it employs the weight of its body as an equipoise. It begins at the middle to weave its web, and then extends it by adding the threads in rings around, like a warp upon the woof, forming the meshes at equal intervals, but continually enlarging them as the web increases in breadth. It finally unites them all by an indissoluble knot. With what wondrous art does it conceal the snares that lie in wait for its prey in its checkered nettings! How little too would it seem that there is any such trap laid in the compactness of its web and the tenacious texture of the woof, which would appear of itself to be finished and arranged by the exercise of the very highest art. How loose too is the body of the web as it yields to the blasts, and how readily does it catch all objects which come in its way. You would fancy that it had left, quite exhausted, the thrums of the upper portion of its net unfinished where they are spread across. It is with the greatest difficulty that they are to be perceived, and yet the moment that an object touches them, like the lines of the hunter's net, they throw it into the body of the web. With what architectural skill, too, is the whole arched over, and how well defended by a nap of extra thickness against the cold. How carefully, too, it retires into a corner, and appears intent on anything but what it really is, all the while that it is so carefully shut up from view that it is impossible to perceive whether there is anything within or not. And then, too, how extraordinary the strength of the web! When is the wind ever known to break it, or what accumulation of dust is able to weigh it down? The spider often spreads its web right across between two trees, when plying its art and learning how to spin, and then as to its length, the thread extends from the very top of the tree to the ground, while the insect springs up again in an instant from the earth and travels aloft by the self-same thread, thus mounting at the same moment and spinning its threads. When its prey falls into its net, how on the alert it is, and with what readiness it runs to seize it! Even though it should be adhering to the very edge of its web, the insect always runs instantly to the middle, as it is by these means that it can most effectually shake the web and so successfully entangle its prey. When the web is torn, the spider immediately sets about repairing it, and that so neatly that nothing like patching can ever be seen. The spider lies in wait even for the young of the lizard, and after enveloping the head of the animal bites its lips, a sight by no means unworthy of the amphitheatre itself when it is one's good fortune to witness it. Presages also are drawn from the spider, for when a river is about to swell it will suspend its web higher than usual. In calm weather these insects do not spin, but when it is cloudy they do, and hence it is that a great number of cobwebs is a sure sign of showery weather. It is generally supposed that it is the female spider that spins, and the male that lies in wait for prey, thus making an equal division of their duties. Chapter 29. The Generation of Spiders. Spiders couple backwards and produce maggot-like eggs, for I ought not to defer making some mention of this subject, seeing in fact that of most insects there is hardly anything else to be said. All these eggs they lay in their webs, but scattered about as they leap from place to place while laying them. The phalangium is the only spider that lays a considerable number of them in a hole, and as soon as ever the progeny is hatched it devours its mother, and very often the male parent as well, for that too aids in the process of incubation. These last produce as many as 300 eggs, the others a smaller number. Spiders take 3 days to hatch their eggs. They come to their full growth in 28 days. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Ayers, Atlanta, Georgia. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 4. Chapter 30. Scorpions. In a similar manner to the spider, the land scorpion also produces maggots, similar to eggs, and dies in a similar manner. This animal is a dangerous scourge, and has a venom like that of the serpent, with the exception that its effects are far more painful, as the person who is stung will linger for 3 days before death ensues. The sting is invariably fatal to virgins, and nearly always so to matrons. It is so to men also in the morning, when the animal has issued from its hole in a fasting state, and has not yet happened to discharge its poison by any accidental stroke. The tail is always ready to strike, and ceases not for an instant to menace, so that no opportunity may possibly be missed. The animal strikes too with a sidelong blow, or else by turning the tail upwards. Apollodorus informs us that the poison which they secrete is of a white color, and he has divided them into 9 classes, distinguished mostly by their colors, to very little purpose, however, for it is impossible to understand which among these it is that he has pronounced to be the least dangerous. He says also that some of them have a double sting, and that the males, for he asserts that they are engendered by the union of the sexes, are the most dangerous. These may easily be known, he says, by their slender form and greater length. He states also that they all of them have venom in their middle of the day, when they have been warmed by the heat of the sun, as also when they are thirsty. Their thirst, indeed, can never be quenched. It is an ascertained fact that those which have 7 joints in the tail are the most deadly. The greater part, however, have but 6. For this pest of Africa, the southern winds have provided means of flight as well, for the breeze bears them along. They extend their arms and ply them like so many oars in their flight. The same Apollodorus, however, asserts that there are some which really have wings. The Psylli, who for their own profit have been in the habit of importing the poisons of other lands among us, and have thus filled Italy with the pests which belong to other regions, have made attempts to import the flying scorpion as well, but it has been found that it cannot live further north than this latitude of Sicily. However, they are sometimes to be seen in Italy, but are quite harmless there. They are found also in many other places, the vicinity of Pharos, in Egypt for instance. In Scythia, the scorpion is able to kill the swine even with its sting, an animal which, in general, is proof against poisons of this kind in a remarkable degree. When stung, those swine which are black die more speedily than others, and more particularly if they happen to throw themselves into the water. When a person has been stung, it is generally supposed that he may be cured by drinking the ashes of the scorpion mixed with wine. It is the belief also that there is nothing more baneful to the scorpion and the stelio than to dip them in oil. This last animal is also dangerous to all other creatures, except those which, like itself, are destitute of blood. In figure it strongly resembles the common lizard. For the most part also the scorpion does no injury to any animal which is bloodless. Some writers too are of opinion that the scorpion devours its offspring, and that the one among the young which is the most adroit avails itself of the sole mode of escape, by placing itself on the back of the mother, and thus finding a place where it is in safety from the tail and the sting. The one that thus escapes, they say, becomes the avenger of the rest, and at last, taking advantage of its elevated position, puts its parents to death. The scorpion produces 11 at birth. Chapter 31. The Stelio. The stelio has in some measure the same nature as the chameleon, as it lives upon nothing but dew, and such spiders as it may happen to find. Chapter 32. The grasshopper, that it has neither mouth nor outlet for food. The cicada also lives in a similar manner. The smaller kind are born in the first, and die in the last, and are without a voice. The others are of the flying kind, and have a note. There are 2 sorts, those known as acada, and the smaller ones called tetagonia. These last have the loudest voice. In both of these last mentioned kinds, it is the male that sings, while the female is silent. There are nations in the East that feed upon these insects. The Parthians, even wealthy and affluent as they are, they prefer the male before it has had sexual intercourse, and the female after, and they take their eggs, which are white. They engender with the belly upwards. Upon the back they have a sharp-edged instrument, by means of which they excavate a hole to breed in the ground. The young is, at first, a small maggot in appearance, after which the larva assumes the form in which is known as the tetragomera. It bursts its shell about the time of the summer solstice, and then it takes to flight, which always happens in the night. The insect at first is black and hard. This is the only living creature that has no mouth, though it has something instead which bears a strong resemblance to the tongues of those insects which carry a sting in the mouth. This organ is situate in the breast of the animal, and is employed by it in sucking up the dew. The corselet itself forms a kind of pipe, and it is by means of this that the Acaedae utter their note, as already mentioned. Beyond this, they have no viscera in the abdomen. When surprised, they spring upwards, and eject a kind of liquid, which indeed is our only proof that they live upon dew. This also is the only animal that has no outlet for the evacuations of the body. Their powers of sight are so bad that if a person contracts his finger and then suddenly extends it close to them, they will come upon it just as though it were a leaf. Some authors divide these animals in two kinds: the Cerculia, which is the largest, and the Frumentaria, by many known as the Avenaria. This last makes its appearance just as the corn is turning dry in the ear. The grasshopper is not a native of countries that are bare of trees. Hence it is that there are none in the vicinity of the city of Cyrene, nor in fact is it produced in champaign countries, or in cool and shady thickets. They will take to some places much more readily than others. In the district of Miletus they are only to be found in some few spots, and in Cephallenia there is a river which runs through the country, on one side of which they are not to be found, while on the other they exist in vast numbers. In the territory of Regulum, again, none of the grasshoppers have any note, while beyond the river, in the territory of Locri, they sing aloud. Their wings are formed similarly to those of bees, but are larger in proportion to the body. Chapter 33. The wings of insects. There are some insects which have 2 wings, flies for instance. Others again have 4, like the bee. The wings of the grasshopper are membranous. Those insects which are armed with a sting in the abdomen have 4 wings. None of those which have a sting in the mouth have more than 2 wings. The former have received the sting for the purposes of defending themselves, the latter for the supplying of their wants. If pulled off the body, the wings of an insect will not grow again. No insect which has a sting inserted in its body has 2 wings only. Chapter 34. The beetle. The glowworm. Other kinds of beetles. Some insects, for the preservation of their wings, are covered with a crust. The beetle, for instance, the wing of which is peculiarly fine and frail. To these insects a sting has been denied by nature, but in one large kind we find horns of a remarkable length, 2-pronged at the extremities and forming pincers, which the animal closes when it is its intention to bite. These beetles are suspended from the neck of infants by way of remedy against certain maladies. Nigiderus calls them Lucani. There is another kind of beetle, again, which as it goes backwards with its feet, rolls the dung into large pellets, and then deposits in them the maggots which form its young, and in a sort of nest to protect them against the rigors of winter. Some again fly with a loud buzzing or drony noise, while others burrow numerous holes in the hearths and out in the fields, and their shrill chirp is to be heard at night. The glowworm, by the aid of the color of its sides and haunches, sends forth at night a light which resembles that of fire, being resplendent at one moment as it expands its wings, and then thrown into the shade the instant it has shut them. These insects are never to be seen before the grass of the pastures has come to maturity, nor yet after the hay has been cut. On the other hand, it is the nature of the black beetle to seek dark corners, and to avoid the light. It is found mostly in baths, being produced from the humid vapors which arise therefrom. There are some beetles also, belonging to the same species, of a golden color and a very large size, which burrow in dry ground, and construct small combs of a porous nature, and very like a sponge. These they fill with a poisonous kind of honey. In Thrace, near Olympus, there is a small locality, only one in which this animal cannot exist, from which circumstance it has received the name of Cantharolithus. The wings of all insects are formed without any division in them, and they none of them have a tail, with the exception of the scorpion. This too is the only one among them that has arms, together with a sting in the tail. As to the rest of the insects, some of them have the sting in the mouth, the gadfly for instance, or the tabanus, as some persons choose to call it. The same is the case too with the gnat and some kinds of flies. All these insects have their sting situate in the mouth instead of a tongue, but in some the sting is not pointed, being formed not for pricking, but for the purpose of suction. This is the case more especially with flies, in which it is clear that the tongue is nothing more than a tube. These insects too have no teeth. Others again have little horns protruding in front of the eyes, but without any power in them. The butterfly, for instance. Some insects are destitute of wings, such as the Scolamperda, for instance. Chapter 35. Locusts. These insects, which have feet, move sideways. Some of them have the hind feet longer than the fore ones, and curving outward. The locust, for example. These creatures lay their eggs in large masses in the autumn, thrusting the end of the tail into holes which they form in the ground. These eggs remain underground throughout the winter, and in the ensuing year, at the close of the spring, small locusts issue from them, of a black color, and crawling along without legs and wings. Hence it is that a wet spring destroys their eggs, while, if it is dry, they multiply in great abundance. Some persons maintain that they breed twice a year, and die the same number of times, that they bring forth at the rising of the Virgile, and die at the rising of the Dog Star, after which others spring up in their places. According to some, it is at the setting of Arcturus that the second litter is produced. That the mothers die the moment they have brought forth is a well-known fact, for a little worm immediately grows about the throat, which chokes them. At the same time, too, the males perish as well. This insect, which thus dies, though a cause apparently so trifling, is able to kill a serpent by itself when it pleases, by seizing its jaws with its teeth. Locusts are only produced in champaign places, that are full of chinks and crannies. In India it is said that they attain the length of 3 feet, and that the people dry the legs and thighs and use them for saws. There is another mode also in which these creatures perish. The winds carry them off in vast swarms, upon which they fall into the sea or standing waters, and not, as the ancients supposed, because their wings have been drenched by the dampness of the night. The same authors have also stated that they are unable to fly during the night, in consequence of the cold, being ignorant of the fact that they travel over lengthened tracts of seas for many days together, a thing the more to be wondered at, as they have to endure hunger all the time as well. For this it is which causes them to be thus seeking pastures in other lands. This is looked upon as a plague, inflicted by the anger of the gods, for as they fly they appear to be larger than they really are, while they make such a loud noise with their wings, that they might readily suppose to be winged creatures of quite another species. Their numbers too are so vast, that they quite darken the sun, while the people below are anxiously following them with their eye, to see if they are about to make a descent, and so cover their lands. After all, they have the requisite energies for their flight, and, as though it had been but a trifling matter to pass over the seas, they cross immense tracts of country, and cover them in clouds, which bode destruction to the harvests. Scorching numerous objects by their very contact, they eat away everything with their teeth, the very doors of the houses even. Those from Africa are the ones which chiefly devastate Italy, and more than once the Roman people have been obliged to have recourse to the Sibylline brooks, to learn what remedies to employ under their existing apprehensions of impending famine. In the territory of Cyrenaica there is a law which even compels the people to make war 3 times a year against the locusts, first by crushing their eggs, next by killing the young, and last of all by killing those of full growth, and he who fails to do so incurs the penalty of being treated as a deserter. In the island of Lemnos also there is a certain measure fixed by law, which each individual is bound to fill with locusts which he has killed, and then bring it to the magistrates. It is for this reason too that they pay such respect to the jackdaw, which flies to meet the locusts, and kills them in great numbers. In Syria also the people are placed under martial law, and compelled to kill them. In so many countries does this dreadful pest prevail. The Parthians look upon them as choice food, and the grasshopper as well. The voice of the locust appears to proceed from the back part of the head. It is generally believed that in this place, where the shoulders join to the body, they have, as it were, a kind of teeth, and it is that by grinding these against each other that they produce the harsh noise which they make. It is more especially about the 2 equinoxes that they are to be heard, in the same way that we hear the chirp of the grasshopper about the summer solstice. The coupling of locusts is similar to that of all other insects that couple, the female supporting the male, and turning back to the extremity of the tail towards him. It is only after a considerable time that they separate. In all these kinds of insects, the male is of smaller size than the female. Chapter 36. Ants. The greater part of the insects produce a maggot. Ants also produce one in spring, which is similar to an egg, and they work in common like bees. But whereas the last make their food, the former only store it away. If a person only compares the burdens which the ants carry with the size of their bodies, he must confess that there is no animal which, in proportion, is possessed of a greater degree of strength. These burdens they carry with the mouth, but when it is too large to admit of that, they turn their backs to it and push it onwards with their feet, while they use their utmost energies with their shoulders. These insects also have a political community among themselves, and are possessed of both memory and foresight. They gnaw each grain before they lay it by, for fear lest it should shoot while underground. Those grains again which are too large for admission, they divide at the entrance of their holes, and those which have become soaked by the rain, they bring out and dry. They work too by night during the full moon, but when there is no moon, they cease working. And then, too, in their labors, what ardor they display! What wonderful carefulness! Because they collect their stores from different quarters, in ignorance of the proceedings of one another, they have certain days set apart for holding a kind of market, on which they meet together and take stock. What vast throngs are then to be seen hurrying together! What anxious inquiries appear to be made, and what earnest parleys are going on amongst them as they meet! We see even the very stones worn away by their footsteps, and roads beaten down by the scene of their labors. Let no one be in doubt, then, how much assiduity and application, even in the very humblest of objects, can upon every occasion effect. Ants are the only living beings, besides man, that bestow burial on the dead. In Sicily there are no winged ants to be found. The horns of an Indian ant, suspended in the temple of Hercules at Erythrae, have been looked upon as quite miraculous for their size. This ant excavates gold from holes, in a country in the north of India, the inhabitants of which are known as the Dardae. It has the color of a cat, and is in size as large as an Egyptian wolf. This gold, which it extracts in the winter, is taken by the Indians during the heats of summer, while the ants are compelled, by the excessive warmth, to hide themselves in their holes. Still, however, on being aroused by catching the scent of the Indians, they sally forth, and frequently tear them to pieces, though provided with the swiftest camels for the purpose of flight. So great is their fleetness, combined with their ferocity and their passion for gold. Chapter 37. The Chrysalis. Many insects, however, are engendered in a different manner, and some more especially from dew. This dew settles upon the radish leaf in the early days of spring, but when it has been thickened by the action of the sun, it becomes reduced to the size of a grain of millet. From this a small grub afterward arises, which, at the end of 3 days, becomes transformed into a caterpillar. For several successive days it still increases in size, but remains motionless, and covered with a hard husk. It moves only when touched, and is covered with a web like that of the spider. In this state it is called a chrysalis, but after the husk is broken, it flies forth in the shape of a butterfly. Chapter 38. Animals which breed in wood. In the same manner also some animals are generated in the earth from rain, and some again in wood. And not only woodworms are produced in wood, but gadflies also, and other insects issue from it, whenever there is an excess of moisture. Just as in man, tapeworms are sometimes found, as much as 300 feet or more in length. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Ayers, Atlanta, Georgia. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 5. Chapter 39. Insects that are parasites of man. Which is the smallest of animals? Animals found in wax even. Then, too, in dead carrion there are certain animals produced, and in the hair, too, of living men. It was through such vermin as this that the dictator Sylla and Alcman, one of the most famous of the Grecian poets, met their deaths. These insects infest birds, too, and are apt to kill the pheasant, unless it takes care to bathe itself in the dust. Of the animals that are covered with hair, it is supposed that the ass and the sheep are the only ones that are exempt from these vermin. They are produced also in certain kinds of cloth, and more particularly those made of the wool of sheep which have been killed by the wolf. I find it stated also by authors that some kinds of water which are used for bathing are more productive of these parasites than others. Even wax is found to produce mites, which are supposed to be the very smallest of all living creatures. Other insects, again, are engendered from filth, acted upon by the rays of the sun. These fleas are called Pterosae, from the activity which they display in their hind legs. Others, again, are produced with wings from the moist dust that is found lying in holes and corners. Chapter 40. An animal which has no passage for the evacuations. There is an animal also that is generated in the summer, which has its head always buried deep in the skin of a beast, and so, living on its blood, swells to a large size. This is the only living creature that has no outlet for its food. Hence, when it has overgorged itself, it bursts asunder, and thus its very aliment is made the cause of its death. This insect never breeds on beasts of burden, but is very commonly seen on oxen, and sometimes on dogs, which, indeed, are subject to every species of vermin. With sheep and goats it is the only parasite. The thirst, too, for blood displayed by leeches, which we find in marshy waters, is no less singular, for these will thrust the entire head into the flesh in quest of it. There is a winged insect which peculiarly infests dogs, and more especially attacks them with its sting about the ears, where they are unable to defend themselves with their teeth. Chapter 41. Moths, cantharides, gnats, an insect that breeds in the snow. Dust, too, is productive of worms and wools and cloths, and this more especially if a spider should happen to be enclosed in them, for, being sensible of thirst, it sucks up all the moisture, and thereby increases the dryness of the material. These will breed in paper also. There is one kind which carries with it its husk, in the same manner as the snail, only that the feet are to be seen. If deprived of it, it does not survive, and when it is fully developed, the insect becomes a chrysalis. The wild fig tree produces gnats, known as ficari, and the little grubs of the fig tree, the pear tree, the pine, the wild rose, and the common rose produce cantharides when fully developed. These insects, which are venomous, carry with them their antidote, for their wings are useful in medicine, while the rest of the body is deadly. Again, liquids turned sour will produce other kinds of gnats, and white grubs are to be found in snow that has lain long on the ground, while those that lie above are of a reddish color. Indeed, the snow itself becomes red after it has lain some time on the ground. These grubs are covered with a sort of hair, or of a rather large size, and in a state of torpor. Chapter 42. An animal found in fire. The paralis or parasta. That element also which is so destructive to matter produces certain animals. For in the copper smelting furnaces of Cyprus, in the very midst of the fire, there is to be seen flying about a 4-footed animal with wings, the size of a large fly. This creature is called the paralis, and by some parasta. So long as it remains in the fire it will live, but if it comes out and flies a little distance from it, it will instantly die. Chapter 43. The animal called Hemorrhobion. The Hypanis, a river of Pontus, brings down in its waters, about the same time of the summer solstice, small membranous particles, like a grapestone in appearance, from which there issues an animal with 4 legs with wings, similar to the one just mentioned. It does not, however, live more than a single day, from which circumstance it has obtained the name of Hemorrhobion. The life of other insects of a similar nature is regulated from its beginning to its end by multiples of 7. Thrice 7 days is the duration of the life of the gnat and of the maggot, while those that are viviparous live 4 times 7 days, and their various changes and transformations take place in periods of 3 or 4 days. The other insects of this kind which are winged generally die in the autumn, and the gadfly becoming quite blind even before it dies. Flies which have been drowned in water, if they are covered with ashes, will return to life. Chapter 44. The nature and characteristics of all animals considered limb by limb, those which have tufts and crests. In addition to what is already stated, we will add an account of every part of the body of an animal, taken limb by limb. All those which have blood have a head as well. A small number of animals, and those only among the birds, have tufts of various kinds upon the head. The phoenix has a long row of feathers on it, from the middle of which arises another row. Peacocks have a hairy tuft resembling a bushy shrub. The stymphalis has a sort of pointed crest, and the pheasant again small horns. Added to these there is the lark, a little bird, which from the appearance of its tuft was formerly called Galerita, but has since received the Gallic name of Alauda, a name which it has transferred to one of our legions. We have already made mention also of one bird to which nature has given a crest, which it can fold or unfold at pleasure. The birds of the coot kind have also received from her a crest, which takes its rise at the beak and runs along the middle of the head, while the pie of Mars and the Balearic crane are furnished with pointed tufts. But the most remarkable feature of all is the crest which we see attached to the heads of our domestic fowls, substantial and indented like a saw. We cannot, in fact, strictly call it flesh, nor can we pronounce it to be cartilage or a callosity, but must admit that it is something of a nature peculiar to itself. As to the crests of dragons, there is no one to be found who ever saw one. Chapter 45. The various kinds of horns, animals in which they are movable. Horns, too, of various forms have been granted to many animals of the aquatic, marine, and reptile kind, but those are which more properly understood under that name belong to the quadrupeds only. For I look upon the tales of Actaeon and of Sippus even, in Latin story, as nothing more or less than fables. And indeed, in no department of her works has nature displayed a greater capriciousness. In providing animals with these weapons, she has made merry at their expense. For some she has spread them out in branches, the stag for instance. To others she has given them in mere simple form, as in the subulo, so called from the resemblance of its horns to a subula, or shoemaker's awl. In others, again, she has flattened them in the shape of a man's hand, with the fingers extended, from which circumstance the animal has received the name platyceros. To the roebuck she has given branching horns, but small, and has made them so as not to fall off and be cast each year. While to the ram she has given them of a contorted and spiral form, as though she were providing it with the cestus for a fence. The horns of the bull, again, are upright and threatening. In this last kind, the females too are provided with them, while in most it is only the males. The chamois has them, curving backwards, while in the fallow deer they bend forward. The strepsiceros, which in Africa bears the name of addax, has horns erect and spiral, grooved and tapering to a sharp point, so much so that you would almost take them to be the sides of a lyre. In the oxen of Phrygia, the horns are movable, like the ears, and among the cattle of the troglodyte they are pointed downwards to the ground, for which reason it is that they are obliged to feed with the head on one side. Other animals, again, have a single horn, and that situate in the middle of the head, or else on the nose, as already stated. Then again, in some animals, the horns are adapted for butting, and in others for goring. With some they are curved inwards, with others outwards, and with others again they are fitted for tossing, all which objects are effected in various ways, the horns either lying backwards, turning from or else towards each other, and in all cases running to a sharp point. In one kind also, the horns are used for the purpose of scratching the body instead of hands. In snails the horns are fleshy, and are thus adapted for the purpose of feeling the way, which is also the case with the cerastes. Some reptiles again have only one horn, though the snail has always two, suited for protruding and withdrawing. The barbarous nations of the north drink from the horns of the urus, a pair of which will hold a couple of urnae. Other tribes again point their spears with them. With us they are cut into laminae, upon which they become transparent. Indeed, the rays of a light placed within them may be seen to a much greater distance than without. They are used also for various appliances of luxury, either colored or varnished, or else for these kinds of pictures which are known as cestroda, or horn pictures. The horns of all animals are hollow within, it being only at the tip that they are solid. The only exception is the stag, the horn of which is solid throughout, and is cast every year. When the hoofs of oxen are worn to the quick, the husbandmen have a method of curing them by anointing the horns of the animal with grease. The substance of the horns is so ductile that even while upon the body of the living animal, they can be bent by being steeped in boiling wax, and if they are split down when they are first shooting, they may be twisted in different ways, and so appear as to be four in number upon one head. In females the horns are generally thinner than in males, as is the case also with most kinds of wool-bearing animals. No individuals, however, among sheep or hinds, nor yet any that have feet divided into toes, or that have solid hoofs, are furnished with horns, with the sole exception of the Indian ass, which is armed with a single horn. To the beasts that are cloven-footed, nature has granted 2 horns, but to those that have 4 teeth in the upper jaw, she has given none. Those persons who entertain the notion that the substance of these teeth is expended in the formation of horns are easily to be refuted, for if we only consider the case of the hind, which has no more teeth than the male, and yet is without horns altogether. In the stag the horn is only embedded in the skin, but in the other animals it adheres to the bone. Chapter 46. The heads of animals, those which have none. The head of the fish is very large in proportion to the rest of the body, probably to facilitate its diving under water. Animals of the oyster and the sponge kind have no head, which is the case also with most of the other kinds, whose only sense is that of touch. Some again have the head blended with the body, the crab for instance. Chapter 47. The hair. Of all animals, man has the longest hair upon the head, which is the case more especially with those nations where the men and women in common leave the hair to grow, and do not cut it. Indeed, it is from this fact that the inhabitants of the Alps have obtained from us the name of Capillati, as also those of Gallia, Comata. There is, however, a great difference in this respect according to the various countries. In the island of Mykonos, the people are born without hair, just as at Kaunas the inhabitants are afflicted with the spleen from their birth. There are some animals also that are naturally bald, such as the ostrich, for instance, and the aquatic raven, which last has thence derived its Greek name. It is but rarely that the hair falls off in women, and in eunuchs such is never known to be the case. Nor yet does any person lose it before having known sexual intercourse. The hair does not fall off below the brain, nor yet beneath the crown of the head, or around the ears and the temples. Man is the only animal that becomes bald, with the exception, of course, of such animals as are naturally so. Man and the horse are the only creatures whose hair turns gray, but with man this is always the case, first in the fore part of the head, and then in the hinder part. Chapter 48. The bones of the head. Some few persons only are double-crowned. The bones of the head are flat, thin, devoid of marrow, and united with sutures indented like a comb. When broken asunder, they cannot be united, but the extraction of a small portion is not necessarily fatal, as a fleshy cicatrix forms, and so makes good the loss. We have already mentioned in their respective places that the skull of the bear is the weakest of all, and that of the parrot is the hardest. Chapter 49. The Brain. The brain exists in all animals which have blood, and in those sea animals as well which we have already mentioned as mollusks, although they are destitute of blood, the polypus for instance. Man, however, has, in proportion to his body, the most voluminous brain of all. This too is the most humid and the coldest of all the viscera, and is enveloped above and below with two membranous integuments, for either of which to be broken is fatal. In addition to these facts, we may remark that the brain is larger in men than in women. In man, the brain is destitute of blood and veins, and in other animals it has no fat. Those who are well informed on the subject tell us that the brain is quite a different substance from the marrow, seeing that on being boiled it only becomes harder. In the very middle of the brain of every animal there are small bones found. Man is the only animal in which it is known to palpitate during infancy, and it does not gain its proper consistency until after the child has made its first attempt to speak. The brain is the most elevated of all the viscera, and the nearest to the roof of the head. It is equally devoid of flesh, blood, and excretions. The senses hold this organ as their citadel. It is in this that are centered all the veins which spring from the heart. It is here that they terminate. This is the very culminating point of all, the regulator of the understanding. With all animals it is advanced to the forepart of the head, from the fact that the senses have a tendency to the direction in which we look. From the brain proceeds sleep, and its return it is that causes the head to nod. Those creatures, in fact, which have no brain, never sleep. It is said that stags have in the head certain small maggots, 20 in number. They are situate in the empty space that lies beneath the tongue, and around the joints by which the head is united to the body. Chapter 50. The Ears. Animals which hear without ears or apertures. Man is the only animal the ears of which are immovable. It is from the natural flaccidity of the ear that the surname of flacus is derived. There is no part of the body that creates a more enormous expense for our women in the pearls which are suspended from them. In the East, too, it is thought highly becoming for the men even to wear gold rings in their ears. Some animals have large and others small ears. The stag alone has them cut and divided, as it were. In the field mouse they have a velvet surface. All the animals that are viviparous have ears of some kind or other, with the sole exception of the sea calf, the dolphin, the fishes which we have mentioned as cartilaginous, and the viper. These animals have only cavities instead of ears, with the exception of their cartilaginous fishes and the dolphin, which last, however, it is quite clear possesses the sense of hearing, for it is charmed by singing, and is often taken while enraptured with the melody. How it is that it does hear is quite marvelous. These animals, too, have not the slightest trace of olfactory organs, and yet they have a most acute sense of smell. Among the winged animals, only the horned owl and the long-eared owl have feathers which project like ears, the rest having only cavities for the purpose of hearing. The same is the case also with the scaly animals and the serpents. Among horses and beasts of burden of all kinds, it is the ears which indicate the natural feelings. When the animal is weary, they are drooping and flaccid. When it is startled, they quiver to and fro. When it is enraged, they are pricked up, and when it is ailing, they are pendant. Chapter 51. The Face, the Forehead, and the Eyebrows. Man is the only creature that has a face, the other animals having only a muzzle or a beak. Other animals have a forehead as well, but it is only on the forehead of man that is depicted sorrow, gladness, compassion, or severity. It is the forehead that is the index of the mind. Man has eyebrows also, which move together or alternately. These two serve in some measure as indication of the feelings. Do we deny or do we assent, it is the eyebrows mostly that indicate our intentions. Feelings of pride may be generated elsewhere, but it is here that they have their principal abode. It is in the heart that they take their rise, but it is in the eyebrows that they mount, and here they take up their position. In no part of the body could they meet with a spot more lofty and more precipitous in which to establish themselves free from all control. Chapter 52. The Eyes. Animals which have no eyes or have only one eye. Before the forehead are the eyes, which form the most precious portion of the human body, and which, by the enjoyment of the blessings of sight, distinguish life from death. Eyes, however, have not been granted to all animals. Oysters have none, but with reference to some of the shellfish, the question is still doubtful. For if we move the fingers before a scallop half open, it will immediately close its shell, apparently from seeing them, while the solen will start away from an iron instrument when placed near it. Among quadrupeds, the mole has no sight, though it has something that bears a resemblance to eyes, if we remove the membrane that is extended in front of them. Among birds also it is said that a species of heron, which is known as the lusus, is wanting of one eye, a bird of most excellent augury, when it flies towards the south or north, for it is said that it portends thereby that there is about to be an end of perils and alarms. Nigidius says also that neither locusts nor grasshoppers have eyes. In snails, the two small horns with which they feel their way perform the duties of eyes. Neither the mawworm nor any other kind of worm has eyes. Chapter 53. The Diversity of the Color of the Eyes. The eyes vary in color in the human race only. In all other animals they are of one uniform color, peculiar to the kind, though there are some horses that have eyes of an azure color. But in man the varieties and diversities are most numerous, the eyes being either large or middling size, remarkably small, or remarkably prominent. These last are generally supposed to be very weak, while those which are deep-seated are considered the best, as is the case also with those which in color resemble the eyes of the goat. Chapter 54. The Theory of Sight. Persons who can see by night. In addition to this, there are some persons who can see to a very great distance, while there are others, again, who can only distinguish objects when brought quite close to them. The vision of many stands in need of the rays of the sun. Such persons cannot see on a cloudy day, nor yet after the sun has set. Others, again, have bad sight in the daytime, but a sight superior to that of others by night. Of persons having double pupils, or the evil eye, we have already spoken at sufficient length. Blue eyes are the best for seeing in the dark. It is said that Tiberius Caesar, like no other human being, was so endowed by nature that on awaking in the night he could for a few moments distinguish objects just as well as in the clearest daylight, but that by degrees he would find his sight again enveloped in darkness. The late Emperor Augustus had azure eyes like those of some horses, the white being larger than with other men. He used to be very angry if a person stared intently at them for this peculiarity. Claudius Caesar had at the corners of the eyes a white fleshy substance, covered with veins, which would occasionally become suffused with blood. With the Emperor Caius, they had a fixed, steady gaze, while Nero could see nothing distinctly without winking and having it brought close to his eyes. The Emperor Caius had 20 pairs of gladiators in his training school, and of all these there were only 2 who did not wink the eyes when a menacing gesture was made close to them. Hence it was that these men were invincible. So difficult a matter is it for a man to keep his eyes from winking. Indeed, to wink is so natural to many that they cannot desist from it. Such persons we generally look upon as the most timid. No persons have the eye all of one color. That of the middle of the eye is always different from the white which surrounds it. In all animals there is no part in the whole body that is a stronger exponent of the feelings, and in man more especially, for it is from the expression of the eye that we detect clemency, moderation, compassion, hatred, love, sadness, and joy. From the eyes, too, the various characters of persons are judged of, according as they are ferocious, menacing, sparkling, sedate, leering, askance, downcast, or languishing. Beyond a doubt, it is in the eyes that the mind has its abode. Sometimes the look is ardent, sometimes fixed and steady, At other times the eyes are humid, and at others again half closed. From these it is that the tears of pity flow, and when we kiss them, we seem to be touching the very soul. It is the eyes that weep, and from them proceed those streams that moisten our cheeks as they trickle down. And what is this liquid that is always so ready and in such abundance in our moments of grief? And where is it kept in reserve at other times? It is by the aid of the mind that we see, by the aid of the mind that we enjoy perception, while the eyes, like so many vessels as it were, receive its visual faculties and transmit them. Hence it is that profound thought renders a man blind for the time, powers of sight being withdrawn from external objects and thrown inward. So too in epilepsy the mind is covered with darkness, while the eyes, though open, are able to see nothing. In addition to this, it is the fact that hares, as well as many human beings, can sleep with the eyes open, a thing which the Greeks express by the term korybantian. Nature has composed the eye of numerous membranes of many remarkable thinness, covering them with a thick coat to ensure their protection against heat and cold. This coat she purifies from time to time by the lachrymal humors, and she has made the surface lubricous and slippery to protect the eye against the effects of a sudden shock. Chapter 55. The Nature of the Pupil. Eyes which do not shut. In the midst of the cornea of the eye, nature has formed a window in the pupil, the small dimensions of which do not permit the sight to wander at hazard and with uncertainty, but direct it as straight as though it were a tube, and at the same time ensure its avoidance of all shocks communicated by foreign bodies. The pupils are surrounded by a black circle in some persons, while it is of a yellowish cast with others, and azure again with others. By this happy combination the light is received by the eye upon the white that lies around the pupil, and its reflection being thus tempered, it fails to impede or confuse the sight by its harshness. So complete a mirror, too, does the eye form, that the pupil, small as it is able to reflect the entire image of a man. This is the reason why most birds, when held in the hand of a person, will more particularly peck at his eyes, for seeing their own likeness reflected in the pupils, they are attracted to it by what seems to be the objects of their natural affection. It is only some few beasts of burden that are subject to maladies of the eyes towards the increase of the moon, but it is man alone that is rescued from blindness by the discharge of the humors that have caused it. Many persons have had their sight restored after being blind for 20 years, while others again have been denied this blessing from their very birth, without there being any blemish in the eyes. Many persons, again, have suddenly lost their sight from no apparent cause, and without any preceding injury. The most learned authors say that there are veins which communicate from the eye to the brain, but I am inclined to think that the communication is with the stomach, for it is quite certain that a person never loses the eye without feelings of sickness at the stomach. It is an important and sacred duty, of high sanction among the Romans, to close the eyes of the dead, and then again to open them when the body is laid on the funeral pile, the usage having taken its rise in the notion of its being improper that the eyes of the dead should be beheld by man, while it is an equally great offense to hide them from the view of heaven. Man is the only living creature the eyes of which are subject to deformities, from which, in fact, arose the family names of Strabo and Paetus. The ancients used to call a man who was born with only one eye cockles, and ocella a person whose eyes were remarkably small. Lucinus was the surname given to one who happened to have lost one eye by an accident. The eyes of animals that see at night in the dark, cats for instance, are shining and radiant, so much so that it is impossible to look upon them. Those of the she-goat, too, and the wolf are resplendent, and emit a light like fire. The eyes of the sea-calf and the hyena change successively to 1,000 colors, and the eyes, when dried, of most of the fishes will give out light in the dark, just in the same way as the trunk of the oak when it has become rotten with extreme old age. We have already mentioned the fact that animals which turn not the eyes but the head for the purpose of looking around are never known to wink. It is said, too, that the chameleon is able to roll the eyeballs completely round. Crabs look sideways and have the eyes enclosed beneath a thin crust. Those of crawfish and shrimps are very hard and prominent, and lie in a great measure beneath a defense of a similar nature. Those animals, however, the eyes of which are hard, have worse sight than those of which the eyes are formed of a humid substance. It is said that if the eyes are taken away from the young of serpents and of the swallow, they will grow again. In all insects and in animals covered with a shell, the eyes move just in the same way as the ears of quadrupeds do. Those among them which have a brittle covering have the eyes hard. All animals of this nature, as well as fishes and insects, are destitute of eyelids, and their eyes have no covering. But in all there is a membrane that is transparent like glass, spread over them. Chapter 56. The hair of the eyelids. What animals are without them? Animals which can see on one side only. Man has lashes on the eyelids on either side, and women even make it their daily care to stain them. So ardent are they in the pursuit of beauty, that they must even color their very eyes. It was with another view, however, that nature had provided the hair of the eyelids. They were to have acted, so to say, as a kind of rampart for the protection of the sight, and as an advanced bulwark against the approach of insects or other objects which might accidentally come in their way. It is not without some reason that it is said that the eyelashes fall off with those persons who are too much given to venereal pleasures. Of the other animals, the only ones that have eyelashes are those that have hair on the rest of the body as well. But the quadrupeds have them on the upper eyelid only, and the birds on the lower one. The same is the case also with those who have a soft skin, such as the serpent, and those among the quadrupeds that are oviparous, the lizard for instance. The ostrich is the only one among the birds that, like man, has eyelashes on either side. Chapter 57. Animals which have no eyelids. All birds, however, have not eyelids. Hence it is that those which are viviparous have no nictation of the eye. The heavier kinds of birds shut the eye by means of the lower eyelid, and they wink by drawing forward a membrane which lies in the corner of the eye. Pigeons and other birds of a similar nature shut the two eyelids, but the quadrupeds which are oviparous, such, for instance, as the tortoise and the crocodile, have only the lower eyelid movable, and never wink in consequence of the hardness of the eye. The edge of the upper eyelid was by the ancients called cilium, from which comes our word supercilia. If the eyelid happens to be severed by a wound, it will not reunite, which is the case also with some few other parts of the human body. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Natural History Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History Volume 3 by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 6. Chapter 58. The Cheeks. Below the eyes are the cheeks, a feature which is found in man only. From the ancients they have received the name of gena, and by the laws of the 12 tables women were forbidden to tear them. The cheeks are the seat of bashfulness. It is on them more particularly that blushes are to be seen. Chapter 59. The Nostrils. Within the cheeks is the mouth, which gives such strong indications of the feelings of joyousness and laughter, and above it, but in man only, is the nose, which modern notions have stamped as the exponent of sarcasm and ridicule. In no other animal but man is the nose thus prominent. Birds, serpents, and fishes have no nostrils, but apertures only for the purpose of smell. It is from the peculiarity of the nose that are derived the surnames of Simus and Silo. Children born in the 7th month often have the ears and the nostrils imperforate. Chapter 60. The mouth, the lips, the chin, and the jawbone. It is from the labia or lips the Brochi have received the surname of labio. All animals that are viviparous have a mouth that is either well formed or harshly defined, as the case may be. Instead of lips and mouth, the birds have a beak that is horny and sharp at the end. With birds that live by rapine, the beak is hooked inwards, but with those which gather and peck only, it is straight. Those animals again, which root up grass or puddle in the mud, have the muzzle broad, like swine. The beasts of burden employ the mouth in place of hands in gathering their food, while those which live by rapine and slaughter have it wider than the rest. No animal, with the exception of man, has either chin or cheekbones. The crocodile is the only animal that has the upper jawbone movable. Among the land quadrupeds it is the same as with other animals, except that they can move it obliquely. Chapter 61. The teeth. The various kinds of teeth, in what animals they are not on both sides of the mouth, animals which have hollow teeth. Teeth are arranged in three different ways: serrated, in one continuous row, or else protruding from the mouth. When serrated they unite together just like those of a comb, in order that they may not be worn by rubbing against one another, as in serpents, fishes, and dogs, for instance. In some creatures they are set in one continuous row, man and the horse, for instance, while in the wild boar, the elephant, and the hippopotamus, they protrude from the mouth. Among those set in one continuous row, the teeth which divide the food are broad and sharp, while those which grind it are double. The teeth which lie between the incisive and the molar teeth are those known as the canine or dog teeth. These are by far the largest in those animals which have serrated teeth. Those animals which have continuous rows of teeth have them either situate on both sides of the mouth, as in the horse, or else have no foreteeth in the upper part of the mouth, as is the case with oxen, sheep, and all the animals that ruminate. The she-goat has no upper teeth, except the two front ones. No animals which have serrated teeth have them protruding from the mouth. Among these two the females rarely have them, and to those that do have them they are of no use. Hence it is that while the boar strikes, the sow bites. No animal with horns has projecting teeth, and all such teeth are hollow, while in other animals the teeth are solid. All fish have the teeth serrated, with the exception of the scarus, this being the only one among the aquatic animals that has them level at the edges. In addition to this, there are many fishes which have teeth upon the tongue and over the whole of the mouth, in order that by the multitude of the bites which they inflict they may soften those articles of food which they could not possibly manage by tearing. Many animals also have teeth in the palate, and even in the tail, in addition to which some have them inclining to the interior of the mouth, that the food may not fall out, the animal itself having no other means of retaining it there. Chapter 62. The teeth of serpents, their poison, a bird which has teeth. The asp also and other serpents have similar teeth, but in the upper jaw on the right and left they have two of extreme length, which are perforated with a small tube in the interior, just like the sting of the scorpion, and it is through these that they eject their venom. The writers who have made the most diligent inquiries on the subject inform us that this venom is nothing but the gall of the serpent, and that it is conveyed to the mouth by certain veins which run beneath the spine. Indeed, there are some who state that there is only one poison fang, and that being barbed at the end, it is bent backwards when the animal has inflicted a bite. Other writers, however, affirm that on such an occasion the fang falls out, as it is very easily displaced, but that it soon grows again. This tooth, they say, is thus wanting in the serpents which we see handled about by persons. It is also stated that the fang exists in the tail of the scorpion, and that most of these animals have no less than 3. The teeth of the viper are concealed in the gums. The animal being provided with a similar venom exercises the pressure of its fangs for the purpose of instilling the poison in its bite. No winged creatures have teeth, with the sole exception of the bat. The camel is the only one among the animals without horns that has no foreteeth in the upper jaw. None of the horned animals have serrated teeth. Snails too have teeth, a proof of which are the vetches which we find gnawed away by snails of very smallest size. To assert that among marine animals, those that have shells, and those that are cartilaginous have 4 teeth, and that the sea urchin has 5 teeth, I am very much surprised how such a notion could have possibly arisen. With insects, the sting supplies the place of teeth. The ape has teeth just like those in man. Elephant has in the interior of the mouth 14 teeth, adapted for chewing, in addition to those which protrude. In the male these are curved inwards, but in the female they are straight and project outwards. The sea mouse, a fish which goes before the balena, has no teeth at all, but in place of them the interior of the mouth is lined with bristles, as well as the tongue and palate. Among the smaller land quadrupeds, the two foreteeth in each jaw are the longest. Chapter 63. Wonderful circumstances connected with the teeth. The other animals are born with teeth, whereas man has them only at the 7th month after his birth. While other animals keep their teeth to the time of their death, man, the lion, the beast of burden, the dog, and the ruminating animals all change them. The lion and the dog, however, change none but the canine teeth. The canine tooth of the wolf on the right side is held in high esteem as an amulet. There is no animal that changes the maxillary teeth, which stand beyond the canine teeth. With man, the last teeth, which are known as the genuine or cheek teeth, come about the 20th year, and with many men the females as well, so late even as the 80th, but this only in the case of those who have not had them in their youth. It is a well-known fact that the teeth are sometimes shed in old age and replaced by others. Musanus has stated that he himself saw one Zocles, a native of Samothrace, who had a set of teeth when he was past his 104th year. In addition to these facts, in man males have more teeth than females, which is the case also in sheep, goats, and swine. Timarchus, the son of Nicocles, the Paphian, had a double row of teeth in his jaws. The same person had a brother also who never changed his front teeth, and consequently wore them to the very stumps. There is an instance also of a man having a tooth growing in the palate. The canine teeth, when lost by any accident, are never known to come again. While in all other animals the teeth grow of a tawny colour with old age, with the horse, and him only, they become whiter the older he grows. Chapter 64. How an estimate is formed of the age of animals from their teeth. The age, in beasts of burden, is indicated by the teeth. In the horse they are 40 in number. At 30 months it loses the two foreteeth in either jaw, and in the following year the same number next to them. At the time of that the eye teeth come. At the beginning of the 5th year the animal loses 2 teeth, which grow again in the 6th, and in the 7th it has all its teeth, those which have replaced the others and those which have never been changed. If a horse is gelded before it changes its teeth, it never sheds them. In a similar manner also the ass loses 4 of its teeth in the 30th month, and the others from 6 months to 6 months. If a she-ass happens not to have foaled before the last of these teeth are shed, it is sure to be barren. Oxen change their teeth at 2 years old, with swine they are never changed. When these several indications of age have been lost in horses and other beasts of burden, the age is ascertained by the projecting of the teeth, the greyness of the hair in the eyebrows, and the hollow pits that form around them. At this period the animal is supposed to be about 16 years old. In the human teeth there is a certain venom, for if they are placed uncovered before a mirror they will tarnish its brightness, and they will kill young pigeons while yet unfledged. The other particulars relative to the teeth have been already mentioned under the head of the generation of man. When teething first commences, the bodies of infants are subject to certain maladies. Those animals which have serrated teeth inflict the most dangerous bites. Chapter 65. The tongue, animals which have no tongue, the noise made by frogs, the palate. The tongue is not similarly formed in all animals. Serpents have a very thin tongue, and 3 forked, which they vibrate to and fro. It is of a black colour, and when drawn from out of the mouth, of extraordinary length. The tongue of the lizard is 2 forked and covered with hair. That of the sea calf also is 2-fold, but with the serpents it is of the thinness of a hair. The other animals employ it to lick the parts around the mouth. Fishes have nearly the whole of the tongue adhering to the palate, while in the crocodile the whole of it does adhere thereto. But in the aquatic animals the palate, which is fleshy, performs the duty of the tongue as the organ of taste. In lions, pards, and all the animals of that class, and in cats as well, the tongue is covered with asperities which overlap each other and bear a strong resemblance to a rasp. Such being its formation, if the animal licks a man's skin, it will wear it away by making it thinner and thinner, for which reason it is that the saliva of even a perfectly tame animal, being thus introduced to the close vicinity of the blood, is apt to bring on madness. Of the tongue of the purple we have made mention already. With the frog, the end of the tongue adheres to the mouth, while the inner part is disjointed from the sides of the gullet, and it is by this means that the males give utterance to their croaking, at the season at which they are known as oleogones. This happens at stated periods of the year, at which the males invite the females for the purposes of propagation. Letting down the lower lip to the surface of the water, they receive a small portion of it in the mouth, and then by quavering with the tongue make a gurgling noise, from which the croaking is produced, which we hear. In making this noise, the folds of the mouth, becoming distended, are quite transparent, and the eyes start from the head and burn again with the effort. Those insects which have a sting in the lower part of the body have teeth and a tongue as well. With bees it is of considerable length, and in the grasshopper it is very prominent. Those insects which have a fistula sting in the mouth have neither tongue nor teeth, while others again have a tongue in the interior of the mouth, the ant for instance. In the elephant the tongue is remarkably broad, and while with all other animals, each according to its kind, it is always perfectly at liberty, with man, and him alone, it is often found so strongly tied down by certain veins that it becomes necessary to cut them. We find it stated that the Pontiff Metellus had a tongue so ill adapted for articulation that he is generally supposed to have voluntarily submitted to torture for many months, while preparing to pronounce the speech which he was about to make on the dedication of the temple of Opifera. In most persons the tongue is able to articulate with distinctness at about the 7th year, and many know how to employ it with such remarkable skill as to be able to imitate the voices of various birds and other animals with the greatest exactness. The other animals have the sense of taste centred in the fore part of the tongue, but in man it is situated in the palate as well. Chapter 66. The tonsils, the uva, the epiglottis, the artery, the gullet. In man there are tonsils at the root of the tongue. These in swine are called glandules. The uvula, which is suspended between them at the extremity of the palate, is found only in man. Beneath this lies a smaller tongue known by the name of epiglottis, but it is wanting in animals that are oviparous. Placed as it is between two passages, the functions of the epiglottis are of a twofold nature. The one of these passages that lies more inward is called the tracheal artery, and leads to the lungs and the heart. The epiglottis covers it during the action of eating, that the drink or food may not go the wrong way, and so be productive of suffering, as it is by this passage that the breath and the voice are conveyed. The other, or exterior passage, is called the gula, and it is by this passage that the victuals and drink pass. This leads to the belly, while the former one communicates with the chest. The epiglottis covers the pharynx in its turn when only the breath or the voice is passing, in order that the victuals may not inopportunely pass upwards, and so disturb the breathing or articulation. The tracheal artery is composed of cartilage and flesh, while the gullet is formed of a sinewy substance united with flesh. Chapter 67. The neck, the throat, the dorsal spine. The neck is found to exist in no animal but those which have both these passages. All the others which have the gullet only have nothing but a gorge or throat. In those which have a neck, it is formed of several rounded vertebrae, and is flexible and joined together by distinct articulations, to allow of the animal turning round the head to look. The lion, the wolf, and the hyena are the only animals in which it is formed of a single rigid bone. The neck is annexed to the spine, and the spine to the loins. The vertebral column is of a bony substance, but rounded, and pierced within to afford a passage for the marrow to descend from the brain. It is generally concluded that the marrow is of the same nature as the brain, from the fact that if the membrane of exceeding thinness which covers it is pierced, death immediately ensues. Those animals which have long legs have a long throat as well, which is the case also with aquatic birds, although they have short legs, as well as with those which have hooked talons. Chapter 68. The throat, the gullet, the stomach. Man only, and the swine, are subject to swellings in the throat, which are mostly caused by the noxious quality of the water which they drink. The upper part of the gullet is called the fauces, the lower the stomach. By this name is understood a fleshy concavity situate behind the tracheal artery and joining the vertebral column. It extends in length and breadth like a sort of chasm. Those animals which have no gullet have no stomach either, nor yet any neck or throat, fishes for example, and in all those the mouth communicates immediately with the belly. The sea tortoise has neither tongue nor teeth. It can break anything, however, with the sharp edge of its muzzle. After the tracheal artery there is the esophagus, which is indented with hard asperities, resembling bramble thorns for the purpose of levigating the food, the incisions gradually becoming smaller as they approach the belly. The roughness at the very extremity of this organ strongly resembles that of a blacksmith's file. Chapter 69. The heart, the blood, the vital spirit. In all other animals but man, the heart is situate in the middle of the breast. In man alone it is placed just below the pap on the left-hand side, the smaller end terminating in a point and bearing outward. It is among the fish only that this point is turned towards the mouth. It is asserted that the heart is the first among the viscera that is formed in the fetus, then the brain, and last of all the eyes. It is said too that the eyes are the first organs that die, and the heart is the very last of all. The heart also is the principal seat of the heat of the body. It is constantly palpitating, and moves as though it were one animal enclosed within another. It is also enveloped in a membrane equally supple and strong, and is protected by the bulwarks formed by the ribs and the bone of the breast, as being the primary source and origin of life. It contains within itself the primary receptacles for the spirit and the blood in its sinuous cavity, which in the larger animals is threefold, and in all twofold at least. Here it is that the mind has its abode. From this source proceed two large veins, which branch into the fore part and the back of the body, and which, spreading out into a series of branches, convey the vital blood by other small veins over all parts of the body. This is the only one among the viscera that is not affected by maladies, nor is it subject to the ordinary penalties of human life, but when injured it produces instant death. While all the other viscera are injured, vitality may still remain in the heart. Chapter 70. Those animals which have the largest heart, and those which have the smallest. What animals have two hearts? Those animals are looked on as stupid and lumpish which have a hard, rigid heart, while those in which it is small are courageous, and those are timid which have it very large. The heart is the largest in proportion to the body in the mouse, the hare, the ass, the stag, the panther, the weasel, the hyena, and all the animals in fact which are timid or dangerous only from the effects of fear. In Paphlagonia the partridge has a double heart. In the heart of the horse and the ox there are bones sometimes found. It is said that the heart increases every year in man, and that the 2 drachmae in weight are added yearly up to the 50th year, after which period it decreases yearly in a similar ratio, and that it is for this reason that men do not live beyond their 100th year, the heart then failing them. Thus is the notion entertained by the Egyptians, whose custom it is to embalm the bodies of the dead and so preserve them. It is said that men have been born with the heart covered with hair, and that such persons are excelled by none in valour and energy. Such, for instance, as Aristomenes, the Messenian, who slew 300 Lacedaemonians. Being covered with wounds and taken prisoner, he, on one occasion, made his escape by a narrow hole which he discovered in the stone quarry where he was imprisoned, while in pursuit of a fox which had found that mode of exit. Being again taken prisoner while his guards were fast asleep, he rolled himself towards a fire close by, and at the expense of his body burnt off the cords by which he was bound. On being taken a third time, the Lacedaemonians opened his breast while he was still alive, and his heart was found covered with hair. Chapter 71. When the custom was first adopted of examining the heart in the inspection of the entrails. On examination of the entrails, to find a certain fatty part on the top of the heart is looked upon as a fortunate presage. Still, however, the heart has not always been considered as forming a part of the entrails for this purpose. It was under Lucius Posthumus Albinus, the king of the sacrifices, and after the 126th Olympiad, when King Pyrrhus had quitted Italy, that the aruspices began to examine the heart as part of the consecrated entrails. The first day that the dictator Caesar appeared in public, clothed in purple and sitting on a seat of gold, the heart was twice found wanting when he sacrificed. From this circumstance has arisen a great question among those who discuss matters connected with divination, whether it was possible for the victim to have lived without the organ, or whether it had been lost at the very moment of its death. It is asserted that the heart cannot be burnt of those persons who die of the cardiac disease, and the same is said of those who die by poison. At all events, there is still in existence an oration pronounced by Vitellius, in which he accuses Piso of this crime, and employs this alleged fact as one of his proofs, openly asserting that the heart of Germanicus Caesar could not be burnt at the funeral pile in consequence of his having been poisoned. On the other hand, the peculiar nature of the disease under which Germanicus was labouring was alleged in Piso's defence. Chapter 72. The lungs, in what animals they are largest, and in what the smallest, animals which have nothing but lungs in the interior of the body, causes which produce extraordinary swiftness in animals. Beneath the heart are the lungs, the laboratory in which the respiration is prepared. The use of these is to draw in the air and then expel it, for which purpose their substance is of a spongy nature, and filled with cavernous holes. Some few among the aquatic animals have lungs, as we have already stated, and among the rest of those which are oviparous, they are small, of a fungous nature, and containing no blood. Hence it is that these animals do not experience thirst. It is for the same reason also that frogs and seals are able to remain so long under water. The tortoise, too, although it has lungs of remarkable size and extending throughout the whole of the shell, is also equally destitute of blood. The smaller the lungs are in proportion to the body, the greater the swiftness of the animal. It is in the chameleon that the lungs are the largest in proportion to the body, in which, in fact, it has no other viscera at all. Chapter 73. The liver. In what animals and in what part there are two livers found. The liver is on the right side. In this part is situate what has been called the head of the entrails, and it is subject to considerable variations. No liver at all was found in a victim which was sacrificed by M. Marcellus about the period when he was killed in battle against Hannibal, while a victim which was slain on the following day, a double liver was found. It was wanting also in a victim sacrificed by C. Marius at Utica, and in one which was offered by the Emperor Caius upon the calends of January, on the occasion of his entering the year of the consulship in which he was slain. The same thing happened also to his successor Claudius, in the month in which he was cut off by poison. When the late Emperor Augustus was sacrificing at Spoletum upon the first day of his entering on the imperial dignity, in 6 different victims the liver was found rolled over within itself from the very lowest lobe, and the answer that was given by the diviners was to the effect that, in the course of the year, he would gain a twofold sway. It is of evil omen to find an incision in the head of the entrails, except on occasions of disquietude and alarm, for then it is significant of cutting all cares, and so putting an end to them. The hairs that are found in the vicinity of Briletum and Tharn, and in the Chersonius, on the Propontis, have a double liver, but what is very singular, if they are removed to another place, they will lose one of them. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 7. Chapter 74. The gall, where situate, and in what animals it is double. Animals which have no gall, and others in which it is not situate in the liver. In the liver is the gall, which, however, does not exist in every animal. At Chalae in Euboria, none of the cattle have it, while in the cattle of the Isle of Naxos it is of extraordinary size, and double, so that to a stranger either of these facts would appear as good as a prodigy. The horse, the mule, the ass, the stag, the roebuck, the wild boar, the camel, and the dolphin have no gall, but some kinds of rats and mice have it. Some few men are without it, and such persons enjoy robust health and a long life. There are some authors who say that the gall exists in the horse, not in the liver, but in the paunch, and that in the stag it is situate either in the tail or the intestines, and that hence it is that those parts are so bitter that dogs will not touch them. The gall, in fact, is nothing else but the worst parts of the blood, purged off, and for this reason it is that it is so bitter. At all events, it is a well-known fact that no animal has a liver unless it has blood as well. The liver receives the blood from the heart, to which it is united, and then disperses it in the veins. Chapter 75. The Properties of the Gall. When the gall is black, it is productive of madness in man, and if it is wholly expelled, death will ensue. Hence it is, too, that the word bile has been employed by us to characterize a harsh, embittered disposition. So powerful are the effects of this secretion when it extends its influence into the mind. In addition to this, when it is dispersed over the whole of the body, it deprives the eyes even of their natural color, and when ejected, will tarnish copper vessels, even rendering everything black with which it comes in contact. so that no one ought to be surprised that it is the gall which constitutes the venom of serpents. Those animals of Pontus which feed on wormwood have no gall. In the raven, the quail, and the pheasant, the gall-bladder is united to the renal parts, and on one side only to the intestines. In many animals, again, it is united only to the intestines, the pigeon, the hawk, and the murena, for example. In some few birds it is situate in the liver, but it is in serpents and fishes that it is the largest in proportion. With the greater part of birds it extends all along throughout the intestines, as in the hawk and the kite. In some other birds also it is situate in the breast as well. The gall, too, of the sea-calf is celebrated for its application to many purposes. From the gall of the bull a colour is extracted like that of gold. The aruspices have consecrated the gall to Neptune and the influence of water. The Emperor Augustus found a double gall in a victim which he was sacrificing on the day of his victory at Actium. Chapter 76. In what animal the liver increases and decreases with the moon, observation of the auspices relative thereto, and remarkable prodigies. It is said that in the small liver of the mouse the number of lobes corresponds to the day of the moon, and that they are found to be just as many in number as she is days old, in addition to which it is said that it increases at the winter solstice. In the rabbits of Baetica the liver is always found to have a double lobe. Ants will not touch one lobe of the liver of the bramble frog, in consequence of its poisonous nature, it is generally thought. The liver is remarkable for its powers of preservation, and sieges have afforded us remarkable instances of its being kept as long as 100 years. Chapter 77. The Diaphragm, the Nature of Laughter. The entrails of serpents and lizards are of remarkable length. It is related that, a most fortunate omen, Caccina of Voltaire beheld 2 dragons arising from the entrails of the victim, and this will not be all incredible if we are ready to believe that while King Pyrrhus was sacrificing, the day upon which he died, the heads of the victims, on being cut off, crawled along the ground and licked up their own blood. In man the entrails are separated from the lower part of the viscera by a certain membrane, which is called preacordia, because it is extended in front of the heart. The Greeks have given it the name phrenes. All the principal viscera have been enclosed by nature, in her prudent foresight, in their own peculiar membranes, just like so many sheaths, in fact. With reference to the diaphragm, there was a particular reason for this wise provision of nature, its proximity to the guts, and the chances that the food might possibly intercept the respiration. It is to this organ that it is attributed quick and ready wit, and hence it is that it has no fleshy parts, but is composed of fine sinews and membranes. This part, too, is also the chief seat of the gaiety of mind, a fact which is more particularly proved by the titillation of the armholes, to which the midriff extends. Indeed, in no part of the body is the skin more fine. For this reason it is also that we experience such peculiar pleasure in scratching the parts in its vicinity. Hence it is that in battles and gladiatorial combats many persons have been known to be pierced through the midriff, and to die in the act of laughing. Chapter 78. The Belly, Animals which have no belly, which are the only animals that vomit. In those animals which have a stomach, below the diaphragm the belly is situate. In other animals it is single, but in those which ruminate it is double. In those again which are destitute of blood there is no belly, for the intestinal canal commences in some of them at the mouth and returns to that part, as is the case with the sapia and the polypus. In man it is connected with the extremity of the stomach, and the same with the dog. These are the only creatures that have the belly more narrow at the lower part. Hence it is too that they are the only ones that vomit, for on the belly being filled, the narrowness at its extremity precludes the food from passing, in which the belly is more capacious at the extremity, and so leaves a free passage for the food, to the lower parts of the body. Chapter 79. The small guts, the front intestines, the anus, the colon, the causes of the insatiate voracity of certain animals. After the belly, we find in man and the sheep the lactase, the place of which in other animals is occupied by the hilae. It is through these organs that the food passes. We then find the larger intestines, which communicate with the anus, and which in man consist of extremely sinuous folds. Those animals which have the longest intestinal canal are the most voracious, and those which have the belly the most loaded with fat are the least intelligent. There are some birds also which have two receptacles, the one of which is the crop, in which they stow away the food which they have just swallowed, while the other is the belly, into which they discharge the food when it is duly prepared and digested. This is the case with the domestic fowl, the ringdove, the pigeon, and the partridge. The other birds are in general destitute of crop, but then they have a more capacious gorge, the jackdaw, the raven, and the crow, for instance. Some again are constituted in neither manner, but have the belly close to the gorge. Those, for instance, which have the neck very long and narrow, such as the polyphyrio. In the solid-hoofed animals the belly is rough and hard, while in some land animals it is provided with rough asperities like teeth, and in others again it has a reticulated surface like that of a file. Those animals which have not the teeth on both sides, and do not ruminate, digest the food in the belly, from whence it descends to the lower intestines. There is an organ in all animals attached in the middle to the navel, and in man similar in its lower part to that of the swine, the name given thereto by the Greeks being colon, a part of the body which is subject to excruciating pains. In dogs this gut is extremely contracted, for which reason it is that they are unable to ease it except by great efforts, and not without considerable suffering. Those animals with which the food passes at once from the belly through the straight intestine are of insatiate appetite, as for instance the hind wolf, and among birds the diver. The elephant has 4 bellies. The rest of its intestines are similar to those of the swine, and the lungs are 4 times as large as those of the ox. The belly in birds is fleshy, and formed of a callous substance. In that of young swallows there are found little white or pink pebbles, known by the name of chelidonii, and said to be employed in magical incantations. In the second belly of the heifer there is a black tufa found, round like a ball, and of no weight to speak of. This, it is generally thought, is singularly efficacious in laborious deliveries, if it happens not to have touched the ground. Chapter 80. The omentum, the spleen, animals which are without it. The belly and the intestines are covered with a caul, known as the omentum, consisting of a fatty thin membrane, except in the case of those animals which are oviparous. To this membrane is attached the spleen, which lies on the left side, and opposite the liver. Sometimes, indeed, it changes place with the liver, but such a case is looked upon as nothing less than a prodigy. Some persons imagine that a spleen of extremely diminutive size exists in the oviparous animals, as also in serpents. At all events, it is to be detected in the tortoise, the crocodile, the lizard, and the frog, though it is equally certain that it does not exist in the bird known as the aegocephalus, nor yet in those animals which are destitute of blood. The spleen sometimes offers a peculiar impediment in running, for which reason the region of the spleen is cauterized, in runners who are troubled with pains there. It is said also that if the spleen is removed by an incision, animals may survive. There are some persons who think that with the spleen man loses the power of laughing, and that excessive laughter is caused by the overgrowth of it. There is a territory of Asia known as Sepsis, in which it is said that the spleen of the cattle is remarkably small, and that from thence it is that remedies for diseases of the spleen have been introduced. Chapter 81. The kidneys, animals which have 4 kidneys, animals which have none. About Briletum and Tharn, the stags have 4 kidneys, while on the other hand those animals which have wings and scales have none. The kidneys adhere to the upper part of the loins. Among all animals, the kidney on the right side is more elevated than the other, less fat and drier. In both kidneys there is a certain streak of fat running from the middle, with the sole exception of those of the sea-calf. It is above the kidneys also that animals are fattest, and the accumulation of fat about them is often the cause of death in sheep. Small stones are sometimes found in the kidneys. All quadrupeds that are viviparous have kidneys, but of those which are oviparous, the tortoise is the only one that has them. An animal which has all other viscera, but, like man, has the kidneys composed, to all appearance, of several kidneys, similar to those of the ox. Chapter 82. The breast, the ribs. Nature has placed the breast, or, in other words, certain bones, around the diaphragm and the organs of life, but not around the belly, for the expansion of which was necessary that room should be left. Indeed, there is no animal that has any bones around the belly. Man is the only creature that has a broad breast. In all others it is of a carinated shape, in birds more particularly, and most of all the aquatic birds. The ribs of man are only 8 in number. Swine have 10, the horned animals 13, and serpents 30. Chapter 83. The bladder, animals which have no bladder. Below the paunch on the anterior side lies the bladder, which is never found in any oviparous animal, with the exception of the tortoise, nor yet in any animal that has not lungs with blood, or in any one that is destitute of feet. Between it and the paunch are certain arteries which extend to the pubes, and are known as the ilia. In the bladder of the wolf there is found a small stone, which is called ceretes. And in the bladders of some persons calculi are sometimes found, which produce most excruciating pains. Small hairs, like bristles, are also occasionally found in the bladder. This organ consists of a membrane, which, when once wounded, does not cicatrize, just like those in which the brain and the heart are enveloped. There are many kinds of membranes, in fact. Chapter 84. The womb of the sow, the teats. Women have all the same organs, except that adjoining to the bladder there is one like a small sac, from which circumstance it is called the uterus. Another name for this part is the loci, but in other animals it is known by the name of vulva. With the viper and other animals which generate their young within themselves, the womb is double, while with those which are oviparous it is attached to the diaphragm. In woman it has 2 concavities, one on either side. When the matrix becomes displaced, it is productive of fatal effects by causing suffocation. It is asserted that the cow, when pregnant, carries her young only in the right concavity of the womb, and that this is the case even when she produces twins. The womb of the sow is considered better eating if she has slipped her young, than if she has duly brought forth. In the former case it is known by the name of ejectitia. In the latter it is called porcaria. The womb of a sow that is farrowed only once is the most esteemed, and that of those which have ceased farrowing the least. After farrowing, unless the animal is killed the same day, the womb is of a livid color, and lean. This part, however, is not esteemed in a young sow, except just after the first farrowing. Indeed, it is much more highly valued in an animal of a more mature age, so long it is not past breeding, or has been killed 2 days before farrowing, or 2 days after, or upon the day on which it has miscarried. The next best after that of a sow that has miscarried is that of one that has been killed the day after farrowing. Indeed, the paps of this last, if the young have not begun to suck, are excellent eating, while those of an animal that has miscarried are very inferior. The ancients called this part by the name of abdomen, before it grew hard, and were not in the habit of killing swine while in the state of pregnancy. Chapter 85. Animals which have suet, animals which do not grow fat. Those among the horned animals which have teeth in one jaw only, and pastern bones on the feet, produce tallow or suet. Those, on the other hand, which are cloven-footed or have the feet divided into toes, and are without horns, have simple fat only. This fat becomes hard, and when quite cold turns brittle, and is always found at the extremity of the flesh, while on the other hand the fat which lies between the skin and the flesh forms a kind of liquid juice. Some animals naturally do not become fat, such as the hare and the partridge, for instance. All fat animals, male as well as female, are mostly barren, and those which are remarkably fat become old the soonest. All animals have a certain degree of fatness in the eyes. The fat in all animals is devoid of sensation, having neither arteries nor veins. With the greater part of animals, fatness is productive of insensibility, so much so, indeed, that it has been said that living swine have been gnawed even by mice. It has been even asserted that the fat was drawn off the body of a son by L. Apronius, a man of consular rank, and that he was thus relieved of a burden which precluded him from moving. Chapter 86. The Marrow. Animals which have no marrow. The marrow seems also to be formed of a similar material. In the young it is of a reddish color, but it is white in the aged. It is only found in those bones which are hollow, and not in the tibia of horses or dogs, for which reason it is that when the tibia is broken, the bone will not reunite, a process which is effected by the flow of the marrow. The marrow is of a greasy nature in those animals which have fat, and sooty in those with horns. It is full of nerves, and is found only in the vertebral column, in those animals which have no bones, fishes, for instance. The bear has no marrow, and the lion has a little only in some few bones of the thighs and the brachia, which are of such extraordinary hardness that sparks may be emitted therefrom as though from a flintstone. Chapter 87. Bones and fish bones. Animals which have neither. Cartilages. The bones are hard also in those animals which do not grow fat. Those of the ass are used by musicians for making flutes. Dolphins have bones, and not ordinary fish bones, for they are viviparous. Serpents, on the other hand, have bones like those of fish. Among aquatic animals, the mollusks have no bones, but the body is surrounded with circles of flesh, as in the sapia and the cuttlefish, for instance. Insects also are said to be equally destitute of bones. Among aquatic animals, those from which are cartilaginous have marrow in the vertebral column. The sea calf has cartilages and no bones. The ears also and the nostrils in all animals, when remarkably prominent, are made flexible by a remarkable provision of nature, in order that they may not be broken. When cartilage is once broken, it will not unite, nor will bone, when cut, grow again, except in beasts of burden, between the hoof and the pastern. Man increases in height till his 21st year, after which he fills out, but it is more particularly when he first arrives at the age of puberty that he seems to have untied a sort of knot in his existence, and this especially when he has been overtaken by illness. Chapter 88. The Nerve. Animals which have none. The nerves take their rise at the heart, and even surround it in the ox. They have the same nature and principle as the marrow. In all animals they are fastened to the lubricous surface of the bones, and so serve to fasten these knots in the body, which are known as articulations or joints, sometimes lying between them, sometimes surrounding them, and sometimes running from one to another. In one place they are long and round, and in another broad, according to the necessity of each case may demand. When cut, they will not reunite, and if wounded, it is wonderful what excruciating pain they cause, though if completely cut asunder. They are productive of none whatever. Some animals are destitute of nerves, fish for instance, the bodies of which are united by arteries, though even these are not to be found in the mollusks. Wherever there are nerves found, it is the inner ones that contract the limb, and the outer ones that extend it. Among the nerves lie concealed the arteries, which are so many passages for the spirit, and upon these float the veins as conduits for the blood. The pulsation of the arteries is more especially perceptible on the surface of the limbs, and afford indications of nearly every disease, being either stationary, quickened, or retarded, conformably to certain measures and metrical laws, which depend on the age of the patient, and which have been described with remarkable skill by Herophilus, who has been looked upon as a prophet in the wondrous art of medicine. These indications, however, have been hitherto neglected in consequence of their remarkable subtlety and minuteness, though at the same time it is by observation of the pulse, as being fast or slow, that the health of the body, as regulating life, is ascertained. Chapter 89. The arteries, the veins, animals without arteries or veins, the blood and the sweat. The arteries are destitute of sensation, for they are devoid of blood. They do not, all of them, however, contain the vital spirit, and when one of them has been cut, it is only that part of the body which is reduced to a torpid state. Birds have neither veins nor arteries, which is the case also with serpents, tortoises, and lizards, and they have but a very small proportion of blood. The veins, which are dispersed beneath the whole skin in filaments of extreme thinness, terminate with such remarkable fineness that the blood is able to penetrate no further, or indeed anything else, except an extremely subtle humor which oozes forth from the skin in innumerable small drops, and is known to us as sweat. The knot and place of union of the veins is the navel. Chapter 90. Animals, the blood of which coagulates with the greatest rapidity. Other animals, the blood of which does not coagulate. Animals which have the thickest blood. Those the blood of which is the thinnest. Animals which have no blood. Those animals in which the blood is more abundant and of an unctuous nature are irascible. It is darker in males than in females, and in the young than in the aged. The blood of the lower extremities is the thickest. There is great vitality, too, in the blood, and when it is discharged from the body, it carries the life with it. It is not sensible, however, of touch. Those animals in which the blood is the thickest are the most courageous, and those in which it is the thinnest are the most intelligent, while those again which have little or no blood are the most timorous of all. The blood of the bull coagulates and hardens the most speedily of all, and hence it is so particularly deadly when drunk. On the other hand, the blood of the wild boar, the stag, the roebuck, and oxen of all kinds does not coagulate. Blood is of the richest quality in the ass, and the poorest in man. Those animals which have more than 4 feet have no blood. In animals which are very fat, the blood is less abundant than in others, being soaked up by the fat. Man is the only creature from which the blood flows at the nostrils. Some persons bleed at one nostril only, some at both, while others again void blood by the lower parts. Many persons discharge blood from the mouth at stated periods, such for instance as Macrinus Viscus, lately a man of Praetorian dignity, and Volusius Saturninus, the prefect of the city, who every year did the same, yet lived beyond 90. The blood is the only substance in the body that is sensible of any temporary increase, for a larger quantity will come from the victims if they happen to have drunk just before they are sacrificed. Chapter 91. Animals which are without blood at certain periods of the year. Those animals which conceal themselves at certain periods of the year, as already mentioned, have no blood at those times, with the exception indeed of some very small drops about the heart. A marvelous dispensation of nature, and very similar to that witnessed in man, where blood is sensible of various modifications from the slightest causes. For not only, similarly to the bile, does it rush upwards to the face, but it serves also to indicate the various tendencies of the mind, by depicting shame, anger, and fear, in many ways, either by the paleness of the features or their unusual redness, as in fact the redness of anger and the blush of modesty are quite different things. It is a well-known fact that when a man is in fear, the blood takes to flight and disappears, and that many persons have been pierced through the body without losing 1 drop of blood, a thing, however, which is only the case with man. But as to those animals which we have already mentioned as changing color, they derive that color from the reflection of other objects, while, on the other hand, man is the only one that has the elements which cause these changes centered in himself. All diseases, as well as death, tend to absorb the blood. Chapter 92. Whether the blood is the principle of life. There are some persons who are of opinion that the fineness of the wit does not depend upon the thinness of the blood, but that animals are more or less stupid in proportion to the skin or other coverings of the body, as the oyster and the tortoise, for instance. That the hide of the ox and the bristles of the hog, in fact, offer a resistance to the fine and penetrating powers of the air, and leave no passage for its transmission in a pure and liquid state. The same, they say, is the case too with men, when the skin is very thick or callous, and so excludes the air. Just as if indeed the crocodile was not equally remarkable for the hardness of its skin and its extreme cunning. End of Section 7. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com. Section 8 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask. The Natural History, Volume 3 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 8. Chapter 93. The Hide of Animals. The hide, too, of the hippopotamus is so thick that lances even are turned from it, and yet this animal has the intelligence to administer certain medicaments to itself. The hide, too, of the elephant makes bucklers that are quite impenetrable, and yet to it is ascribed a degree of intelligence superior to that of any other quadruped. The skin itself is entirely devoid of sensation, and more particularly that of the head. Wherever it is found alone and unaccompanied with flesh, if wounded, it will not unite, as in the cheek and on the eyelid, for instance. Chapter 91. The Hair and the Covering of the Skin. Those animals which are viviparous have hair. Those which are oviparous have feathers, scales, or a shell, like the tortoise, or else a purple skin, like the serpent. The lower part of all feathers is hollow. If cut, they will not grow again, but if pulled out, they will shoot afresh. Insects fly by the aid of a frail membrane. The wings of the fish, called the swallow, are moistened in the sea, while those of the bat, which frequents our houses, are dry. The wings of this last animal have certain articulations as well. The hairs that issue from a thick skin are rough, while those on females are of a finer quality. Those found on the horse's mane are more abundant, which is the case also with the shoulders of the lion. The dasypus has hair in the inside of the mouth even, and under the feet, two features which Trogus has also attributed to the hare, from which the same author concludes that hairy men are the most prone to lust. The most hairy of all animals is the hare. Man is the only creature that has hair as the mark of puberty, and a person who is devoid of this, whether male or female, is sure to be sterile. The hair of man is partly born with him, and in part produced after his birth. The last kind of hair will not grow upon eunuchs, though that which has been born with them does not fall off, which is the case also with women in a great degree. Still, however, there have been women known to be afflicted with falling off of the hair, just as some are seen to be seen with a fine down on the face, after the cessation of the menstrual discharge. In some men the hair that mostly shoots forth after birth will not grow spontaneously. The hair of quadrupeds comes off every year, and grows again. That of the head in man grows the fastest, and next to it the hair of the beard. When cut, the hairs shoot, not from the place where they have been cut, as is the case with grass, but at the root. The hair grows quickly in certain diseases, phthisis more particularly. It grows also with rapidity in old age, and on the body after death. In persons of a libidinous tendency, the hair that is produced at birth falls off more speedily, while that which is afterwards produced grows with the greatest rapidity. In quadrupeds the hair grows thicker in old age, but on those with wool it becomes thinner. Those quadrupeds which have thick hair on the back have the belly quite smooth. From the hides of the oxen, and that of the bull more especially, glue is extracted by boiling. Chapter 95. The Paps. Birds that have paps. Remarkable facts connected with the dugs of animals. Man is the only male among animals that has nipples, all the rest having mere marks only in place of them. Among female animals even, the only ones that have mammae on the breast are those which can nurture their young. No oviparous animal has mammae, and those only have milk that are viviparous, the bat being the only winged animal that has it. As for the stories that they tell about the screech owl ejecting milk from its teats upon the lips of infants, I look upon it as utterly fabulous. From ancient times the name Strix, I am aware, has been employed in maledictions, but I do not think it is well ascertained what bird is really meant by that name. The female ass is troubled with pains in the teats after it is foaled, and it is for that reason that at the end of 6 months it weans its young, while the mare suckles its young for nearly the whole year. The solid-hoofed animals do not bear more than 2 young ones at a time. They all of them have 2 paps, and nowhere but between the hind legs. Animals with cloven feet and with horns, such as the cow, for instance, have 4 paps, similarly situate, sheep and goats 2. Those which produce a more numerous progeny, and those which have toes on the feet, have a greater number of paps distributed in a double row all along the belly, such as the sow, for instance. The better sorts have 12, the more common ones 2 less. The same is the case also with the female of the dog. Other animals again have 4 paps situate in the middle of the belly, as the female panther. Others again 2 only, as the lioness. The female elephant has 2 only situate between the shoulders, and those not in the breast but without it, and hidden in the armpits. None of the animals which have toes have the paps between the hind legs. The sow presents the first teat to the firstborn in each farrow, the first teat being the one that is situate nearest to the throat. Each pig, too, knows its own teat, according to the order in which it was born, and draws its nourishment from that and no other. If its own suckling, too, should happen to be withdrawn from any of them, the pap will immediately dry up and shrink back within the belly. If there should be only 1 pig left of all the farrow, that pap alone, which has been assigned for its nutrient when born, will continue to hang down for the purpose of giving suck. The she-bear has 4 mammae, the dolphin only 2, at the bottom of the belly. They are not easily visible, and have a somewhat oblique direction. This is the only animal which gives suck while in motion. The balaena and the sea-calf also suckle their young by teats. Chapter 96. The milk, the beestings, cheese, of what milk cheese cannot be made, the various kinds of aliment in milk. The milk that is secreted in a woman before her 7th month is useless, but after that month, as long as the fetus is healthy, the milk is wholesome. Many women, indeed, are so full of milk that it will flow not only from the mammae, but exudes at the armpits even. Camels continue in milk until they are pregnant again. Their milk, mixed in the proportion of 1 part to 3 of water, is considered a very pleasant beverage. The cow has no milk before it has calved, and that which immediately follows upon its bringing forth is known as colostra. If water is not mixed with it, it will coagulate and assume the hardness of pumice. She-asses, as soon as they are pregnant, have milk in their udders. When the pasturage is rich, it is fatal to their young to taste the mother's milk the first 2 days after birth. The kind of malady by which they are attacked is known by the name of colostration. Cheese cannot be made from the milk of animals which have teeth on either jaw, from the circumstance that their milk does not coagulate. The thinnest milk of all is that of the camel, and next to it that of the mare. The milk of the she-ass is the richest of all, so much so indeed that it is often used instead of rennet. Ass's milk is also thought to be very efficacious in whitening the skin of females. At all events, Poppaea, the wife of Domitius Nero, used to always have with her 500 asses with foal, and used to bathe the whole of her body in their milk, thinking that it also conferred additional suppleness on the skin. All milk thickens by the action of fire, and becomes serous when exposed to cold. The milk of the cow produces more cheese than that of the goat. When equal in quantity, it will produce nearly twice the weight. The milk of animals which have more than 4 mammae does not produce cheese, and that is the best which is made of the milk of those that have but 2. The rennet of the fawn, the hare, and the kid is the most esteemed, but the best of all is that of the dasypus. This last acts as a specific for diarrhea, that animal being the only one with teeth in both jaws, the rennet of which has that property. It is a remarkable circumstance that the barbarous nations which subsist on milk have been for so many ages either ignorant of the merits of cheese, or else have totally disregarded it, and yet they understand how to thicken milk and form therefrom an acrid kind of liquid with a pleasant flavor, as well as a rich butter. This last is the foam of milk, and is of a thicker consistency than the part which is known as the scrum. We ought not to omit that butter has certain of the properties of oil, and that it is used for an ointment among all barbarous nations, and among ourselves as well, for infants. Chapter 97. The various kinds of cheese. The kinds of cheese that are most esteemed at Rome, where the various good things of all nations are to be judged of by comparison, are those which come from the provinces of Nemesis, and more especially the villages there of Lesura and Gabelus. But its excellence is only very short-lived, and it must be eaten while it's fresh. The pastures of the Alps recommend themselves by 2 sorts of cheese. The Dalmatic Alps send us the Docaletian cheese, and the Centronian Alps the Vatescutian. The kinds produced in the Apennines are more numerous. From Liguria we have the cheese of Seba, which is mostly made from the milk of sheep. From Umbria we have that of Aesnia, and from the frontiers of Etruria and Liguria those of Luna, remarkable for their vast size. Nearer the city again we have the cheese of Vestinum, the best of this kind being that which comes from the territory of Sidicium. Goats also produce a cheese which has been of late held in the highest esteem, its flavor being heightened by smoking it. The cheese of this kind which is made at Rome is considered preferable to any other, for that which is made in Gaul has a strong taste like that of medicine. Of the cheeses that are made beyond sea, that of Bithynia is usually considered the first in quality. That salt exists in pasture lands is pretty evident from the fact that all cheese, as it grows old, contracts a saltish flavor, even where it does not appear to any great extent, while at the same time it is equally well known that cheese soaked in a mixture of thyme and vinegar will regain its original fresh flavor. It is said that Zoroaster lived 30 years in the wilderness upon cheese, prepared in such a peculiar manner, that he was insensible to the advances of old age. Of all the terrestrial animals, man is the only biped. He is also the only one that has a throat and shoulders, or humeri, parts in other animals known by the name of armi. Man, too, is the only animal that has the ulna, or elbow. Those animals which are provided with hands have flesh only on the interior of them, the outer part consisting of sinews and skin. Chapter 99. The fingers, the arms. Some persons have 6 fingers on the hands. We read that C. Horatius, a man of patrician rank, had 2 daughters, who for this reason had the name of Segetae, and we find mention made of Volcatius Sedigitus as a famous poet. The fingers of man have 3 joints, the thumb only 2, it bending in an opposite direction to all the other fingers. Viewed by itself, the movement of the thumb has a sidelong direction, and it is much thicker than the rest of the fingers. The little finger is equal in length to the thumb, and two others are also equal in length, the middle finger being the longest of all. Those quadrupeds which live by rapine have 5 toes on the forefeet, and 4 on the hinder ones. The lion, the wolf, and the dog, with some few others, have 5 claws on the hind feet, one of which hangs down near the joint of the leg. The other animals also, which are of smaller size, have 5 toes. The 2 arms are not always equal in length. It is a well-known fact that in the school of gladiators belonging to Caius Caesar, the Thracian Studiosus had the right arm longer than the left. Some animals also use their forepaws to perform the duties of hands, and employ them in conveying food to the mouth as they sit, the squirrel, for instance. Chapter 100. Resemblance of the Ape to Man. As to the various kinds of apes, they offer a perfect resemblance to man in the face, the nostrils, the ears, and the eyelids, being the only quadrupeds, in fact, that have eyelashes on the lower eyelid. They have mammae also on the breast, arms and legs which bend in opposite directions, and nails upon the hands and fingers, the middle finger being the longest. They differ somewhat from man in the feet, which, like the hands, are of remarkable length, and have a print similar to that of the palm of our hand. They have a thumb also, and articulations similar to those in man. The males differ from the man in the sexual parts only, while all the internal viscera exactly resemble those of man. Chapter 101. The Nails. It is generally supposed that the nails are the terminations of the sinews. All animals which have fingers have nails as well. In the ape they are long and overlapping, like a tile, while in man they are broad. They will grow even after death. In the beasts of prey they are hooked, while in others, such as the dog for instance, they are straight, with the exception, indeed, of the one which is attached to the hind leg in most of them. All the animals which have feet, and not hoofs, have toes as well, except the elephant. He also would appear to have toes, 5 in number, but rudely developed, undivided, and hardly distinct from one another, bearing a nearer resemblance, in fact, to hoofs than to claws. In the elephant the 4 feet are the largest, and in the hind feet there are short joints. This animal is able also to bend the hams inward like a man, while in all the others the joints of the hinder legs bend in a contrary direction to those of the fore ones. Those animals which are viviparous bend the foreleg forward, while the joint of the hind leg is directed backward. Chapter 102. The Knees and the Hams. In man, the knee and the elbow bend contrary ways. The same is the case, too, with the bear and the ape, and it is for this reason that they are not so swift of foot as other animals. Those quadrupeds which are oviparous, such as the crocodile and the lizard, bend the knee of the foreleg backwards, and that of the hind leg forwards. Their thighs are placed on them obliquely in a similar manner to a man's thumb, which is the case also with the multipede insects, the hind legs only excepted of such as leap. Birds, like quadrupeds, have the joints of the wings bending forwards, but those of the legs backwards. Chapter 103. Parts of the human body to which certain religious ideas are attached. In accordance with the usages of various nations, certain religious ideas have been attached to the knees. It is the knees that suppliants clasp, and it is to these that they extend their hands. It is the knees that they worship like so many altars, as it were, perhaps because in them is centered the vital strength. For in the joint of either knee, the right as well as the left, there is on the foreside of each a certain empty space, which bears a strong resemblance to a mouth, and through which, like the throat, if it is once pierced, the vital powers escape. There are also certain religious ideas attached to other parts of the body, as is testified in raising the back of the right hand to the lips, and extending it as a token of good faith. It was the custom of the ancient Greeks, when in the act of supplication, to touch the chin. The seat of the memory lies in the lower part of the ear, which we touch when we summon a witness to depose upon memory to an arrest. The seat, too, of Nemesis lies behind the right ear, a goddess which has never yet found a Latin name, no, not in the capital even. It is to this part that we apply the finger next to the little finger, after touching the mouth with it, when we silently ask pardon of the gods for having let slip an indiscreet word. Chapter 104. Varicose Veins. Men only, in general, have varicose veins in the legs, women but very rarely. We are informed by Oppius that C. Marius, who was 7 times consul, was the only man ever known to be able to have them extracted in a standing position. Chapter 105. The gait, the feet, the legs. All animals take a right-hand direction when they first begin to walk, and lie down on the left side. While the other animals walk just as it may happen, the lion only and the camel walk foot by foot, or in such a way that the left foot never passes the right, but always comes behind it. Men have the largest feet. In every kind of animal the female has the smallest. Man only has calves and flesh upon the legs. We find it stated by authors, however, that there was once an Egyptian who had no calves on his legs. All men, too, with some few exceptions, have a sole to the foot. It is from these exceptional cases that persons have obtained the names of Plancus, Plautus, Panza, and Cirrus. Just as from the malformation of the legs we find persons called Varus, Vatia, and Vatininus, all which blemishes are to be seen in quadrupeds also. Animals which have no horns have a solid hoof, from which circumstance it is used by them as a weapon of offense in place of horns. Such animals as these are also destitute of pastern bones, but those which have cloven hoofs have them, while those again which have toes have none, nor are they ever found in the forefeet of animals. The camel has pastern bones like those of the ox, but somewhat smaller, the feet being cloven, with a slight line of division, and having a fleshly sole like that of the bear. Hence it is that in a long journey the animal becomes fatigued, and the foot cracks if it is not shod. Chapter 106. Hooves. The horn of the hoof grows again in no animals except beasts of burden. The swine in some places in Illyricum have solid hoofs. Nearly all the horned animals are cloven-footed, no animal having solid hoofs and 2 horns. The Indian ass is only a one-horned animal, and the oryx is both one-horned and cloven-footed. The Indian ass is the only solid-hoofed animal that has pastern bones. As to swine, they are looked upon as a sort of mongrel race, with a mixture of both kinds, and hence it is that their ankle bones are so misshapen. Those authors who have imagined that man has similar pastern bones are easily to be confuted. The lynx is the only one among the animals that have the feet divided into toes, and that has anything bearing a resemblance to a pastern bone, while with the lion it is more crooked still. The great pastern bone is straight, and situate in the joints of the foot. It projects outwards in a convex protuberance, and is held fast in its vertebration by certain ligaments. Chapter 107. The feet of birds. Among birds some have the feet divided into toes, while others again are broad and flat-footed. In others, which partake of the intermediate nature of both, the toes are divided, with a wide space between them. All birds, however, have 4 toes, 3 in front and 1 on the heel. This last, however, is wanting in some that have long legs. The iynx is the only bird that has 2 toes on each side of the leg. This bird also protrudes a long tongue similar to that of the serpent, and it can turn the neck quite round and look backwards. It has great talons, too, like those of the jackdaw. Some of the heavier birds have spurs also upon the legs, but none of those have them which have crooked talons as well. The long-footed birds, as they fly, extend the legs toward the tail, while those that have short legs hold them contracted close to the middle of the body. Those authors who deny that there is any bird without feet assert that those even which are called apodes are not without them, as also with the osei and the drepanus, which last is a bird but very rarely seen. Serpents, too, have been seen with feet like those of the goose. Chapter 108. The feet of animals, from those having 2 feet to those with 100. Dwarfs. Among insects, those which have hard eyes have the 4 feet long, in order that from time to time they may rub the eyes with their feet, as we frequently see done by flies. The insects which have long hind feet are able to leap, the locust, for instance. All these insects have 6 feet, and some of the spiders have 2 very long feet in addition. They have all of them 3 joints. We have already stated that marine insects have 8 feet, such as the polypus, the sepia, the cuttlefish, and the crab, animals which move their arms in a contrary direction to their feet, which last they move around as well as obliquely. They are the only animals the feet of which have a rounded form. Other insects have 2 feet to regulate their movements. In the crab, and in that only, these duties are performed by 4. The land animals which exceed this number of feet, as most of the worms, never have fewer than 12 feet, and some indeed as many as 100. The number of feet is never uneven in any animal. Among the solid-hoofed animals, the legs are of their proper length from the moment of their birth, after which they may with more propriety be said to extend themselves than to increase in growth. Hence it is that in infancy they are able to scratch their ears with the hind feet, a thing which, when they grow older, they are not able to do, because their increase of growth affects only the superficies of the body. It is for the same reason also that they are only able to graze at first by bending the knees, until such time as the neck has attained its proper length. There are dwarfs to be found among all animals, and among birds even. End of Section 8. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com.
Section 9 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 9. Chapter 109. The Sexual Parts, Hermaphrodites. We have already spoken sufficiently at length of those animals the males of which have the sexual parts behind. In the wolf, the fox, the weasel, and the ferret, these parts are bony, and it is the genitals of the last mentioned animal that supply the principal remedies for calculus in the human bladder. It is said also that the genitals of the bear are turned into a horny substance the moment it dies. Among the peoples of the East, the very best bow-strings are those which are made of the member of the camel. These parts also among different nations are made the object of certain usages and religious observances, and the Galli, the priests of the Mother of the Gods, are in the habit of castrating themselves without any dangerous results. On the other hand, there is in some few women a monstrous resemblance to the male conformation, while hermaphrodites appear to partake of the nature of both. Instances of this last conformation were seen in quadrupeds
in Nero's reign, and for the first time, I imagine; for he ostentatiously paraded hermaphrodite horses yoked to his car, which had been found in the territory of the Treviri in Gaul; as if, indeed, it was so remarkably fine a sight to behold the ruler of the earth seated in a chariot drawn by monstrosities. Chapter 110. The Testes. The three classes of eunuchs. In sheep and cattle the testes hang down to the legs, while in the boar they are knit up close to the body. In the dolphin they are very long, and are concealed in the lower part of the belly. In the elephant also they are quite concealed. In oviparous animals they adhere to the interior of the loins. These animals are the most speedy in the venereal congress. Fishes and serpents have no testes, but in place of them they have two veins, which run from the renal region to the genitals. The bird known as the buteo has three testes. Man is the only creature in which the testes are ever broken, either accidentally or by some natural malady. Those who are thus afflicted form a third class of half men, in addition to hermaphrodites and eunuchs. In all species of animals the male is more courageous than the female, with the exception of the panther and the bear. Chapter 111. The tails of animals. Nearly all the animals, both viviparous as well as oviparous, with the exception of man and the ape, have tails in proportion to the necessities of the body. In animals with bristles the tail is bare, as in the boar, for instance. In those that are shaggy it is small, such as the bear; while in those animals that have long hair the tail is long also, the horse, for instance. The tail of a lizard or serpent, if cut off, will grow again. The tail governs the movements of the fish like a rudder, and turning from side to side, to the right or to the left, impels it onwards, acting in some degree like an oar. A double tail is sometimes found in lizards. In oxen the stalk of the tail is of remarkable length, and is covered with rough hair at the extremity. In the ass, too, it is longer than in the horse, but in beasts of burden it is covered with bristly hairs. The tail of the lion at the extremity is like that of the ox and the field mouse, but this is not the case with the panther. In the fox and the wolf it is covered with long hair, as in sheep, in which it is longer also. In swine the tail is curled. Among dogs, those that are mongrels carry it close beneath the belly. Chapter 112. The different voices of animals. Aristotle is of opinion that no animal has a voice which does not respire, and that hence it is that there is no voice in insects, but only a noise, through the circulation of the air in the interior, and its resounding, by reason of its compression. Some insects, again, he says, emit a sort of humming noise, such as the bee, for instance; others a shrill, long-drawn note, like the grasshopper, the two cavities beneath the thorax receiving the air, which, meeting a movable membrane within, emits a sound by the attrition. Also that flies, bees, and other insects of that nature are only heard while they are flying, and cease to be heard the moment they settle, and that the sound which they emit proceeds from the friction and the air within them, and not from any act of respiration. At all events, it is generally believed that the locust emits a sound by rubbing together the wings and thighs, and that among the aquatic animals the scallop makes a certain noise as it flies. Molluscs, however, and the testaceous animals have no voice and emit no sounds. As for the other fishes, although they are destitute of lungs and the tracheal artery, they are not entirely without the power of emitting certain sounds. It is only a mere joke to say that the noise which they make is produced by grating their teeth together. The fish, too, that is found in the river Achelous, and is known as the boar fish, makes a grunting noise, as do some others which we have previously mentioned. The oviparous animals hiss. In the serpent this hissing is prolonged, in the tortoise it is short and abrupt. Frogs make a peculiar noise of their own, as already stated; unless, indeed, this too is to be looked upon as a matter of doubt. But their noise originates in the mouth, and not in the thorax. Still, however, in reference to this subject, the nature of the various localities exercises a very considerable influence, for in Macedonia, it is said, the frogs are dumb, and the same in reference to the wild boars there. Among birds, the smaller ones chirp and twitter the most, and more especially about the time of pairing. Others, again, exercise their voice while fighting, the quail, for instance; others before they begin to fight, such as the partridge; and others when they have gained the victory, the dunghill cock, for instance. The males in these species have a peculiar note of their own, while in others, the nightingale, for example, the male has the same note as the female. Some birds sing all the year round, others only at certain times of the year, as we have already mentioned when speaking of them individually. The elephant produces a noise similar to that of sneezing, by the aid of the mouth and independently of the nostrils; but by means of the nostrils it emits a sound similar to the hoarse braying of a trumpet. It is only in the bovine race that the voice of the female is the deepest, it being in all other kinds of animals more shrill than that of the male. It is the same also with the male of the human race when castrated. The infant at its birth is never heard to utter a cry before it has entirely left the uterus. It begins to speak at the end of the first year. A son of Croesus, however, spoke when only 6 months old, and, while yet wielding the child's rattle, afforded portentous omens, for it was at the same period that his father's empire fell. Those children which begin to speak the soonest begin to walk the latest. The human voice acquires additional strength at the 14th year, but in old age it becomes more shrill again, and there is no living creature in which it is subject to more frequent changes. In addition to the preceding, there are still some singular circumstances that deserve to be mentioned with reference to the voice. If sawdust or sand is thrown down in the orchestra of a theatre, or if the walls around are left in a rough state, or empty casks are placed there, the voice is absorbed; while, on the other hand, if the wall is quite straight, or if built in a concave form, the voice will move along it, and will convey words spoken in the slightest whisper from one end to the other, if there is no inequality in the surface to impede its progress. The voice in man contributes in a great degree to form his physiognomy, for we form a knowledge of a man before we see him by hearing his voice, just as well as if we had seen him with our eyes. There are as many kinds of voices, too, as there are individuals in existence, and each man has his own peculiar voice, just as much as his own peculiar physiognomy. Hence it is that arises that vast diversity of nations and languages throughout the whole earth. In this, too, originate the many tunes, measures, and inflections that exist. But before all other things, it is the voice that serves to express our sentiments, a power that distinguishes us from the beasts, just as in the same way the various shades and differences in language that exist among men have created an equally marked difference between us and the brutes. Chapter 113. Superfluous Limbs. Supernumerary limbs, when they grow on animals, are of no use, which is the case also with the 6th finger when it grows on man. It was thought proper in Egypt to rear a human monster that had 2 additional eyes in the back part of the head. It could not see with them, however. Chapter 114. Signs of vitality and of the moral disposition of man from the limbs. I am greatly surprised that Aristotle has not only believed, but has even committed it to writing, that there are in the human body certain prognostics of the duration of life. Although I am quite convinced of the utter futility of these remarks, and am of opinion that they ought not to be published without hesitation, for fear lest each person might be anxiously looking out for these prognostics in his own person, I shall still make some slight mention of the subject, seeing that so learned a man as Aristotle did not treat it with contempt. He has set down the following as indications of a short life: few teeth, very long fingers, a leaden color, and numerous broken lines in the palm of the hand. On the other hand, he looks upon the following as prognostics of a long life: stooping in the shoulders, 1 or 2 long unbroken lines in the hand, a greater number than 32 teeth, and large ears. He does not, I imagine, require that all these symptoms should unite in one person, but looks upon them as individually significant. In my opinion, however, they are utterly frivolous, all of them, although they obtain currency among the vulgar. Our own writer, Trogus, has in a similar manner set down the physiognomy as indicative of the moral disposition, one of the very gravest of the Roman authors, whose own words I will here subjoin: "Where the forehead is broad, it is significant of a dull and sluggish understanding beneath, and where it is small, it indicates an unsteady disposition. A rounded forehead denotes an irascible temper, it seeming as though the swelling anger had left its traces there. Where the eyebrows are extended in one straight line, they denote effeminacy in the owner, and when they are bent downwards towards the nose, an austere disposition. On the other hand, when the eyebrows are bent towards the temples, they are indicative of a sarcastic disposition, but when they lie very low, they denote malice and envy. Long eyes are significant of a spiteful, malicious nature, and where the corners of the eyes next the nose are fleshy, it is a sign also of a wicked disposition. If the white of the eye is large, it bears tokens of impudence, while those who are incessantly closing the eyelids are inconstant. Largeness of the ears is a sign of loquacity and foolishness. Thus much of what Trogus says. Chapter 115. Respiration and Nutriment. The breath of the lion is fetid, and that of the bear quite pestilential. Indeed, no beast will touch anything with which its breath has come in contact, and substances which it has breathed upon will become putrid sooner than others. It is in man only that nature has willed that the breath should become tainted in several ways, either through faultiness in the victuals or the teeth, or else, as is more generally the case, through extreme old age. Our breath in itself was insensible to all pain, utterly devoid as it was of all powers of touch and feeling, without which there can be no sensation. Ever renewed, it was always forthcoming, destined to be the last adjunct that shall leave the body, and the only one to remain when all is gone beside. It drew, in fine, its origin from heaven. In spite of all this, however, certain penalties were discovered to be inflicted upon it, so that the very substance by the aid of which we live might become a torment to us in life. This inconvenience is more particularly experienced among the Parthians, from their youth upwards, on account of the indiscriminate use of food among them, and indeed their very excess in wine causes their breath to be fetid. The grandees, however, of that nation have a remedy for bad breath in the pips of the Assyrian citron, which they mix with their food, and the aroma of which is particularly agreeable. The breath of the elephant will attract serpents from their holes, while that of the stag scorches them. We have already made mention of certain races of men who could by suction extract from the body the venom of serpents, and swine will even eat serpents, which to other animals are poisonous. All those creatures which we have spoken of as insects can be killed by merely sprinkling them with oil. Vultures, which are put to flight by unguents, are attracted by other odors. The beetle, too, is attracted by the rose. The scorpion puts to death certain serpents. The Scythians dip their arrows in the poison of serpents and human blood. Against this frightful composition there is no remedy, for with the slightest touch it is productive of instant death. Chapter 116. Animals which when fed upon poison do not die, and the flesh of which is poisonous. The animals which feed upon poison have already been mentioned. Some of them, which are harmless of themselves, become noxious if fed upon venomous substances. the wild boar of Pamphylia, and the mountainous parts of Sicilia, after having devoured a salamander, will become poisonous to those who eat its flesh; and yet the danger is quite imperceptible by reason of any peculiarity in the smell and taste. The salamander, too, will poison either water or wine in which it happens to be drowned; and what is more, if it has only drunk thereof, the liquid becomes poisonous. The same is the case, too, with the frog known to us as the bramble frog. So numerous are the snares that are laid in wait for life. Wasps greedily devour the flesh of the serpent, a nutriment which renders their stings fatal. So vast is the difference to be found between one kind of food and another. In the country, too, of the Ichthyophagi, as we learn from Theophrastus, the oxen are fed upon fish, but only when alive. Chapter 117. Reasons for indigestion, remedies for crudity. The most wholesome nutriment for man is plain food. An accumulation of flavors is injurious, and still more so if heightened by sauces. All acrid elements are difficult of digestion, and the same is the case if food is devoured greedily or in too large quantities. Food is also less easily digested in summer than in winter, and in old age than in youth. The vomits which man has invented by way of remedy for this evil render the body more cold, and are more particularly injurious to the eyes and teeth. Chapter 118. From what causes corpulence arises. How it may be reduced. Digestion during sleep is more productive of corpulence than strength. Hence it is that it is preferable for athletes to quicken digestion by walking. Watching, at night more especially, promotes digestion of the food. The size of the body is increased by eating sweet and fatty substances, as well as by drinking, while on the other hand it is diminished by eating dry, acrid, or cold substances, and by abstaining from drink. Some animals of Africa, as well as sheep, drink but once every 4 days. Abstinence from food for 7 days even is not of necessity fatal to man, and it is a well-known fact that many persons have not died till after an abstinence of 11 days. Man is the only animal that is ever attacked with an insatiate craving for food. Chapter 119. What things, by merely tasting of them, allay hunger and thirst. On the other hand, there are some substances which, tasted in small quantities only, appease hunger and thirst, and keep up the strength, such as butter, for instance, cheese made of mare's milk, and licorice. But the most pernicious thing of all, and in every station of life, is excess, and more especially excess in food. In fact, it is the most prudent plan to retrench everything that may be possibly productive of injury. Let us, however, now pass on to the other branches of nature. Summary. Remarkable facts, narratives, and observations, 2270. Roman authors quoted. Marcus Varro, Hyginus, Scrofa, Sacerna, Celsus Cornelius, Aemilius Macer, Virgil, Columella, Julius Aquila, who wrote on the Tuscan art of divination, Tarquitius, who wrote on the same subject, Umbricius Melior, who wrote on the same subject, Cato the censor, Domitius Calvinus, Trogus, Melissus, Fabianus, Mucianus, Nigidius, Manilius, Oppius. Foreign authors quoted: Aristotle, Democritus, Neoptolemus, who wrote the Meliturgica, Aristomachus, who wrote on the same subject, Philistus, who wrote on the same subject, Nicander, Menecrates, Dionysius, who translated Mago, Empedocles, Callimachus, King Attalus, Apollodorus, who wrote on venomous animals, Hippocrates, Herophilus, Aristratus, Asclepiades, Temison, Posidonius the Stoic, Menander of Priene and Menander of Heraclea, Euphronius of Athens, Theophrastus, Hesiod, King Philometor. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 10. Book 10. The Natural History of Trees. Chapter 1. The honorable place occupied by trees in the system of nature. Such then is the history, according to their various species and their peculiar conformations, of all the animals within the compass of our knowledge. It now remains for us to speak of the vegetable productions of the earth, which are equally far from being destitute of a vital spirit, for indeed nothing can live without it; that we may then proceed to describe the minerals extracted from it, and so none of the works of nature may be passed by in silence. Long, indeed, were these last bounties of hers concealed beneath the ground, the trees and forests being regarded as the most valuable benefits conferred by nature upon mankind. It was from the forest that man drew his first aliment. By the leaves of the trees was his cave rendered more habitable, and by their bark was his clothing supplied. Even at this very day there are nations that live under similar circumstances to these. Still more and more, then, must we be struck with wonder and admiration that from a primeval state such as this, we should now be cleaving the mountains for their marbles, visiting the Ceres to obtain our clothing, seeking the pearl in the depths of the Red Sea, and the emerald in the very bowels of the earth. For our adornment with these precious stones it is that we have devised those wounds which we make in our ears, because, forsooth, it was deemed not enough to carry them on our hands, our necks, and our hair, if we did not insert them in our very flesh as well. It will be only proper, then, to follow the order of human inventions, and to speak of the trees before treating of other subjects. Thus may we trace up to their very origin the manners and usages of the present day. Chapter 2. The early history of trees. The trees formed the first temples of the gods, and even at the present day the country people, preserving in all their simplicity their ancient rites, consecrate the finest among their trees to some divinity. Indeed, we feel ourselves inspired to adoration not less by the sacred groves and their very stillness than by the statues of the gods, resplendent as they are with gold and ivory. Each kind of tree remains immutably consecrated to its own peculiar divinity, the beech to Jupiter, the laurel to Apollo, the olive to Minerva, the myrtle to Venus, and the poplar to Hercules. Besides which, it is our belief that the sylvans, the fauns, and various kinds of goddess nymphs have the tutelage of the woods, and we look upon those deities as especially appointed to preside over them by the will of heaven. In more recent times, it was the trees that by their juices, more soothing even than corn, first mollified the natural asperity of man; and it is from these that we now derive the oil of the olive that renders the limbs so supple, the draught of wine that so efficiently recruits the strength, and the numerous delicacies which spring up spontaneously at the various seasons of the year, and load our tables with their viands; tables to replenish which we engage in combat with wild beasts, and seek for the fishes which have fattened upon the dead corpse of the shipwrecked mariner. Indeed, it is only at the second course, after all, that the produce of the trees appears. But in addition to this, the trees have 1,000 other uses, all of which are indispensable to the full enjoyment of life. It is by the aid of the tree that we plough the deep, and bring near to us far distant lands. It is by the aid of the tree, too, that we construct our edifices. The statues even of the deities were formed of the wood of trees, in the days when no value had been set as yet on the dead carcass of a wild beast, and when luxury not yet deriving its sanction from the gods themselves, we had not to behold, resplendent with the same ivory, the heads of the divinities and the feet of our tables. It is related that the Gauls, separated from us as they were by the Alps, which then formed an almost insurmountable bulwark, had as their chief motive for invading Italy its dried figs, its grapes, its oil, and its wine, samples of which had been brought back to them by Helico, a citizen of the Helvetii, who had been staying at Rome to practise there as an artisan. We may offer some excuse then for them, when we know that they came in quest of these various productions, though at the price even of war. Chapter 3. Exotic trees. When the plane tree first appeared in Italy, and whence it came. But who is there that will not with good reason be surprised to learn that a tree has been introduced among us from a foreign clime for nothing but its shade? I mean the plane, which was first brought across the Ionian Sea to the isle of Diomedes, there to be planted at his tomb, and was afterwards imported thence into Sicily, being one of the very first exotic trees that were introduced into Italy. At the present day, however, it has penetrated as far as the country of the Morini, and occupies even a tributary soil, in return for which those nations have to pay a tax for the enjoyment of its shade. Dionysius the Elder, one of the tyrants of Sicily, had plane trees conveyed to the city of Rhegium, where they were looked upon as the great marvel of his palace, which was afterwards converted into a gymnasium. These trees did not, however, in that locality, attain any very great height. I find it also stated by some authors, that there were some other instances, in those days even, of plane trees being found in Italy, and I find some mentioned by name as existing in Spain. Chapter 4. The nature of the plane tree. This circumstance took place about the time of the capture of the city of Rome, and to such high honour in the course of time did the plane tree attain, that it was nurtured by pouring wine upon it, it being found that the roots were greatly strengthened by doing so. Thus have we taught the very trees even to be wine bibbers. Chapter 5. Remarkable facts connected with the plane tree. The first plane trees that were spoken of in terms of high admiration were those which adorned the walks of the Academy at Athens, in one of which the roots extended a distance of 33 cubits and spread far beyond its branches. At the present day there is a very famous plane in Lycia, situate in close proximity to a fountain of the most refreshing coolness. Standing near the road, with the cavity in its interior, it forms a species of house 81 feet in width. Its summit, too, presents the foliage of a grove, while it shields itself with huge branches, each of which would equal an ordinary tree in size, as it throws its lengthened shade across the fields. In addition to this, that nothing may be wanting to its exact resemblance to a grotto, there is a circle of seats within, formed of stone, intermingled with pumice overgrown with moss. This tree was looked upon as so worthy of remark, that Licinius Mucianus, who was 3 times consul, and recently the legatus of that province, thought it a circumstance deserving of transmission even to posterity, that he, together with 18 persons of his retinue, had sat down to a banquet in the interior of it. Its leaves afforded material for their couches in the greatest abundance, while he himself, sheltered from every gust of wind, and trying in vain to hear the pattering of the rain on the leaves, took his meal there, and enjoyed himself more than he would have done amid the resplendence of marble, a multiplicity of paintings, and beneath a ceiling refulgent with gold. Another curious instance, again, was that afforded in the reign of the Emperor Caius. That prince was so struck with admiration on seeing a plane in the territory of Veliternum, which presented floor after floor, like those of the several stories of a house, by means of broad benches loosely laid from branch to branch, that he held a banquet in it, himself adding very materially to the shade it threw, the triclinium being formed for the reception of 15 guests and the necessary attendants. To this singular dining room he gave the name of his nest. At Gortina, in the Isle of Crete, there is, in the vicinity of a fountain there, a single plane tree, which has been long celebrated in the records of both the Greek and the Latin language. It never loses its leaves, and from an early period one of the fabulous legends of Greece has been attached to it, to the effect that it was beneath this tree that Jupiter lay with Europa, just as if there had not been another tree of a similar nature in the island of Cyprus. Slips of the tree at Gortyna, so fond is man by nature of novelty, were at an early period planted at different places in Crete, and reproduced the natural imperfections of the tree, though indeed there is no higher recommendation in the plain than the fact that in summer it protects us from the rays of the sun, while in winter it admits them. In later times, during the reign of the Emperor Claudius, a Thessalian eunuch, the freedman of Marcellus Aeserninus, who, however, from motives of ambition, had enrolled himself in the number of the freedmen of the emperor, and had acquired very considerable wealth, introduced this plane into Italy in order to beautify his country seat, so that he may not inappropriately be styled a second Dionysius. These monstrosities of other lands are still to be seen in Italy, independently of those which that country has herself devised. Chapter 6. The Chamae Platanus. Who was the first to clip green shrubs? For we find in Italy some plane trees, which are known as Chamae Platani, in consequence of their stunted growth. For we have discovered the art of causing abortion in trees even, and hence, even in the vegetable world, we shall have occasion to make mention of dwarfs, an unprepossessing subject in every case. This result is obtained in trees by a peculiar method adopted in planting and lopping them. Caius Matius, a member of the equestrian order, and a friend of the late Emperor Augustus, invented the art of clipping arbours within the last 80 years. Chapter 7. How the Citron is planted. The cherry and the peach, and all those trees which have either Greek or foreign names, are exotics. Those, however, of this number which have begun to be naturalized among us will be treated of when I come to speak of the fruit trees in general. For the present, I shall only make mention of the really exotic trees, beginning with the one that is applied to the most salutary uses. The citron tree, called the Assyrian, and by some the Median apple, is an antidote against poisons. The leaf is similar to that of the arbute, except that it has small prickles running across it. As to the fruit, it is never eaten, but it is remarkable for its extremely powerful smell, which is the case also with the leaves. Indeed, the odour is so strong that it will penetrate clothes when they are once impregnated with it, and hence it is very useful in repelling the attacks of noxious insects. The tree bears fruit at all seasons of the year. While some is falling off, other fruit is ripening, and other, again, just bursting into birth. Various nations have attempted to naturalize this tree among them, for the sake of its medical properties, by planting it in pots of clay with holes drilled in them, for the purpose of introducing the air to the roots. And I would here remark, once for all, that it is as well to remember that the best plan is to pack all slips of trees that have to be carried to any distance, as close together as they can possibly be placed. It has been found, however, that this tree will grow nowhere except in Media or Persia. It is this fruit, the pips of which, as we have already mentioned, the Parthian grandees employ in seasoning their ragouts, as being peculiarly conducive to the sweetening of the breath. We find no other tree very highly commended that is produced in Media. Chapter 8. The trees of India. In describing the country of the Ceres, we have already made mention of the wool-bearing trees which it produces, and we have likewise touched upon the extraordinary magnitude of the trees of India. Virgil has spoken in glowing terms of the ebony tree, one of those which are peculiar to India, and he further informs us that it will grow in no other country. Herodotus, however, has preferred to ascribe it to Ethiopia, and states that the people of that country were in the habit of paying to the kings of Persia every 3rd year, by way of tribute, 100 billets of ebony wood, together with a certain quantity of gold and ivory. Nor ought we here to omit the fact, inasmuch as the same author has stated to that effect, that the Ethiopians were also in the habit of paying, by way of tribute, 20 large elephants' teeth. So high was the esteem in which ivory was held in the year from the building of our city, 310. For it was at that period that this author was compiling his history at Thurii in Italy, which is all the more remarkable from the implicit confidence we place in him, when he says that up to that time no native of Asia or Greece, to his knowledge at least, had ever beheld the river Padus. The plan of Ethiopia, which, as we have already mentioned, was recently laid before the Emperor Nero, informs us that this tree is very uncommon in the country that lies between Syene, the extreme boundary of the empire, and Meroe, a distance of 896 miles, and that, in fact, the only kind of tree that is to be found there is the palm. It was probably for this reason that ebony held the 3rd place in the tribute that was thus imposed. Chapter 9. When ebony was first seen at Rome. The various kinds of ebony. Pompeius Magnus displayed ebony on the occasion of his triumph over Mithridates. Fabianus declares that this wood will give out no flame; it burns, however, with a very agreeable smell. There are 2 kinds of ebony. The rarest kind is the best, and is produced from a tree that is singularly free from knots. The wood is black and shining, and pleasing to the eye, without any adventitious aid from art. The other kind of ebony is the produce of a shrub which resembles the cytisus, and is to be found scattered over the whole of India. Chapter 10. The Indian thorn. There is in India also a kind of thorn very similar to ebony, though it may be distinguished from it by the aid of a lantern even, for on the application of flame it will instantly run across the tree. We will now proceed to describe those trees which were the admiration of Alexander the Great in his victorious career, when that part of the world was first revealed by his arms. Chapter 11. The Indian fig. The Indian fig bears but a small fruit. Always growing spontaneously, it spreads far and wide with its vast branches, the ends of which bend downwards into the ground to such a degree that they take fresh root in the course of a year, and thus form a new plantation around the parent stock, traced in a circular form, just as though it had been the work of the ornamental gardener. Within the bowers thus formed, the shepherds take up their abode in the summer, the space occupied by them being at once overshadowed and protected by the bulwark which the tree thus throws around. A most graceful sight, whether we stand beneath and look upwards, or whether we view its arcaded foliage from a distance. The higher branches, however, shoot upwards to a very considerable height, and, by their number, form quite a grove, springing aloft from the vast trunk of the parent tree, which overspreads very frequently a space of 60 paces in extent, while the shade that is thrown by it will cover as much as a couple of stadia. The broad leaves of the tree have just the shape of an Amazonian buckler, and hence it is that the fruit, from being quite covered by the leaves, is greatly impeded in its growth. The fruit, indeed, of this tree is but scanty, and never exceeds a bean in size. Being ripened, however, by the rays of the sun, as these penetrate the leaves, the figs are remarkable for their singular lusciousness, and are quite worthy of the marvellous tree by which they are produced. These fig trees are found more particularly in the vicinity of the river Acesines. Chapter 12. The Pala, the fruit called Ariena. There is another tree in India of still larger size, and even more remarkable for the size and sweetness of its fruit, upon which the sages of India live. The leaf of this tree resembles in shape the wing of a bird, being 3 cubits in length and 2 in breadth. It puts forth its fruit from the bark, a fruit remarkable for the sweetness of its juice, a single one containing sufficient to satisfy 4 persons. The name of this tree is Pala, and of the fruit Ariena. They are found in the greatest abundance in the country of the Sidraki, a territory which forms the extreme limit of the expedition of Alexander. There is another tree also, very similar to this, but bearing a still sweeter fruit, though very apt to cause derangement of the bowels. Alexander issued strict orders forbidding any one in the expedition to touch this fruit. Chapter 13. Indian trees, the names of which are unknown. Indian trees which bear flax. The Macedonians have made mention of various other kinds of trees, the greater part of which, however, are without names. There is one which resembles the terebinth in every respect except the fruit, which is very similar to the almond, though less in size, and remarkable for its extreme sweetness. This tree was met with in Bactria, and some persons looked upon it as a variety of the terebinth, rather than as bearing a strong resemblance to it. As to the tree from which they manufacture a kind of linen cloth, in leaf it resembles the mulberry tree, while the calyx of the fruit is similar to the dog rose. This tree is reared in the plains, and there is no sight throughout the cultivated parts of the country that is more enchanting than the plantations of it. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Natural History, Vol.3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 11. Chapter 14. The Pepper Tree, the various kinds of pepper, bregma, zingiberry or zimpiberry. The olive tree of India is unproductive, with the sole exception of the wild olive. In every part we meet with trees that bear pepper, very similar in appearance to our junipers, although, indeed, it has been alleged by some authors that they only grow on the slopes of Caucasus which lie exposed to the sun. The seeds, however, differ from those of the juniper in being enclosed in small pods similar to those which we see in the kidney bean. These pods are picked before they open, and when dried in the sun make what we call long pepper. But if allowed to ripen, they will open gradually, and when arrived at maturity, discover the white pepper. If left exposed to the heat of the sun, this becomes wrinkled and changes its color. Even these productions, however, are subject to their own peculiar infirmities, and are apt to become blasted by the inclemency of the weather, in which case the seeds are found to be rotten and mere husks. These abortive seeds are known by the name of bregma, a word which in the Indian language signifies dead. Of all the various kinds of pepper, this is the most pungent, as well as the very lightest, and is remarkable for the extreme paleness of its color. That which is black is of a more agreeable flavor, but the white pepper is of a milder quality than either. The root of this tree is not, as many persons have imagined, the same as the substance known as zimpiberry, or as some call it, zingiberry, or ginger, although it is very like it in taste. For ginger, in fact, grows in Arabia and in Troglodytica, in various cultivated spots, being a small plant with a white root. This plant is apt to decay very speedily, although it is of intense pungency. The price at which it sells is 6 denarii per pound. Long pepper is very easily adulterated with Alexandrian mustard. Its price is 15 denarii per pound, while that of white pepper is 7, and of black 4. It is quite surprising that the use of pepper has come so much into fashion, seeing that in other substances which we use, it is sometimes their sweetness and sometimes their appearance that has attracted our notice, whereas pepper has nothing in it that can plead as a recommendation to either fruit or berry, its only desirable quality being a certain pungency, and yet it is for this that we import it all the way from India. Who was the first to make trial of it as an article of food, and who, I wonder, was the man that was not content to prepare himself by hunger only for the satisfying of a greedy appetite? Both pepper and ginger grow wild in their respective countries, and yet here we buy them by weight, just as if they were so much gold or silver. Italy, too, now possesses a species of pepper tree, somewhat larger than the myrtle, and not very unlike it. The bitterness of the grains is similar to that which we may reasonably suppose to exist in the Indian pepper when newly gathered. but it is wanting in that mature flavor which the Indian grain acquires by exposure in the sun, and consequently bears no resemblance to it, either in color or the wrinkled appearance of the seeds. Pepper is adulterated with juniper berries, which have the property to a marvellous degree of assuming the pungency of pepper. In reference to its weight, there are also several methods of adulterating it. Chapter 15. Caryophyllon, Lycion, and the Curonian Pyxacanthus. There is also in India another grain which bears a considerable resemblance to pepper, but is longer and more brittle. It is known by the name of Caryophyllon. It is said that this grain is produced in a sacred grove in India. With us it is imported for its aromatic perfume. The same country produces also a thorny shrub with grains which bear a resemblance to pepper, and are of a remarkably bitter taste. The leaves of this shrub are small, like those of the cypress. The branches are 3 cubits in length, the bark pallid, and the roots wide-spreading and woody, and of a colour resembling that of boxwood. By boiling this root with the seed in a copper vessel, the medicament is prepared which is known by the name of Lycion. This thorny shrub grows, also, on Mount Pelion. This last kind is much used for the purpose of adulterating the medicament above mentioned. The root of the asphodel, oxgall, wormwood, sumac, and the amurca of olive oil are also employed for a similar purpose. The best Lycion for medicinal purposes is that which has a froth on its surface. The Indians send it to us in leather bottles made of the skin of the camel or the rhinoceros. The shrub itself is known by some persons in Greece under the name of the Curonian Pyxacanthus. Chapter 16. Makir. Makir, too, is a vegetable substance that is brought from India, being a red bark that grows upon a large root, and bears the name of the tree that produces it. What the nature of this tree is, I have not been able to ascertain. A decoction of this bark, mixed with honey, is greatly employed in medicine as a specific for dysentery. Chapter 17. Sugar. Arabia too produces sugar, but that of India is the most esteemed. This substance is a kind of honey which collects in reeds, white, like gum, and brittle to the teeth. The larger pieces are about the size of a filbert. It is only employed, however, in medicine. Chapter 18. Trees of Ariana, Gedrosia, and Hyrcania. On the frontiers of India is a country called Ariana, which produces a thorny shrub rendered precious by the tears which it distills. It bears some resemblance to myrrh, but is very difficult of access by reason of the thorns with which it is armed. Here, too, a poisonous shrub is found, with a root like the radish, and leaves like those of the laurel. By its powerful odour it attracts horses, and was very nearly depriving Alexander of all his cavalry upon his first arrival there, an accident which also happened in Gedrosia. A thorny shrub has been also spoken of as a native of the same country, with leaves like those of the laurel, the juice of which, if sprinkled upon the eyes, is productive of blindness in all animals. Another plant is also mentioned, with a most remarkable odour, and full of diminutive serpents, the sting of which is sure to cause instant death. Onesicritus states that in the valleys of Hyrcania there is a tree resembling the fig, and known as the ochus, from which a honey distills for 2 hours every morning. Chapter 19. Trees of Bactriana, Bdellium, or Brochon, otherwise Malacha or Maldacon, Scordastum. Adulterations used in all spices and aromatics. The various tests of them, and their respective values. In the vicinity too of India is Bactriana, in which region we find Bdellium, that is so highly esteemed. This tree is of a black colour, and about the size of the olive. It has leaves like those of the robur, and bears a fruit similar to that of the wild fig, and in nature resembling a kind of gum. This fruit is by some persons called brochon, by others malacha, and by others again maldacon. When of a black colour and rolled up in cakes, it bears the name of hadrobalon. This substance ought to be transparent and the colour of wax, odoriferous, unctuous when subjected to friction, and bitter to the taste, though without the slightest acidity. When used for sacred purposes, it is steeped in wine, upon which it emits a still more powerful odour. The tree is a native of both India and Arabia, as well as Media and Babylon. Some persons give to the bdellium that is imported by way of Media the name of peraticum. This last is remarkable for its brittleness, while at the same time it is harder and more bitter than the other kinds. That of India, on the other hand, is moister and gummy. This last sort is adulterated by means of almonds, while the various other kinds are falsified with the bark of scordastum, that being the name of a tree the gum of which strongly resembles bdellium. These adulterations, however, are to be detected, and let it suffice to mention it here, in relation to all other perfumes as well, by the smell, the colour, the weight, the taste, and the action of fire. The bdellium of Bactriana is shining and dry, and covered with numerous white spots resembling the fingernails. Besides which, it should be of a certain weight, heavier or lighter than which it ought not to be. The price of bdellium in its pure state is 3 denarii per pound. Chapter 20. Trees of Persis. Adjoining the countries which we have previously mentioned is Persis, lying along the shores of the Red Sea, which, when describing it, we have mentioned as the Persian Sea, the tides of which penetrate far into the land. The trees in these regions are of a marvellous nature, for, corroded by the action of the salt, and bearing a considerable resemblance to vegetable substances that have been thrown up and abandoned by the tide, they are seen to embrace the arid sands of the seashore with their naked roots, just like so many polypi. When the tide rises, buffeted by the waves, there they stand, fixed and immovable; nay more, at high water they are completely covered; a fact which proves to conviction that they derive their nutriment from the salt contained in the water. The size of these trees is quite marvellous. In appearance they strongly resemble the arbute, the fruit, which on the outside is very similar to the almond, has a spiral kernel within. Chapter 21. Trees of the islands of the Persian Sea. The cotton tree. In the same gulf there is the island of Tylos, covered with a forest on the side which looks towards the east, where it is washed also by the sea at high tides. Each of the trees is in size as large as the fig. The blossoms are of an indescribable sweetness, and the fruit is similar in shape to a lupin, but so rough and prickly that it is never touched by any animal. On a more elevated plateau of the same island we find trees that bear wool, but of a different nature from those of the Ceres. As in these trees, the leaves produce nothing at all, and indeed might very readily be taken for those of the vine, were it not that they are of smaller size. They bear a kind of gourd about the size of a quince, which when arrived at maturity bursts asunder and discloses a ball of down, from which a costly kind of linen cloth is made. This tree is known by the name of Gossypinus. The smaller island of Tylos, which is 10 miles distant from the larger one, produces it in even greater abundance. Chapter 22. The tree called Cyna, trees from which fabrics for clothing are made in the East. Juba states that about a certain shrub there grows a woolly down, from which a fabric is manufactured, preferable even to those of India. He adds, too, that certain trees of Arabia, from which vestments are made, are called Cynae, and that they have a leaf similar to that of the palm. Thus do their very trees afford clothing for the people of India. In the islands of Tylos there is also another tree, with a blossom like the white violet in appearance, though 4 times as large, but it is destitute of smell, a very remarkable fact in these climates. Chapter 23. A country where the trees never lose their leaves. There is also another tree similar to the preceding one, but with a thicker foliage and a blossom like the rose. This flower shuts at night, and, beginning to open towards sunrise, appears in full blow by midday. The natives are in the habit of saying that in this way it goes to sleep. The same island bears also the palm, the olive, the vine, and the fig, with various other kinds of fruit. None of the trees in this island lose their leaves. It is abundantly watered by cool streams, and receives the benefit of rain. Chapter 24. The various useful products of trees. Arabia, which is in the vicinity of these islands, requires that we should make some distinction in its vegetable products, seeing that here the various parts of trees which are employed for useful purposes are the root, the branches, the bark, the juices, the gum, the wood, the shoots, the blossoms, the leaves, and the fruit. Chapter 25. Costus. A root and a leaf, however, are the productions which are held in the very highest estimation in India. The root is that of the costus. It has a burning taste in the mouth, and a most exquisite odour. In other respects the branches are good for nothing. In the island of Patale, situate at the very mouth of the river Indus, There are two kinds of costus found, the black and the white. The last is considered the best. The price of it is 5 denarii per pound. Chapter 26. Nard. The 12 varieties of the plant. Of the leaf, which is that of the nard, it is only right to speak somewhat more at length, as it holds the principal place among our unguents. The nard is a shrub with a heavy, thick root, but short, black, brittle, and yet unctuous as well. It has a musty smell, too, very much like that of the cypress, with a sharp, acrid taste, the leaves being small and growing in tufts. The heads of the nard spread out into ears, hence it is that nard is so famous for its twofold production, the spike or ear, and the leaf. There is another kind, again, that grows on the banks of the Ganges, but is altogether condemned as being good for nothing. It bears the name of ozynotis, and emits a fetid odour. Nard is adulterated with a sort of plant called pseudonard, which is found growing everywhere, and is known by its thick, broad leaf, and its sickly colour, which inclines to white. It is sophisticated also by being mixed with the root of the genuine nard, which adds very considerably to its weight. Gum is also used for the same purpose, antimony, and cypress, or at least the outer coat of the cypress. Its genuineness is tested by its lightness, the redness of its colour, its sweet smell, and the taste more particularly, which parches the mouth and leaves a pleasant flavour behind it. The price of spikenard is 100 denarii per pound. Leaf nard varies in price according to the size. For that which is known by the name of hadrosphaerum, consisting of the larger leaves, sells at 40 denarii per pound. When the leaves are smaller, it is called mesosphaerum, and is sold at 60. But that which is considered the most valuable of all is known as microsphaerum, and consists of the very smallest of the leaves. It sells at 75 denarii per pound. All these varieties of nard have an agreeable odour, but it is most powerful when fresh. If the nard is old when gathered, that which is of a black colour is considered the best. In our part of the world, the Syrian nard is held in the next highest esteem next to this, then the Gallic, and in the third place that of Crete, which by some persons is called agrion, and by others fu. This last has exactly the leaf of the elusatrum, with a stalk a cubit in length, knotted, of a whitish colour inclining to purple, and a root that runs sideways. It is covered, too, with long hair, and strongly resembles the foot of a bird. Field nard is known by the name of baccar. We shall have further occasion to mention it when we come to speak of the flowers. All these kinds of nard, however, are to be reckoned as herbs, with the exception of Indian nard. Of these, the Gallic kind is pulled up along with the root, and washed in wine, after which it is dried in the shade, and wrapped up in paper in small parcels. It is not very different from the Indian nard, but is lighter than that of Syria. The price at which it sells is 3 denarii per pound. The only way of testing the leaves of all these varieties of nard is to see that they are not brittle and parched, instead of being dried naturally and gradually. Together with the nard that grows in Gaul, there always springs up a herb which is known by the name of herculus, or the little goat, on account of its offensive smell, it being very similar to that of the goat. This herb, too, is very much used in the adulteration of nard, though it differs from it in the fact that it has no stem, and its leaves are smaller. The root, too, is not bitter, and is entirely destitute of smell. Chapter 27. Asarum, or foal-foot. The herb asarum, too, has the properties of nard, and indeed by some persons is known as wild nard. It has a leaf, however, more like that of the ivy, only that it is rounder and softer. The flower is purple, the root very similar to that of the Gallic nard, and the seed is like a grape. It is of a warm and vinous flavour, and blossoms twice a year, growing upon hillsides that are densely shaded. The best kind is that found in Pontus, and the next best that of Phrygia, that of Illyricum being only of third-rate quality. The root is dug up when it is just beginning to put forth its leaves, and then dried in the sun. It very soon turns mouldy and loses its properties. There has also been lately found a certain herb in some parts of Greece, the leaves of which do not differ in the slightest degree from those of the Indian nard. Chapter 28. Amomum, amomis. The clustered amomum is very extensively used. It grows upon a kind of wild vine that is found in India, though some persons have been of opinion that it is borne by a shrub, resembling the myrtle in appearance, and about the same height as the palm. This plant also is plucked along with the root, and is carefully pressed together with the hands, for it very soon becomes brittle. That kind is held in the highest esteem, the leaves of which bear a strong resemblance to those of the pomegranate, being free from wrinkles, and of a red colour. The second quality is that which is of a pallid hue. That which has a green, grassy appearance is not so good, and the white is the worst of all. It assumes this appearance when old. The price of clustered amomum is 60 denarii per pound, but in dust it sells at only 49. Amomum is produced also in that part of Armenia which is known as Otene, as also in Media and Pontus. It is adulterated with the leaves of the pomegranate and a solution of gum, which is employed in order to make the leaves adhere and form clusters like those of the grape. There is another substance also which is known by the name of amomis. It is not so full of veins as amomum, harder, and not so odoriferous; from which it would appear either that it is altogether a different plant, or else that it is amomum gathered in an unripe state. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 12. Chapter 29. Cardamomum. Similar to these substances, both in name as well as the shrub which produces it, is the cardamomum, the seeds of which are of an oblong shape. It is gathered in the same manner both in India and Arabia. There are 4 different kinds of cardamomum. That which is of a very green color, unctuous, with sharp angles, and very difficult to break, is the most highly esteemed of all. The next best is of a reddish white tint, while that of third-rate quality is shorter and blacker, the worst of all being mottled and friable, and emitting but little smell, which in its genuine state ought to be very similar to costum. Cardamomum grows also in Media. The price of the best is 3 denarii per pound. Chapter 30. The country of frankincense. Next in affinity to cardamomum would have been cinnamomum, and this we should have now proceeded to speak of, were it not more convenient first to make mention of the treasures of Arabia, and the reasons for which that country has received the names of happy and blessed. The chief productions of Arabia are frankincense and myrrh, which last it bears in common with the country of the Troglodytae. There is no country in the world that produces frankincense except Arabia, and indeed not the whole of that. Almost in the very centre of that region are the Atramatai, a community of the Sabai, the capital of whose kingdom is Sabota, a place situate on a lofty mountain. At a distance of 8 stations from this is the incense-bearing region, known by the name of Saba. The Greeks say that the word signifies a secret mystery. This district looks towards the northeast, and is rendered inaccessible by rocks on every side, while it is bounded on the right by the sea, from which it is shut out by cliffs of tremendous height. The soil of this territory is said to be of a milky white, a little inclining to red. The forests extend 20 scaeni in length, and half that distance in breadth. The length of the scaenus, according to the estimate of Eratosthenes, is 40 stadia, or, in other words, 5 miles. Some persons, however, have estimated the scaenus at no more than 32 stadia. In this district some lofty hills take their rise, and the trees, which spring up spontaneously, run downwards along the declivities to the plains. It is generally agreed that the soil is argillaceous, and that the springs which there take their rise are but few in number, and of a nitrous quality. Adjoining are the Minai, the people of another community, through whose country is the sole transit for the frankincense, along a single narrow road. The Minai were the first people who carried on any traffic in frankincense, which they still do to a greater extent than any other persons, and hence it is that it has received the appellation of Minaean. It is the Sabai alone, and no other people among the Arabians, that behold the incense tree; and indeed not all of them, for it is said that there are not more than 3,000 families which have a right to claim that privilege by virtue of hereditary succession, and that for this reason those persons are called sacred, and are not allowed, while pruning the trees or gathering the harvest, to receive any pollution, either by intercourse with women or coming in contact with the dead. by these religious observances it is that the price of the commodity is so considerably enhanced. Some persons, however, say that the right of gathering incense in the forests belongs to all these people in common, while others again state that they take their turns year by year. Chapter 31. The trees that bear frankincense. Nor is it by any means agreed what is the appearance of the incense tree. We have sent several expeditions against Arabia, and the Roman arms have penetrated into the greater part of that country. Indeed, Caius Caesar, the son of Augustus, even earned considerable renown there. And yet this tree has been described by no Latin writer, at least that I know of. The descriptions given of it by the Greek writers vary very considerably. Some of them say that it has exactly the leaf of the pear tree, only somewhat smaller, and of a grass-green color. Others, again, say that it has a rather reddish leaf, like that of the mastic, and others that it is a kind of terebinth, and that King Antigonus, to whom a branch of it was brought, was of that opinion. King Juba, in the work which he wrote and dedicated to Caius Caesar, the son of Augustus, who was inflamed by the widespread renown of Arabia, states that the tree has a spiral stem, and that the branches bear a considerable resemblance to those of the Pontic maple, while it secretes a sort of juice very similar to that of the almond tree. Such, he says, is the appearance of the tree as seen in Carmania and Egypt, where it was introduced and planted under the auspices of the Ptolemies when reigning there. It is well known that it has a bark not unlike that of the laurel, and indeed some persons have asserted that their leaves are similar. At all events, such was the case with the tree as it grew at Sardes. For the kings of Asia also took considerable care to have it planted there. The ambassadors who in my time have come to Rome from Arabia have made all these matters more uncertain even than they were before, a thing at which we may justly be surprised, seeing that some sprigs even of the incense tree have been brought among us, from which we have some reason to conclude that the parent tree is round and tapering, and that it puts forth its shoots from a trunk that is entirely free from knots. Chapter 32. Various kinds of frankincense. In former times, when they had fewer opportunities of selling it, they used to gather the frankincense only once a year. But at the present day, as there is a much greater demand for it, there is a second crop as well. The first, and what we may call the natural vintage, takes place about the rising of the Dog-star, a period when the heat is most intense; on which occasion they cut the tree where the bark appears to be the fullest of juice and extremely thin, from being distended to the greatest extent. The incision thus made is gradually extended, but nothing is removed; the consequence of which is that an unctuous foam oozes forth, which gradually coagulates and thickens. When the nature of the locality requires it, this juice is received upon mats of palm leaves, though in some places the space around the tree is made hard by being well rammed down for the purpose. The frankincense that is gathered after the former method is in the purest state, though that which falls on the ground is the heaviest in weight. That which adheres to the tree is pared off with an iron instrument, which accounts for its being found mingled with pieces of bark. The forest is allotted in certain portions, and such is the mutual probity of the owners, that it is quite safe from all depredation. Indeed, there is no one left to watch the trees after the incisions are made, and yet no one is ever known to plunder his neighbour. But, by Hercules, at Alexandria, where the incense is dressed for sale, the workshops can never be guarded with sufficient care. A seal is even placed upon the workmen's aprons, and a mask put upon the head, or else a net with very close meshes, while the people are stripped naked before they are allowed to leave work. So true it is that punishments afford less security among us than is to be found by these Arabians amid their woods and forests. The incense which has accumulated during the summer is gathered in the autumn. It is the purest of all, and is of a white color. The second gathering takes place in spring, incisions being made in the bark for that purpose during the winter. This, however, is of a red color, and not to be compared with the other incense. The first or superior kind of incense is known as carphiathum, the latter is called dathiathum. It is thought also that the incense which is gathered from the tree while young is the whitest, though the produce of the old trees has the most powerful smell. Some persons, too, have an impression that the best incense is found in the islands, but Juba asserts that no incense at all is grown there. That incense which has hung suspended in globular drops is known to us as male frankincense, though it is mostly the case that we do not use the term male except in contradistinction to the word female. It has been attributed, however, to religious scruples, that the name of the other sex was not employed as a denomination for this substance. Some persons, again, are of opinion that the male frankincense has been so called from its resemblance to the testes of the male. The incense, however, that is the most esteemed of all is that which is mammos, or breast-shaped, and is produced when one drop has stopped short, and another, following close upon it, has adhered and united with it. I find it stated that one of these lumps used to make quite a handful at a time when men displayed less eagerness to gather it, and it was allowed more time to accumulate. The Greeks call such lumps as these by the name of stagonia and atomos, while the smaller pieces are called orobia. The fragments which are broken off by shaking the tree are known to us as manna. Even at the present day, however, there are drops found which weigh 1/3 of a mina, or, in other words, 28 denarii. Alexander the Great, when a boy, was on one occasion loading the altars with frankincense with the greatest prodigality, upon which his tutor Leonides remarked to him that it would be time to worship the gods in such a lavish manner as that, when he had conquered the countries that produced the frankincense. After Alexander had conquered Arabia, he dispatched to Leonides a ship freighted with frankincense, and sent him word, requesting that he would now worship the gods without stint or limit. The incense, after being collected, is carried on camels' backs to Sabota, at which place a single gate is left open for its admission. To deviate from the high road while conveying it, the laws have made a capital offence. At this place the priests take by measure, and not by weight, 1/10 part in honour of their god, whom they call Sabis. Indeed, it is not allowable to dispose of it before this has been done. Out of this 1/10 the public expenses are defrayed, for the divinity generously entertains all those strangers who have made a certain number of days' journey in coming thither. The incense can only be exported through the country of the Gebanitae, and for this reason it is that a certain tax is paid to their king as well. Thomna, which is their capital, is distant from Gaza, a city of Judea, on the shores of our sea, 4,436 miles, the distance being divided into 65 days' journey by camel. There are certain portions also of the frankincense which are given to the priests and the king's secretaries, and, in addition to these, the keepers of it, as well as the soldiers who guard it, the gatekeepers, and various other employees have their share as well. And then, besides, all along the route there is at one place water to pay for, at another fodder, lodging at the stations, and various taxes and imposts besides; the consequence of which is, that the expense for each camel before it arrives at the shores of our sea is 688 denarii. After all this, too, there are certain payments still to be made to the farmers of the revenue of our empire. Hence it is that a pound of the best frankincense sells at 6 denarii, the second quality 5, and the third 3. Among us it is adulterated with drops of white resin, a substance which bears a strong resemblance to it, but the fraud may be easily detected by the methods which have been already mentioned. It is tested by the following qualities: its whiteness, size, brittleness, and the readiness with which it takes fire when placed on heated coals; in addition to which, it should not give to the pressure of the teeth, but from its natural brittleness crumble all to pieces. Chapter 33. Myrrh. According to some authors, myrrh is the produce of a tree that grows in the same forests as the incense tree, though most say that they grow in different places; but the fact is that myrrh grows in many parts of Arabia, as will be seen when we come to speak of the several varieties of it. A sort that is highly esteemed is brought from the islands also, and the Sabai even cross the sea to procure it in the country of the Troglodytae. It is grown also by being transplanted, and when thus cultivated is greatly preferred to that which is grown in the forests. The plant is greatly improved by raking and baring the roots; indeed, the cooler the roots are kept, the better it is. Chapter 34. The trees which produce myrrh. The tree grows to the height of 5 cubits, and has thorns upon it. The trunk is hard and spiral, and thicker than that of the incense tree, and much more so at the root than at the upper part of the tree. Some authors have said that the bark is smooth, like that of the arbute, others that it is rough and covered with thorns. It has the leaf of the olive, but more wavy, with sharp points at the edges. Juba says, however, that it resembles the leaf of the alusatrum. Some again say that it resembles the juniper, only that it is rougher and bristling with thorns, and that the leaves are of a rounder shape, though they have exactly the taste of the juniper. There have been some writers who have incorrectly asserted that both myrrh and frankincense are the product of the same tree. Chapter 35. The nature and various kinds of myrrh. Incisions are made in the myrrh tree also twice a year, and at the same season as in the incense tree; but in the case of the myrrh tree they are all made the way up from the root as far as the branches which are able to bear it. The tree spontaneously exudes, before the incision is made, a liquid which bears the name of stacte, and to which there is no myrrh that is superior. Second only in quality to this is the cultivated myrrh. Of the wild or forest kind, the best is that which is gathered in summer. They give no tithes of myrrh to the god, because it is the produce of other countries as well, but the growers pay the fourth part of it to the king of the Gebanitae. Myrrh is brought up indiscriminately by the common people, and then packed into bags, but our perfumers separate it without any difficulty, the principal tests of its goodness being its unctuousness and its aromatic smell. There are several kinds of myrrh. The first among the wild myrrhs is the troglodytic, and the next are the Menaian, which includes the atramitic, and that of Ausaritis, in the kingdom of the Gebanitae. A third kind is the dianitic, and a fourth is the mixed myrrh, or all sorts. A fifth, again, is the Sambracenian, which is brought from a city in the kingdom of the Sabai near the sea, and a sixth is known by the name of Dusaritic. There is a white myrrh also, which is produced in only one spot, and is carried for sale to the city of Messalum. The troglodytic myrrh is tested by its unctuousness and its peculiarly dry appearance. It has also a dirty, rough look with it, but is more acrid than the other kinds. The Sambracinian myrrh has none of these faults, and is more sightly in appearance than any of them, though it is far from being so powerful. In general, however, the proof of its goodness consists in its being separated in little pieces of uneven shape, formed by the concretion of a whitish juice, which dries up little by little. When broken, it ought to exhibit white marks like the fingernails, and to be slightly bitter to the taste. That of second quality is of a mottled appearance within, while of worse quality is that which is of a black colour within. The very worst of all is that which is black on the outside as well. The price of myrrh varies according to the number of purchasers. Stacte is sold at prices which vary from 3 denarii to 40 per pound, while the very highest price of the cultivated myrrh is 11 denarii. Erythraean myrrh, the same, it is pretended, as Arabian myrrh, is 16 denarii per pound, troglodytic also is 16 denarii, and that known as odoraria, or odoriferous myrrh, sells at 14. Myrrh is adulterated with pieces of mastic and other gums. It is also drugged with the juice of wild cucumber, in order to produce a certain bitterness, and with litharge for the purpose of increasing its weight. Other sophistications may be discovered on tasting it, and the gum will adhere to the teeth. But the cleverest mode of adulterating it is with Indian myrrh, a substance which is gathered from a certain prickly shrub which grows there. This is the only thing that India produces of worse quality than the corresponding produce of other countries. They may, however, be very easily distinguished, that of India being so very much inferior. Chapter 36. Mastic. The transition, therefore, is very easy to mastic, which grows upon another prickly shrub of India and Arabia, known by the name of laina. Of mastic as well there are 2 different kinds. For in Asia and Greece there is also found a herb which puts forth leaves from the root, and bears a thistly head, resembling an apple and full of seeds. Upon an incision being made in the upper part of this plant, drops distil from it, which can hardly be distinguished from the genuine mastic. There is again a third sort, found in Pontus, but more like bitumen than anything else. The most esteemed, however, of all these is the white mastic of Chios, the price of which is 20 denarii per pound, while the black mastic sells at 12. It is said that the mastic of Chios exudes from the lentisk in the form of a sort of gum. Like frankincense, it is adulterated with resin. Chapter 37. Ladanum and Stobolon. Arabia, too, still boasts of her ladanum. Many writers have stated that this substance is the fortuitous result of an accidental injury inflicted upon a certain odoriferous plant under the following circumstances. The goat, they say, which is in general an animal that is extremely mischievous to foliage, is particularly fond of the shrubs that are odoriferous, as if, indeed, it were really sensible of the value that is set upon them. Hence it is that as the animal crops the sprouting shoots of the branches which are swollen with a liquid juice of remarkable sweetness, these juices drop and become mingled together, and are then wiped up by the shaggy hairs of its unlucky beard. Being there mingled with the dust, these juices form knots and tufts, and are then dried by the sun; and hence the circumstance is accounted for that in the ladanum which is imported by us we find goats' hairs. This, however, we are told, occurs nowhere but among the Nabatai, a people of Arabia who border upon Syria. The more recent writers call this substance by the name of stobolon, and state that in the forests of Arabia the trees are broken by the goats while browsing, and that the juices in consequence adhere to their shaggy hair. But the genuine ladanum, they assure us, comes from the island of Cyprus. I make mention of this in order that every kind of odoriferous plant may be taken some notice of, even though incidentally, and not in the order of their respective localities. They say also that this Cyprian ladanum is collected in the same manner as the other, and that it forms a kind of greasy substance, or issipum, which adheres to the beards and shaggy legs of the goats; but that it is produced from the flowers of the ground ivy, which they have nibbled when in quest of their morning food, a time at which the whole island is covered with dew. After this, they say, when the fogs are dispersed by the sun, the dust adheres to their wet coats, and the ladanum is formed, which is afterwards taken off of them with a comb. There are some authors who give to the plant of Cyprus, from which it is made, the name of leda, and hence it is that we find it also called ladanum. They say also that a viscous substance settles upon this plant, and that, by the aid of strings wound around it, its leaves are rolled into balls, from which a kind of cake is made. Hence it is that in Cyprus, as well as in Arabia, there are two kinds of ladanum, the one natural and mingled with earth, and the other artificial. The former is friable, while the latter is of a viscous nature. It is stated also that this substance is the produce of a shrub originally found in Carmania, and propagated by plants, by order of the Ptolemies, in the parts beyond Egypt; while other authorities are found which say that it grows on the incense tree, and is gathered, like gum, from incisions made in the bark, after which it is collected in bags of goat skin. That of the most approved quality sells at the rate of 40 asses per pound. Laudanum is adulterated with myrtle berries, and filth taken from the fleeces of other animals besides the goat. If genuine, it ought to have a wild and acrid smell, in some measure redolent of the desert places where it is produced. It is dry and parched in appearance, but becomes soft the moment it is touched. When ignited, it gives a brilliant flame, and emits a powerful but pleasant odor. If mixed with myrtle berries, its spurious quality is immediately discovered by their crackling in the fire. In addition to this, the genuine laudanum has more grits, or stony particles, adhering to it than dust. Chapter 38. Enhaemon. In Arabia, too, the olive tree distills a sort of tear, with which the Indians make a medicament known by the Greeks as enhaemon. It is said to be of wonderful efficacy in contracting and healing wounds and sores. These trees, situate on the coasts there, are covered by the sea at high water, without the berries suffering the slightest injury, although it is a well-known fact that the salt collects upon the leaves. All these trees are peculiar to Arabia, but it has some few besides in common with other countries, of which we shall make mention elsewhere, the kinds growing in Arabia being of inferior quality. The people of that country have a wonderful regard for the perfumes of foreign parts, and import them from places at a considerable distance. So soon are men sated with what they have of their own, and so covetous are they of what belongs to others. Chapter 39. The tree called Bratus. Hence it is that they import from the country of the Elymai the wood of a tree called Bratus, which is similar in appearance to a spreading cypress. Its branches are of a whitish colour, and the wood, while burning, emits a pleasant odour. It is highly spoken of by Claudius Caesar in his history for its marvellous properties. He states that the Parthians sprinkle the leaves of it in their drink, that its smell closely resembles that of the cedar, and that the smoke of it is efficacious in counteracting the effects of smoke emitted by other wood. This tree grows in the countries that lie beyond the Pasitigris, in the territory of the city of Sitaka, upon Mount Zagros. Chapter 40. The tree called Stobrum. The Arabians import from Carmania also the wood of a tree called Stobrum, which they employ in fumigations, by steeping it in palm wine, and then setting fire to it. The odour first ascends to the ceiling, and then descends in volumes to the floor. It is very agreeable, but is apt to cause an oppression of the head, though unattended with pain. It is used for promoting sleep in persons when ill. For these branches of commerce they have opened the city of Carrhae, which serves as an entrepot, and from which place they were formerly in the habit of proceeding to Gaba, at a distance of 20 days' journey, and thence to Palestina in Syria. But at a later period, as Juba informs us, they began to take the road for the purposes of this traffic to Charax and the kingdom of the Parthians. For my own part, it would appear to me that they were in the habit of importing these commodities among the Persians, even before they began to convey them to Syria or Egypt. At least Herodotus bears testimony to that effect, when he states that the Arabians paid a yearly tribute of 1,000 talents in frankincense to the kings of Persia. From Syria they bring back storax, which, burnt upon the hearth, by its powerful smell dispels that loathing of their own perfumes with which these people are affected. For in general there are no kinds of wood in use among them, except those which are odoriferous. Indeed, the Sabai are in the habit of cooking their food with incense wood, while others, again, employ that of the myrrh tree, and hence the smoke and smells that pervade their cities and villages are no other than the very same which, with us, proceed from the altars. For the purpose of qualifying this powerful smell, they burn storax in goatskins, and so fumigate their dwellings. So true it is, that there is no pleasure to be found, but what the continual enjoyment of it begets loathing. They also burn this substance to drive away the serpents, which are extremely numerous in the forests which bear the odoriferous trees. Chapter 41. Why Arabia was called happy. Arabia produces neither cinnamon nor cassia, and this is the country styled happy Arabia. False and ungrateful does she prove herself in the adoption of this surname, which she would imply to have been received from the gods above, whereas in reality she is indebted for it far more to the gods below. It is the luxury which is displayed by man, even in the paraphernalia of death, that has rendered Arabia thus happy, and which prompts him to burn with the dead what was originally understood to have been produced for the service of the gods. Those who are likely to be the best acquainted with the matter assert that this country does not produce in a whole year so large a quantity of perfumes as was burnt by the Emperor Nero at the funeral obsequies of his wife Poppaea. And then let us only take into account the vast number of funerals that are celebrated throughout the whole world each year, and the heaps of odours that are piled up in honour of the bodies of the dead; the vast quantities, too, that are offered to the gods in single grains; and yet, when men were in the habit of offering up to them the salted cake, they did not show themselves any the less propitious; nay, rather, as the facts themselves prove, they were even more favourable to us than they are now. But it is the sea of Arabia that has even a still greater right to be called happy, for it is this that furnishes us with pearls. At the very lowest computation, India, the Ceres, and the Arabian peninsula withdraw from our empire 100 millions of sesterces every year, so dearly do we pay for our luxury and our women. How large a portion, too, I should like to know, of all these perfumes really comes to the gods of heaven and the deities of the shades below. Chapter 42. Cinnamomum, Xylocinnamum. Fabulous antiquity, and Herodotus more particularly, have related that cinnamomum and cassia are found in the nests of certain birds, and principally that of the phoenix, in the districts where Father Liber was brought up; and that these substances either fall from the inaccessible rocks and trees in which the nests are built, in consequence of the weight of the pieces of flesh which the birds carry up, or else are brought down by the aid of arrows loaded with lead. It is said also that cassia grows around certain marshes, but is protected by a frightful kind of bat armed with claws, and by winged serpents as well. All these tales, however, have been evidently invented for the purpose of enhancing the prices of these commodities. Another story, too, bears them company, to the effect that under the rays of the noonday sun, the entire peninsula exhales a certain indescribable perfume composed of its numerous odors, that the breezes, as they blow from it, are impregnated with these odors, and, indeed, were the first to announce the vicinity of Arabia to the fleets of Alexander the Great while still far out at sea. All this, however, is false, for cinnamomum or cinnamon, which is the same thing, grows in the country of the Ethiopians, who are united by intermarriages with the Troglodytae. These last, after buying it of their neighbours, carry it over vast tracts of sea upon rafts, which are neither steered by rudder, nor drawn or impelled by oars or sails, nor yet are they aided by any of the resources of art, man alone and his daring boldness standing in place of all these; in addition to which, they choose the winter season, about the time of the equinox, for their voyage, for then a southeasterly wind is blowing. These winds guide them in a straight course from gulf to gulf, and after they have doubled the promontory of Arabia, the northeast wind carries them to a port of the Gabanitae, known by the name of Ochelia. Hence it is that they steer for this port in preference, and they say that it is almost 5 years before the merchants are able to effect their return, while many perish on the voyage. In return for their wares, they bring back articles of glass and copper, cloths, buckles, bracelets, and necklaces. Hence it is that this traffic depends more particularly upon the capricious tastes and inclinations of the female sex. The cinnamon shrub is only 2 cubits in height at the most, the lowest being no more than a palm in height. It is about 4 fingers in breadth, and hardly has it risen 6 fingers from the ground before it begins to put forth shoots and suckers. It has then all the appearance of being dry and withered, and while it is green it has no odour at all. The leaf is like that of wild marjoram, and it thrives best in dry localities, being not so prolific in rainy weather. It requires also to be kept constantly clipped. Though it grows on level ground, it thrives best among tangled brakes and brambles, and hence it is extremely difficult to be gathered. It is never gathered unless with the permission of the god, by whom some suppose Jupiter to be meant. The Ethiopians, however, call him Asabinus. They offer the entrails of 44 oxen, goats, and rams, when they implore his permission to do so, but after all, they are not allowed to work at it before sunrise or after sunset. A priest divides the branches with a spear, and sets aside one portion of them for the god; after which the dealer stores away the rest in lumps. There is another account given, which states that a division is made between the gatherers and the sun, and that it is divided into 3 portions, after which lots are twice drawn, and the share which falls to the sun is left there, and forthwith ignites spontaneously. The thinnest parts in the sticks, for about a palm in length, are looked upon as producing the finest cinnamon. The part that comes next, though not quite so long, is the next best, and so on downwards. The worst of all is that which is nearest the roots, from the circumstance that in that part there is the least bark, the portion that is the most esteemed. Hence it is that the upper part of the tree is preferred, there being the greatest proportion of bark there. As for the wood, it is held in no esteem at all, on account of the acrid taste which it has, like that of wild marjoram. It is known as xylocinamum. The price of cinnamomum is 10 denarii per pound. Some writers make mention of two kinds of cinnamon, the white and the black. The white was the one that was formerly preferred, but now, on the contrary, the black is held in the highest estimation, and the mottled even is preferred to the white. The most certain test, however, of the goodness of cinnamon is its not being rough, and the fact that the pieces when rubbed together do not readily crumble to powder. That which is soft is more particularly rejected, which is the case also when the outer bark too readily falls off. The right of regulating the sale of the cinnamon belongs solely to the king of the Gebanitae, who opens the market for it by public proclamation. The price of it was formerly as much as 1,000 denarii per pound, which was afterwards increased to half as much again, in consequence, it is said, of the forests having been set on fire by the barbarians from motives of resentment. Whether this took place through any injustice exercised by those in power, or only by accident, has not been hitherto exactly ascertained. Indeed, we find it stated by some authors, that the south winds that prevail in these parts are sometimes so hot as to set the forests on fire. The Emperor Vespasianus Augustus was the first to dedicate in the temples of the Capitol and the goddess Peace chaplets of cinnamon inserted in embossed gold. I myself once saw in the temple of the Palatium, which his wife Augusta dedicated to her husband, the late Emperor Augustus, a root of cinnamon of great weight, placed in a patera of gold. From it drops used to distill every year, which congealed in hard grains. It remained there until the temple was accidentally destroyed by fire. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 13. Chapter 43. Cassia. Cassia is a shrub also, which grows not far from the plains where cinnamon is produced, but in the mountainous localities. The branches of it are, however, considerably thicker than those of cinnamon. It is covered with a thin skin rather than a bark, and, contrary to what is the case with cinnamon, it is looked upon as the most valuable when the bark falls off and crumbles into small pieces. The shrub is 3 cubits in height, and the colors which it assumes are threefold. When it first shoots from the ground, for the length of a foot, it is white. After it has attained that height, it is red for half a foot, and beyond that it is black. This last is the part that is held in the highest esteem, and next to it the portion that comes next, the white part being the least valued of all. They cut the ends of the branches to the length of 2 fingers, and then sow them in the fresh skins of cattle that have been killed expressly for the purpose, the object being that the skins may putrefy, and the maggots generated thereby may eat away the woody parts, and so excavate the bark, which is so intensely bitter that it is quite safe from their attacks. That which is the freshest is the most highly esteemed. It has a very delicate smell, and is so extremely hot to the taste, that it may be said to burn the tongue, rather than gradually warm the mouth. It is of a purple colour, and though of considerable volume, weighs but very little in comparison. The outer coat forms into short tubes, which are by no means easily broken. This choice kind of cassia the barbarians call by the name of lada. There is another sort again, which is called balsamodes, because it has a smell like that of balsam, but it is bitter, for which reason it is more employed for medicinal purposes, just as the black cassia is used for unguents. There is no substance known that is subject to greater variations in price. The best qualities sell at 50 denarii per pound, others again at 5. To these varieties the dealers have added another, which they call daphnoides, and give it the surname of isocinnamon. The price at which it sells is 300 denarii per pound. It is adulterated with storax, and, in consequence of the resemblance of the bark, with very small sprigs of laurel. Cassia is also planted in our part of the world, and indeed at the extreme verge of the empire, on the banks of the river Rhenus, where it flourishes when planted in the vicinity of hives of bees. It has not, however, that scorched colour which is produced by the excessive heat of the sun, nor has it, for the same reason, a similar smell to that which comes from the south. Chapter 44. Cancamum and Tarum. From the confines of the country which produces cinnamon and cassia, cancamum and tarum are imported, but these substances are brought by way of the Nabatean troglodytae, a colony of the Nabatai. Chapter 45. Sericatum and Gabalium. Thither too are carried sericatum and gabalium, aromatics which the Arabians rear for their own consumption, and which are only known by name in our part of the world, though they grow in the same country as cinnamon and cassia. Still, however, sericatum does reach us occasionally, and it is employed by some persons in the manufacture of unguents. It is purchased at the rate of 6 denarii per pound. Chapter 46. Myrobalanum. In the country of the troglodytae, the Thebais, and the parts of Arabia which separate Judea from Egypt, Myrobalanum is commonly found. It is provided by nature for unguents, as from its very name would appear. From its name also it is evident that it is the nut of a tree, with a leaf similar to that of the heliotropium, which we shall have to mention when speaking of the herbs. The fruit of this tree is about the size of a filbert. The kind that grows in Arabia is known as Syriaca, and is white, while on the other hand that which grows in the Thebais is black. The former is preferred for the quality of the oil extracted from it, though that which is produced in the Thebais yields it in larger quantities. Among these various kinds, that which is sent from the country of the troglodytae is the worst of all. There are some persons who prefer that of Ethiopia to all of these, the nut of which is black, and not oleaginous. It has only a very small kernel, but the liquid which is extracted from it is more odoriferous than that of the other kinds. It grows, too, in a champaign open country. It is said that the Egyptian nut is even more oleaginous, being of a reddish colour with a thicker shell, and that the plant, although it grows in wet marshy spots, is shorter and drier than the other kinds. The Arabian nut, again, is said to be of a green color and of smaller size, but harder and more compact, from the circumstance that it grows in mountainous districts. The best of all, however, is that of Petra, which comes from a city mentioned on a previous occasion. It has a black shell, but the kernel is white. The perfumers, however, only extract the juices from the shells, but medical men pound the kernels, pouring warm water on them little by little as they do it. Chapter 47. Phoenicobalanos. The fruit of the palm in Egypt, which is known by the name of adipsos, is put to a similar use in unguents, and is held next in esteem after the myrobalanum. It is of a green color, has exactly the smell of a quince, and has no stone or nut within. It is gathered a little before it begins to ripen. That which is left ungathered is known as phoenicobalanos. It turns black, and has a tendency to inebriate the person who eats of it. The price of myrobalanum is 2 denarii per pound. The shopkeepers give this name also to the dregs of the unguent that is made with it. Chapter 48. The sweet-scented calamus, the sweet-scented rush. Scented calamus also, which grows in Arabia, is common to both India and Syria, that which grows in the last country being superior to all the rest. At a distance of 150 stadia from the Mediterranean, between Mount Libanus and another mountain of no note, and not, as some have supposed, Antilibanus, there is a valley of moderate size, situate in the vicinity of a lake, the marshy swamps of which are dried up every summer. At a distance of 30 stadia from this lake grow the sweet-scented calamus and rush. We shall here make some further mention of this rush as well, although we have set apart another book for plants of that description, seeing that it is our object here to describe all the different materials used for unguents. These plants differ in appearance in no respect from others of their kind, but the calamus, which has the more agreeable smell of the two, attracts by its odour at a considerable distance, and is softer to the touch than the other. The best is the kind which is not so brittle, but breaks into long flakes, and not short, like a radish. In the hollow stalk there is a substance like a cobweb, which is generally known by the name of the flower. Those plants which contain the most of it are esteemed the best. The other tests of its goodness are its being of a black colour, those which are white not being esteemed; besides which, to be of the very best quality, it should be short, thick, and pliant when broken. The price of the scented calamus is 11, and of the rush 15 denarii per pound. It is said that the sweet-scented rush is to be met with also in Campania. Chapter 49. Hammoniacum. We have now departed from the lands which look towards the ocean, to enter upon those which have an aspect towards our seas. Africa, which lies below Ethiopia, distills a tear-like gum in its sands, called Hammoniacum, the name of which has passed to the oracle of Hammon, situate near the tree which produces it. This substance, which is also called metopion, bears a strong resemblance to a resin or a gum. There are two kinds of Hammoniacum, that to which the name is given of thrauston, and which bears a resemblance to male frankincense, being the kind that is the most esteemed, and that which is known as firama, being of an unctuous and resinous nature. This substance is adulterated by means of sand, which has all the appearance of having adhered to it during its growth. Hence it is greatly preferred when the pieces are extremely small and in the purest state possible. The price of Hammoniacum of the best quality is 40 asses per pound. Chapter 50. Sphagnos. Below these countries, and in the province of Cyrenaica, the perfume called sphagnos is found in the highest state of perfection. There are some who call it by the name of bryon. The sphagnos of Cyprus holds the second rank, and that of Phoenicia the third. It is said that this plant is produced in Egypt also, and in Gaul as well, and I see no reason to doubt that such is the fact, for this name is given to certain white shaggy tufts upon trees, such as we often see upon the quercus. Those, however, of which we are speaking, emit a most exquisite odour. The most esteemed of all are the whitest, and those situate at the greatest height upon the tree. Those of second quality are red, while those which are black are not of the slightest value. The sphagnos, too, that is produced on islands and among rocks, is held in no esteem, as well as all those varieties which have the odour of the palm tree, and not that which is so peculiarly their own. Chapter 51. Cypros. The cypress is a tree of Egypt, with the leaves of the ziziphus, and seeds like coriander, white and odoriferous. These seeds are boiled in olive oil, and then subjected to pressure. The product is known to us as cypros. The price of it is 5 denarii per pound. The best is that produced on the banks of the Nile, near Canopus, that of second quality coming from Ascalon in Judea, and the third in estimation for the sweetness of its odour, from the island of Cyprus. Some people will have it that this is the same tree which in Italy we call ligustrum. Chapter 52. Aspalathos, or Erisiskeptrum. In the same country, too, grows aspalathos, a white thorny shrub, the size of a moderate tree, and with flowers like the rose, the root of which is in great request for unguents. It is said that every shrub over which the rainbow is extended is possessed of the sweet odour that belongs to the aspalathos, but that if the aspalathos is one of them, its scent is something quite indescribable. Some persons call this plant Erisiskeptrum, and others again Skeptrum. The proof of its genuineness is its red or fiery colour. It is also compact to the touch, and has the smell of castoreum. It is sold at the rate of 5 denarii per pound. Chapter 53. Maron. In Egypt, too, grows marum, though of inferior quality to that of Lydia, which last has larger leaves covered with spots. Those of the other are shorter and smaller, and give out a powerful scent. Chapter 54. Balsamum, Opobalsamum, and Xylobalsamum. But to all other odours, that of balsamum is considered preferable, a plant that has been only bestowed by nature upon the land of Judea. In former times it was cultivated in 2 gardens only, both of which belonged to the kings of that country. One of them was no more than 20 jugera in extent, and the other somewhat smaller. The emperors Vespasianus and Titus had this shrub exhibited at Rome. Indeed, it is worthy of signal remark that since the time of Pompeius Magnus we have been in the habit of carrying trees even in our triumphal processions. At the present day this tree pays us homage and tribute along with its native land, but it has been found to be of altogether a different nature to that which our own as well as foreign writers had attributed to it. For, in fact, it bears a much stronger resemblance to the vine than to the myrtle. This recent acquisition by conquest has learned, like the vine, to be reproduced by mallet shoots, and it covers declivities just like the vine, which supports its own weight without the aid of stays. When it puts forth branches, it is pruned in a similar manner, and it thrives by being well raked at the roots, growing with remarkable rapidity, and bearing fruit at the end of 3 years. The leaf bears a very considerable resemblance to that of rue, and it is an evergreen. The Jews vented their rage upon this shrub, just as they were in the habit of doing against their own lives and persons, while, on the other hand, the Romans protected it. Indeed, combats have taken place before now in defence of a shrub. At the present day, the reproduction of it has become a duty of the fiscal authorities, and the plants were never known to be more numerous or of larger growth. They never exceed the height, however, of a couple of cubits. There are 3 different kinds of balsamum. The first has a thin and hair-like foliage, and is known by the name of euthariston. The second is of a rugged appearance, bending downwards, full of branches, and more odoriferous than the first. The name of this is trachy. The third kind is the eumeces, so called because it is taller than the others. It has a smooth, even bark. It is the second in quality, the euthariston being inferior to the trachy. The seed of this plant has a flavour strongly resembling that of wine. It is of a reddish colour, and not without a certain amount of unctuousness. The grains of inferior quality are lighter in weight and of a greener hue. The branches of the shrub are thicker than those of the myrtle. Incisions are made in it either with glass or else a sharp stone, or knives made of bone, it being highly injurious to touch the vital parts with iron, for in such case it will immediately wither away and die. On the other hand, it will allow of all the superfluous branches being pruned away with an instrument of iron even. The hand of the person who makes the incision is generally balanced by an artificial guide, in order that he may not accidentally inflict a wound in the wood beyond the bark. A juice distills from the wound, which is known to us as opobalsamum. It is of extraordinary sweetness, but only exudes in tiny drops, which are then collected in wool, and deposited in small horns. When taken from out of these, the substance is placed in new earthen vessels. It bears a strong resemblance to a thick oil, and is of a white colour when fresh. It soon, however, turns red, and as it hardens, loses its transparency. When Alexander the Great waged war in those parts, it was looked upon as a fair summer day's work to fill a single concha with this liquid; the entire produce of the larger garden being 6 congii, and of the smaller one a single congius. The price, too, at which it was sold was double its weight in silver. At the present day, the produce of a single tree even is larger. The incisions are made 3 times every summer, after which the tree is pruned. The cuttings, too, form an article of merchandise. the 5th year after the conquest of Judea, these cuttings, with the suckers, were sold for the price of 800,000 sesterces. These cuttings are called xylobalsamum, and are boiled down for mixing with unguents, and in the manufactories have been substituted for the juices of the shrub. The bark is also in great request for medicinal purposes, but it is the tears that are so particularly valuable, the seed holding the 2nd rank in estimation, the bark the 3rd, and the wood being the least esteemed of all. Of the wood, that kind which resembles boxwood is considered the best. It has also the strongest smell. The best seed is that which is the largest in size and the heaviest in weight. It has a biting or rather burning taste in the mouth. Balsamum is adulterated with hypericon from Petra, but the fraud is easily detected from the fact that the grains of the latter are larger, comparatively empty, and longer than those of balsamum. They are destitute also of any pungency of smell, and have a flavour like that of pepper. As to the tears of balsamum, the test of their goodness is their being unctuous to the touch, small, of a somewhat reddish colour, and odoriferous when subjected to friction. That of 2nd-rate quality is white, the green and coarse is inferior, and the black is the worst of all, for, like olive oil, it is apt to turn rancid when old. Of all the incisions, the produce is considered the best of those from which the liquid has flowed before the formation of the seed. In addition to what has been already stated, it is often adulterated with the juice of the seed, and it is with considerable difficulty that the fraud is detected by a slight bitterness in the taste, which ought to be delicate and without the slightest mixture of acidity, the only pungency being that of the smell. It is adulterated also with oil of roses, of cypress, of mastic, of balanus, of turpentine, and of myrtle, as also with resin, galbanum, and Cyprian wax, just as occasion may serve. But the very worst adulteration of all is that which is effected with gum, a substance which is dry when emptied into the hand, and falls to the bottom when placed in water, both of which are characteristics of the genuine commodity. Balsamum in a genuine state should be quite hard, but when it is mixed with gum, a brittle pellicle forms upon it. The fraud can also be detected by the taste, and when placed upon hot coals, it may easily be seen if there has been any adulteration with wax and resin. The flame, too, in this case, burns with a blacker smoke than when the balsamum is pure. When mixed with honey, its qualities are immediately changed, for it will attract flies even in the hand. In addition to these various tests, a drop of pure balsamum, if placed in lukewarm water, will settle to the bottom of the vessel, whereas, if it is adulterated, it will float upon the surface like oil, and if it has been drugged with metopion or hammoniacum, a white circle will form around it. But the best test of all is, that it will cause milk to curdle, and leave no stain upon cloth. In no commodity are there practised more palpable frauds than in this, for a sextarius of balsamum, which is sold by the fiscal authorities at 300 denarii, is sold again for 1,000, so vast is the profit to be derived from increasing this liquid by sophistication. The price of xylobalsamum is 6 denarii per pound. Chapter 55. Storax. That part of Syria joining up to Judea and lying above Phoenicia, produces storax, which is found in the vicinity of Gabala and Marathus, as also of Cassius, a mountain of Seleucia. The tree bears the same name, and has a strong resemblance to the quince. The tear has a harsh taste with a pleasant smell. In the interior it has all the appearance of a reed, and is filled with a liquid juice. About the rising of the dog star, certain small winged worms hover about this substance and eat it away, for which reason it is often found in a rotten state, with wormholes full of dust. The storax next in estimation after that already mentioned comes from Pisidia, Sidon, Cyprus, and Cilicia, that of Crete being considered the very worst of all. That which comes from Mount Amanus in Syria is highly esteemed for medicinal purposes, and even more so by the perfumers. From whatever country it comes, that which is of a red colour is preferred, and it should be both unctuous as well as viscous to the touch. The worst kind is that which crumbles like bran, and is covered all over with a whitish mould. This substance is adulterated with the resin of cedar or with gum, and sometimes with honey or bitter almonds; all which sophistications may, however, be detected by the taste. The price of storax of the best quality is 17 denarii per pound. It comes also from Pamphylia, but this last is more arid, and not so full of juice. Chapter 56. Galbanum. Syria produces galbanum too, which grows upon the same mountain of Amanus. It exudes from a kind of giant fennel, of the same name as the resin, though sometimes it is known as stagonitis. The kind that is the most esteemed is cartilaginous, clear like ammoniacum, and free from all ligneous substances. Still, however, it is sometimes adulterated with beans, or with sarcopenium. If ignited in a pure state, it has the property of driving away serpents by its smoke. It is sold at 5 denarii per pound, and is only employed for medicinal purposes. Chapter 57. Panax. Syria too furnishes panax, an ingredient used in unguents. This plant grows also at Psophis in Arcadia, about the sources of the Erymanthus, in Africa also, and in Macedonia. This is a peculiar kind of giant fennel, which stands 5 cubits in height. It first throws out 4 leaves, and then 6, which lie close to the ground, round, and of very considerable size. Those, however, which grow towards the top resemble the leaves of the olive. It bears its seed in certain tufts which hang down, just as in the fennel. The juice is obtained by incisions made in the stalk at harvest time, and in the root in autumn. When in a coagulated state, it is esteemed according to its whiteness. The next in value is that of a pallid colour, while the black is held in no esteem. The price of that of the best quality is 2 denarii per pound. Chapter 58. Spondylium. The difference between this kind of giant fennel and that known as spondylium consists only in the leaf, which is smaller and divided like that of the plane tree. It grows in shady places only. The seed bears the same name as the plant, and has a strong resemblance to that of heartwort. It is only employed in medicine. Chapter 59. Malobathrum. Syria produces the malobathrum also, a tree which bears a folded leaf, with just the colour of a leaf when dried. From this plant an oil is extracted for unguents. Egypt produces it in still greater abundance, but that which is the most esteemed of all comes from India, where it is said to grow in the marshes like the lentil. It has a more powerful odour than saffron, and has a black, rough appearance, with a sort of brackish taste. The white is the least approved of all, and it very soon turns musty when old. In taste it ought to be similar to nard when placed under the tongue. When made lukewarm in wine, the odour which it emits is superior to any other. The prices at which this drug ranges are something quite marvellous, being from 1 denarius to 400 per pound. As for the leaf, it generally sells at 60 denarii per pound. Chapter 60. Omphacium. Omphacium is also a kind of oil which is obtained from 2 trees, the olive and the vine, by 2 different methods. It is produced from the former by pressing the olive while it is still in the white state. That is of an inferior quality which is made from the drupa, such being the name that is given to the olive before it is ripe and fit for food, but already beginning to change its colour. The difference between them is, that the latter kind is green, the former white. The omphacium that is made from the vine is extracted from either the Scythian or the Ammonaean grape, when the grapes are about the size of a chickpea, just before the rising of the dog-star. The grape is gathered when the first bloom is appearing upon it, and the verjuice is extracted, after which the residue is left to dry in the sun, due precautions being taken against the dews of the night. The verjuice, after being collected, is put into earthen vessels, and then, after that, stored in jars of Cyprian copper. The best kind is that which is of a reddish colour, acrid, and dry to the taste. The price at which it sells is 6 denarii per pound. Omphacium is also made another way. The unripe grape is pounded in a mortar, after which it is dried in the sun, and then divided into lozenges. Chapter 61. Bryon, Oenanthe, and Massares. Bryon also bears an affinity to these substances, being the clusters of berries produced by the white poplar. The best kinds grow in the vicinity of Cnidos, or in Caria, in spots that are destitute of water, or else in dry and rugged localities. A bryon of second-rate quality is produced from the cedar of Lycia. Oenanthe, too, bears an affinity to these substances, being the clusters of the wild vine. It is gathered when it is in flower, or, in other words, when it has the finest smell; after which it is dried in the shade upon a linen sheet spread beneath it, and then stored away in casks. The best sort is that which comes from Parapotamia. The next best kinds are those made at Antiochia and Laodicea in Syria; and that of third-rate quality comes from the mountainous parts of Media. This last, however, is preferable for medicinal purposes. Some persons give the preference over all to that grown in the island of Cyprus. As to that which comes from Africa, it is solely used for medicinal purposes, being known by the name of Massares. Whatever country it may happen to be, the white wild vine produces an Oenanthe of superior quality to the black. Chapter 62. Elate or Spathe. There is another tree also that contributes to the manufacture of unguents, by some persons known under the name of elate, but which we call abies. Others again call it a palm, and others give it the name of spathe. That of Hammonium is the most esteemed, and that of Egypt next, after which comes the Syrian tree. It is only odoriferous, however, in places that are destitute of water. The tears of it are of an unctuous nature, and are employed as an ingredient in unguents, to modify the harshness of the oil. Chapter 63. Cinnamon or Comacum. In Syria, too, is produced that kind of cinnamon which is also known as Comacum. This is a juice which is extracted from a nut, and very different from the extract of the real cinnamomum, though it somewhat resembles it in its agreeable smell. The price at which it sells is 40 asses per pound. Summary. Remarkable facts, narratives, and observations, 974. Roman authors quoted: Marcus Varro, Mucianus, Virgil, Fabianus, Sebosus, Pomponius Mela, Flavius, Procilius, Hyginus, Trogus, Claudius Caesar, Cornelius Nepos, Sextus Niger, who wrote a Greek treatise on medicine, Cassius Hemina, Lucius Piso, Tuditanus, Antias. Foreign authors quoted: Theophrastus, Herodotus, Callisthenes, Isigonus, Clitarchus, Anaximenes, Duris, Nearchus, Onesicritus, Polycritus, Olympiodorus, Diognetus, Nicobulus, Anticlides, Chares of Mytilene, Menachmus, Dorotheus of Athens, Lycus, Anteus, Ephippus, Dion, Demodes, Ptolemy Lagus, Marcius of Macedon, Zoilus of Macedon, Democritus, Amphilochus, Aristomachus, Alexander Polyhistor, Juba, Apollodorus, who wrote on perfumes, Heraclides the physician, Archidemus the physician, Dionysius the physician, Democlides the physician, Euphron the physician, Nasides the physician, Diagoras the physician, Iolas the physician, Heraclides of Tarentum, Xenocrates of Ephesus, Eratosthenes. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 14. Book 13. The Natural History of Exotic Trees, and an Account of Unguents. Chapter 1. Unguents. At what period they were first introduced. Thus far, we have been speaking of the trees which are valuable for the odours they produce, and each of which is a subject for our wonder in itself. Luxury, however, has thought fit to mingle all of these, and to make a single odour of the whole. Hence it is that unguents have been invented. Who was the first to make unguents is a fact not recorded. In the times of the Trojan War they did not exist, nor did they use incense when sacrificing to the gods. Indeed, people knew of no other smell, or rather stench I may say, than that of the cedar and the citrus, shrubs of their own growth, as it arose in volumes of smoke from the sacrifices. Still, however, even then, the extract of roses was known, for we find it mentioned as conferring additional value on olive oil. We ought by good right to ascribe the first use of unguents to the Persians, for they quite soak themselves in it, and so, by an adventitious recommendation, counteract the bad odours which are produced by dirt. The first instances of the use of unguents that I have been able to meet with is that of the chest of perfumes, which fell into the house of Alexander, with the rest of the property of King Darius, at the taking of his camp. Since these times, this luxury has been adopted by our own countrymen as well, among the most prized and, indeed, the most elegant of all the enjoyments of life, and has begun even to be admitted in the list of honours paid to the dead, for which reason we shall have to enlarge further on that subject. Those perfumes which are not the produce of shrubs will only be mentioned for the present by name. The nature of them will, however, be stated in their appropriate places. Chapter 2. The various kinds of unguents. 12 principal compositions. The names of unguents are due, some of them, to the original place of their composition, others again to the extracts which form their bases, others to the trees from which they are derived, and others to the peculiar circumstance under which they were first made. And it is as well first of all to know that in this respect the fashion has often changed, and that the high repute of peculiar kinds has been but transitory. In ancient times, the perfumes the most esteemed of all were those of the island of Delos, and at a later period those of Mendes. This degree of esteem is founded not only on the mode of mixing them and the relative proportions, but according to the degree of favour or disfavour in which the various places which produce the ingredients are held, and the comparative excellence or degeneracy of the ingredients themselves. The perfume of Iris from Corinth was long held in the highest esteem, till that of Cyzicus came into fashion. It was the same too with the perfume of roses from Phaselis, the repute of which was afterwards eclipsed by those of Neapolis, Capua, and Praeneste. Oil of saffron from Soli in Sicilia was for a long time held in repute beyond any other, and then that from Rhodes, after which perfume of Onanthe from Cyprus came into fashion, and then that of Egypt was preferred. At a later period that of Adramyttium came into vogue, and then was supplanted by unguent of marjoram from Kos, which in its turn was superseded by quince blossom unguent from the same place. As to perfume of Cyprus, that from the island of Cyprus was at first preferred, and then that of Egypt, when all on a sudden the unguents of Mendes and Mepotium rose into esteem. In later times Phoenicia eclipsed Egypt in the manufacture of these last two, but left to that country the repute of producing the best unguent of Cyprus. Athens has perseveringly maintained the repute of her Panophonikon. There was formerly a famous unguent known as Pardalium, and made at Tarsus. At the present day its very composition and the mode of mixing it are quite unknown there. They have left off, too, making unguent of Narcissus from the flowers of that plant. There are two elements which enter into the composition of unguents, the juices and the solid parts. The former generally consist of various kinds of oils, the latter of odoriferous substances. These last are known as hydismata, while the oils are called stymata. There is a third element, which occupies a place between the two, but has been much neglected, the colouring matter, namely. To produce a colour, however, cinnabar and alkanet are often employed. If salt is sprinkled in the oil, it will aid it in retaining its properties, but if alkanet has been employed, salt is never used. Resin and gum are added to fix the odour in the solid perfumes. Indeed, it is apt to die away and disappear with the greatest rapidity if these substances are not employed. The unguent which is the most readily prepared of all, and indeed in all probability the very first that was ever made, is that composed of Byron and oil of balanus, substances of which we have made mention already. In later times the Mendician unguent was invented, a more complicated mixture as resin and myrrh were added to oil of balanus, and at the present day they even add myrpotion as well, an Egyptian oil extracted from bitter almonds, to which have been added ophacium, cardamom, sweet rush, honey, wine, myrrh, seed of balsamum, galbanum, and resin of terebinth, as so many ingredients. Among the most common unguents at the present day, and for that reason supposed to be the most ancient, is that composed of oil of myrtle, calamus, cypress, mastiche, and pomegranate rind. I am of opinion, however, that the unguents which have been the most universally adopted are those which are compounded of the rose, a flower that grows everywhere, and hence for a long time the composition of oil of roses was of the most simple nature, though more recently there have been added omphacium, rose blossoms, cinnabar, calamus, honey, sweet rush, flower of salt or else alkanet, and wine. The same is the case too with oil of saffron, to which have been lately added cinnabar, alkanet, and wine, and with oil of sampsucium, to which ophacium and calamus have been compounded. The best comes from Cyprus and Mytilene, where sampsucium abounds in large quantities. The commoner kinds of oil, too, are mixed with those of myrrh and laurel, to which are added sampsucium, lilies, fenugreek, myrrh, cassia, nard, sweet rush, and cinnamon. There is an oil, too, made of the common quince and the sparrow quince, called melinum, as we shall have occasion to mention hereafter. It is used as an ingredient in unguents, mixed with omphacium, oil of cypress, oil of sesamum, balsamum, sweet rush, cassia, and abrotonum. Sucinum is the most fluid of them all. It is made of lilies, oil of balanus, calamus, honey, cinnamon, saffron, and myrrh, while the unguent of cypress is compounded of cypress, omphacium, and cardamom, calamus, aspalathus, and abrotonum. There are some persons who, when making unguent of cypress, employ myrrh also, and panax. The best is that made at Sidon, and the next best that of Egypt. Care must be taken not to add oil of sesamum. It will keep as long as 4 years, and its odour is strengthened by the addition of cinnamon. Telinum is made of fresh olive oil. Cyperus, calamus, melilote, fenugreek, honey, marum, and sweet marjoram. This last was the perfume most in vogue in the time of the comic poet Menander. A considerable time after that known as megalium took its place, being so called as holding the very highest rank. It was composed of oil of balanus, balsamum, calamus, sweet rush, xylobalsamum, cassia, and resin. One peculiar property of this unguent is that it requires to be constantly stirred while boiling until it has lost all smell. When it becomes cold, it recovers its odour. There are some single essences also, which individually afford unguents of very high character. The first rank is due to malabafrum, and the next to the iris of Illyricum, and the sweet marjoram of Cyzicus, both of them herbs. There are perfumers who sometimes add some few other ingredients to these. Those who use the most employ for the purpose honey, flower of salt, omphacium, leaves of agnus and panax, all of them foreign ingredients. The price of unguent of cinnamon is quite enormous. To cinnamon there is added oil of balanus, xylobalsamum, calamus, sweet rush, seeds of balsamum, myrrh, and perfumed honey. It is the thickest of consistency of all the unguents. The price at which it sells ranges from 35 to 300 denarii per pound. Unguent of nard, or foliatum, is composed of omphacium or else oil of balanus, sweet rush, costus, nard, amomum, myrrh, and balsamum. While speaking on this subject, it will be as well to bear in mind that there are 9 different kinds of plants of a similar kind, of which we have already made mention as being employed for the purpose of imitating Indian nard. So abundant are the materials that are afforded for adulteration. All these perfumes are rendered still more pungent by the addition of costus and amomum, which have a particularly powerful effect on the olfactory organs, while myrrh gives them greater consistency and additional sweetness, and saffron makes them better adapted for medicinal purposes. They are most pungent, however, when mixed with amomum alone, which will often produce headache even. There are some persons who content themselves with sprinkling the more precious ingredients upon the others after boiling them down, for the purpose of economy, but the strength of the unguent is not so great as when the ingredients have been boiled together. Myrrh used by itself, and without the mixture of oil, forms an unguent, but it is stacte only that must be used, for otherwise it will be productive of too great bitterness. Unguent of cypress turns other unguents green, while lily unguent makes them more unctuous. The unguent of Mendes turns them black, rose unguent makes them white, and that of myrrh of a pallid hue. Such are the particulars of the ancient inventions, and the various falsifications of the shops in later times. We will now pass on to make mention of what is the very height of refinement in these articles of luxury. Indeed, I may say, the beau ideal of them all. This is what is called the regal unguent, from the fact that it is composed in these proportions for the kings of the Parthians. It consists of myrobalanus, costus, amomum, cinnamon, comicum, cardamom, spikenard, marum, myrrh, cassia, storax, ladanum, opobalsamum, Styrian calamus and Styrian sweetrush, onanthe, marlobarthrum, serichatum, cypress, aspralathus, panax, saffron, cyperus, sweet marjoram, lotus, honey, and wine. Not one of the ingredients in this compound is produced either in Italy, that conqueror of the world, or indeed in all Europe, with the exception of the iris, which grows in Illyricum, and the nard, which is to be found in Gaul. As to the wine, the rose, the leaves of myrtle, and the olive oil, they are possessed by pretty nearly all countries in common. Chapter 3. Diapasma, magma. The mode of testing unguents. Those unguents which are known by the name of diapasma are composed of dried perfumes. The lees of unguents are known by the name of magma. In all these preparations, the most powerful perfume is the one that is added the last of all. Unguents keep best in boxes of alabaster, and perfumes when mixed with oil, which conduces all the more to their durability the thicker it is, such as the oil of almonds, for instance. Unguents, too, improve with age, but the sun is apt to spoil them, for which reason they are usually stowed away in a shady place in vessels of lead. When their goodness is being tested, they are placed on the back of the hand, lest the heat of the palm, which is more fleshy, should have a bad effect on them. Chapter 4. The excesses to which luxury has run in unguents. These perfumes form the objects of a luxury which may be looked upon as being the most superfluous of any, for pearls and jewels, after all, do pass to a man's representative, and garments have some durability, but unguents lose their odour in an instant, and die away the very hour they are used. The very highest recommendation of them is, that when a female passes by, the odour which proceeds from her may possibly attract the attention of those even who till then are intent upon something else. In price they exceed so large a sum even as 400 denarii per pound. So vast is the amount that is paid for a luxury made not for our own enjoyment, but for that of others. For the person who carries the perfume about him is not the one, after all, that smells it. And yet, even here there are some points of difference that deserve to be remarked. We read in the works of Cicero that those unguents which smell of the earth are preferable to those which smell of saffron, being a proof that even in a matter which most strikingly bespeaks our state of extreme corruptness, it is thought as well to temper the vice by a little show of austerity. There are some persons, too, who look more particularly for consistency in their unguents, to which they accordingly give the name of spism, thus showing that they love not only to be sprinkled, but even to be plastered over with unguents. We have known the very soles, even of the feet, to be sprinkled with perfumes, a refinement which was taught, it is said, by M. Otho to the Emperor Nero. How, I should like to know, could a perfume be at all perceptible, or indeed productive of any kind of pleasure when placed on that part of the body? We have heard also of a private person giving orders for the walls of the bathroom to be sprinkled with unguents, while the Emperor Caius had the same thing done to his sitting bath. That this, too, might not be looked upon as the peculiar privilege of a prince, it was afterwards done by one of the slaves that belonged to Nero. But the most wonderful thing of all is that this kind of luxurious gratification should have made its way into the camp even. At all events, the eagles and the standards, dusty as they are, and bristling with their sharpened points, are anointed on festive days. I only wish it could, by any possibility, be stated who it was that first taught us this practice. It was, no doubt, under the corrupting influence of such temptations as these, that our eagles achieved the conquest of the world. Thus do we seek to obtain their patronage and sanction for our vices, and make them our precedent for using unguents even beneath the cask. Chapter 5. When unguents were first used by the Romans. I cannot exactly say at what period the use of unguents first found its way to Rome. It is a well-known fact that when King Antiochus in Asia was subdued, an edict was published in the year of the city 565, in the censorship of P. Licinius Crassus and L. Julius Caesar, forbidding anyone to sell exotics, for by that name unguents were then called. But, in the name of Hercules, at the present day, there are some persons who even go so far as to put them in their drink, and the bitterness produced thereby is prized to a high degree, in order that by their lavishness on their odours they may thus gratify the senses of two parts of the body at the same moment. It is a well-known historical fact that L. Plotius, the brother of L. Plancus, who was twice consul and censor, after being proscribed by the triumvirs, was betrayed in his place of concealment at Salernum by the smell of his unguents, a disgrace which more than outweighed all the guilt attending his proscription. For who is there that can be of opinion that such men as this do not richly deserve to come to a violent end? End of section 14. Recording by John Ingram.